দেওয়ার চেক হয়েছে এখন
And play has just got underway. We've had 3 deliveries this morning. Tom Taylor 207 for 6, the overnight score. And we are up and running. So thank you very much to Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle, who's alongside me, for sorting that out, and to our colleagues in Salford as well. Taylor bowls again, and Graham Clark pushes out on the offside. So Worcestershire under cloudy skies this morning, and it's a very chilly morning here at New Road compared to what we've had in the first 2 days of this game. Worcestershire seeking to take these last 4 Durham wickets and to perhaps establish a first innings lead. They lead by 101 at the moment. Taylor bowls and Clark drives nicely up to mid-off, and there's no run. Clark was dropped at slip last night by Jake Libby off the bowling of Taylor. A sharp chance to his left-hand side. Libby was standing quite wide, as indeed he is this morning, in a kind of 4th slip position. So we got 1st, 2nd and 4th, and Clark edged the ball low to Libby's left, and he was unable to hold on to it. Taylor bowls again. Clark drives nicely up to mid-off where Wakefields, and that is the end of the over. The first over of the morning, a maiden from Tom Taylor, and that means his figures now are 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 52, and Durham have not added any runs to their overnight score. And Harry Darley, who took his first ever first-class wicket yesterday when he removed Ben McKinney, I should say, not Alex Lees. He is about to take up the attack from the New Road end. Durham, having lost McKinney, Lees, Gay, Stokes, Beddingham and the night watchman Parkinson last night. Here is Darley over the wicket. He bowls, and Ollie Robinson is driving out on the offside. The Durham keeper yet to get off the mark. Came in just before the end last night when Parkinson, the night watchman, was caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Matthew Waite. Darley then, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 39 yesterday. And comes in again now and bowls to Robinson outside the off stump, left alone by the Durham batsman. Quite wide, that one, scooting through at shin height to Gareth Roderick. A little bit wide, didn't really need to play it. Well, definitely didn't need to play it. Darley again is in from the New Road end. Bowls, and Robinson does have to play this one bullet straight and pushes it back up the pitch to the bowler. Darley on his debut, do well to emulate the debut of Tom Norton, the 18-year-old for Glamorgan yesterday, who many of you will have seen, I'm sure, in the overnight news. Picked up a hat-trick on debut. What a fantastic performance that was. Great and unforgettable debut for young Tom Norton. Well done to him. Darley bowls, Robinson drives, but straight into the covers and straight to the fielder Libby. That short extra, just the 2 slips for Darley. D'Oliveira on the drive at short mid-wicket. Libby quite close at short extra. Cloudy, chilly morning here at New Road. If you're in the stands this morning, you need to be wrapped up, that's for sure. Stark contrast from what we had the first 2 days. Darley in again, bowls, and Robinson on the back foot plays defensively up to mid-on, wide enough of Matthew Waite to allow the batters to get through for a single. So he is off the mark of the 10th ball that he received, and Durham are 208 for 6. Graham Clark on strike against Darley for the first time this morning. 1 ball left in the 58th over of the innings. Darley is in, bowls, and Clark is driving but not timing it. Out on the onside, D'Oliveira fields, and that is the end of the 2nd over of the morning. Just the 1 run added so far. Durham replying to Worcestershire's first innings 308 are exactly 100 runs behind. They're 208 for 6, and it's good morning for the first time to Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle. Morning, Marty.
Good morning. It's a chilly old day today, isn't it? We're only going to have highs of around 10 to 11 today. Grey skies, northerly breeze, which is really taking about 9 or 10 degrees off the temperature. Feels very early spring-like day today, or indeed rather autumnal. Choose your pick. Coming in the bowl is Taylor from the Diglas end. It's driven back past him by Robinson. That going to go all the way for 4 by the looks of things, and it has done.
Beautiful shot.
Nicely timed. So we're up and running then. We're on, are we?
Yeah, we're on.
Everything's working.
All is working.
Good.
Apologies if you tuned in and we weren't with you for the first couple of deliveries.
Notice how we have to apologise to other people.
It was nothing to do with us.
Yeah, and when they don't tune into us when we're here at the crack of dawn, we don't get any apologies back, do we? Taylor in again to Robinson. Robinson forward to that one, plays the ball up to mid-off.
It wasn't our fault, anyway. It never is. Actually, that's not true. I once disconnected in the middle of an over. Not intentionally, of course, but...
So Durham 212 for 6. They started the day 101 behind. In comes the bowler again, and that's driven up to mid-off. What we don't want is a repeat of yesterday, where batsmen 10 and 11 bat on right through lunch to the point where they're coming off at 20 to 2. Because they then had tea at 4. And that makes for a very long final session.
It was a funny day, wasn't it?
I mean, they didn't finish till about 7 o'clock last night, did they? In comes Taylor to Robinson. Robinson defends. Robinson waits, Taylor bowls, and that is played up to mid-off, no run. Thought it'd be more likely to be a full jumper day today in the field.
Yes.
Some of them might have a couple of
you won't
jumpers.
see, there are not many numbers visible. Hose at first, Slip Brooks at second, Libby at third. Kashif under the sun hat, easy to pick out. Darley at long legs, Latigan out on the boundary at square.
That's a leave from Robinson, taken very low by Roderick. End of the over. Is that 3 overs we've had this morning?
3 overs, yeah. Just the 5 runs added, 1 to Robinson and that 5 to Robinson, that 1 single and that lovely boundary in that over. Clark is yet to add to his overnight 48. 1 kept a little bit low in that over. Robinson jammed his bat down on it. Darley from the New Road end. Moves to Clark, nicely forward, plays that back to the bowler. Worcestershire players from what I can gather, think this is a pretty good pitch. Offered a little bit to the seamers in terms of nip, and maybe just getting a little bit up and down, a little bit low, the odd one, and seeing one or two bounce quite steeply. Unlikely to happen with Darley, who's a sort of shortish, quite skiddy sort of medium pacer. And he's in and he bowls, and Clark drives out on the offside, and Libby fields at extra cover. He kind of doesn't, not much of a leap. Darley runs through the crease, but that's not a bad thing for a seamer, because you're not landing and jarring your whole body with that massive amount of force that you are if you're one of those bowlers that gets up in the air and hits the ground hard. Ed Barnard was another that ran through the crease and kept himself pretty fit as a result. Darley bowls again, pushed out on the onside. D'Oliveira fields.
There's loads of matches on NV Play today. We're right down the bottom of a very long list.
Women's matches as well, aren't there?
National counties as well. Northumberland are playing at Chesmond against Staffordshire.
Darley again. Bowls, and Clark is edging this one down. There's the first 4 through third man today.
50.
Won't be the last. 50 for Graham Clark. Not the best shot he's played. That won't worry him. Important innings, important role. One of the unsung players, I always think. You might feel differently if you're a Durham fan, but I've always regarded Graham Clark as a proper county cricketer who doesn't always get the credit that he deserves. Excellent innings. 52. 76 deliveries.
He was dropped yesterday, wasn't he, on
he
46?
Dropped, yeah, he was dropped Libby just before the close. As Darley is in again. And bowls, and Clark is driving this one more extravagantly, but straight to Taylor at mid-off. Again, he hasn't bowled a ball down the leg side. He's got a man at long leg and a man at deep square. He's aiming for the top of off stump, and he's been edged to third man. And it's 4 runs, and they have got a man down at third man, but he's really wide. He's more there for the short ball than he is for the one that's pitched up and edged. And well, you just lose count of how many hundreds of runs go through third man. Darley is in again and bowls, and it's played back to him by Clark, and there's no run. The end of the over. 216 for 6 in response to Worcestershire's 308. I'd love for a team, just for one session, no, maybe one match, to say we're going to have a third man in a conventional position on the rope all the time when our seamers are bowling, and then to measure against other games what the impact was in terms of run scoring, and then I could be proved to be talking complete nonsense. But until somebody does that, we'll never be able to measure it.
Well, I've said it many times, but if I do ever open a pub, it'll be called the Vegan Third Man.
Yeah.
Umpires have seen something they're not happy with the ball here. Having a look at it, they've turned their backs to us, so we can't see. Graham Clark's playing in his 81st first-class match. He was considered by a number of previous coaches as a white ball specialist, and it was Ryan Campbell who took a liking to him when he first arrived in 2023 and decided to give him a chance in the red ball side again. They're going to change this ball, which is 60 overs old. So Clark moving to 50 in first class cricket for the 24th time. So he's got 18 50s and 6 centuries now. His highest score, 160 in a draw at Hampshire last year on an absolutely flat wicket. We've had Simon Hughes, the analyst, was on with us, and on the final afternoon the game was going nowhere. It was a high scoring draw, and the players just turned and started to walk off at about 4 o'clock, and Simon said that's the first time I've ever seen sides leaving the field due to absolute ambivalence.
Boredom.
Yes.
Yeah. We had a similar game at We had a similar game there last year.
But it transpired what we couldn't see from up in the roof of in the camera gantry in the hotel was that there was some pretty nasty rain on the way, and as soon as it blew in, they abandoned the game as a draw, and everyone was straight on the team busing away. They're now going through a box of balls here to try and find something that looks 60 odd overs old. Clark got 121 in the home win against Notts last year. It was around about this time last year. Taylor to Robinson. Robinson plays that one up to mid on, no run there. So that is Clark got 85 against Durham Union, a warm-up game earlier. This year. Taylor comes in, bowls. He's played away defensively by Robinson up towards mid-off. I'm just trying to find when Clark's last half century was for Durham. Here we are. 51 against Sussex in June last year. And he got 121 against Notts. That was the 16th of May, and 160 against Hampshire on the 2nd of May. Also got a 62 in the opening game at Trent Bridge last year. Robinson edges and has gone.
That's a good
He's gone for 5 again. He just cannot get a run at the minute.
That's a very, very good catch by Libby in that fourth slip position. It was almost exactly the catch that he put down off the bat of Clark yesterday. But this time dive into his left, two hands, very sharp, and the 7th wicket goes down. Tom Taylor picks up his 3rd of the innings, 216 for 7.
Not sure he really needed to be playing at that one. Thick edge and taken low. He hasn't had a half century since a Kookaburra ball game in the heat of the Oval in June last year. So what's the deficit now? 216 for 7.
92.
92.
Casey Aldridge, the new man. No mug with the bat.
He was unfortunate not to get a century at the Oval the other day. He got into the 90s and then it started to get a bit nervous for him. Ryan Higgins started to butter him up, and then it was an inside edge, took him I think to 99, and then he was out LBW after that. Oh, I just nearly stabbed myself in the eye there.
That's a good catch, that by Libby. Just watching the replay. Very good catch.
Recent innings for Robinson. He made 32 against Lancashire, 5 at Middlesex, 5 here, 27 not out against Gloucestershire, 15 and 4 against Kent. final game of last season in Leeds, 1-7. The match before that against Worcestershire, 6. Against Essex in September last year, in Chelmsford, 15-21. On a ground where he nearly got a double hundred the year before. Taylor bowls. Aldridge pushes the ball short on the leg side and goes for a quick single. Second ball that he's faced, he's off the mark. 217 for 7. Just wonder that, you know, Robinson was one of the best batsmen in the country about 2 years ago, and he earned a call up to the England squad and toured with them to New Zealand that winter, but didn't actually feature. And has never really regained the form that he had, which earned him that recognition from England. Taylor comes in and bowls. Clark plays the ball back up to the far end of the over. Wicket from it, and the 1 run.
18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 57 for Tom Taylor. Very much the leader of this Worcestershire seam attack, particularly lacking the support in this game of his partner in crime last year, Ben Allison, who took 40 wickets in the championship. Taylor took 58, top wicket taker in the country. Allison yet to play this season for Worcestershire because of injury, although he is almost back to fitness. Had a little bowl for the second team last week, and he's on the ground today. But also missing, obviously, Swanepoel and Gibbon from this game, and Finch as Darley bowls and is driven straight down the ground by Casey Aldridge. Outfield's quite slow, it'll pull up just inside the rope and they'll come back for 3. Good running actually, because they hadn't run the first one that quickly, thinking it was going for 4, but very good running. He's got long legs, Casey Aldridge, eats the ground up and gets back safely for 3. He's on 4 then, having faced just 3 balls, and the total goes up to 220 for 7. Darley will bowl again at Graham Clark, who is on 52. Bowls now, and Clark is on his toes, just pushing out on the offside where Libby fields, and there's no addition to the score. So 1 man out today, Ollie Robinson. Smart catch by Libby. It was almost exactly the same catch that he dropped when he put Clark down last night. He's in that sort of 4th slip position. It's edged and it's gone to his left. If he'd have been in a conventional 3rd slip, it probably would have been more comfortable, but managed to hold on to it this time on a cold morning, as Darley is in again and bowls, and Clark is forward and pushes out on the offside. And again Libby is the fielder. Matthew Waite doing a few loosening up exercises, or maybe he's just trying to keep warm at mid-on, because it is a chilly morning here at New Road. Took me by surprise when I went out with the dog this morning at about 7:45.
Especially considering you don't own a dog.
Yeah, yeah. Gosh, it's cold. What am I doing out here?
Well, they're talking of frosts again this week, aren't they?
Who knows? Darley in, bowls. Clark reaches forward and steers this one down on the offside. Latigan comes in from deep backward point on the fence to do the fielding, and now comes in because he's going to be in a more conventional backward point position for Casey Aldridge. Still that long leg Jack home with his hands in his pockets, hasn't fielded the ball, and Darley hasn't bowled anything that looks like going down there. But 3rd man, very likely to be called into action if we had one. Darley bowls on the back foot. Casey Aldridge, tall figure, plays the ball out on the offside, and Libby, the busiest man on the field really, Libby in terms of fielding, called into action once again. 1 ball left in the over. Tidy again from Darley. He's been driven down the ground for 3 and steered for 1, but nothing really loose. Having said that, nothing really threatening either yet this morning from the young man, who is in again now and bowls, and that one maybe just kept a little bit low, and Aldridge just steered it out on the leg side via bat and pad, I think, and there's no run. End of the over. Darley 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 48. Taylor 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 57.
There's a good observation that Stefan Schemmelt made yesterday, the BBC's cricket correspondent, with the new ball. Ben Stokes only bowled 3 overs. Wondering about whether have there been any limitations put on how many overs he can bowl at the minute or not. Tom Taylor now bowling his 19th over, 3 for 57. And Clark took a long step forward there and pushing at a ball outside the line of off stump, playing a miss. He's now going to do a little bit of gardening and just tapping an area of the track which he thinks may have been responsible for that. Looked fairly straight to me. It was almost as if it was heading for 5th stump. The bells were pealing as I pulled into the car park earlier on the Cathedral. Here comes Taylor again and played back to him by Clark. Can't hear them now, but I wonder how big the team of bell ringers is in the Cathedral.
Must be a few, I would have thought. Well, we know that Jeanette, who got in touch with us the other day, has rung the bells in the Cathedral here, and at Durham, and at Newcastle, I think. Jeanette Davey.
Clark drops this one towards point and goes for a quick single, moves him on to 54, 222, 47. My daughter went down to Cambridge University a few months ago to spend the day with the organist Anna Lapwood, and they were taken on a tour of the varying chapels of the university to play the organs there. And then she went to see her perform at the Royal Albert Hall at Christmas. Rather famous Anna Lapwood in the world of organists. If that's your thing, you'll know who she is. As Taylor comes in again here to Aldridge, who's playing the ball up towards the bowler's end. It's picked up by D'Oliveira behind the stumps, no run there. I've not been to the Royal Albert Hall, have you been?
No.
I know Dave Brayscale, our Radio Nottingham colleague, has been to the Royal Albert Hall because I saw him on the telly at the Remembrance service a couple of years ago. The Poppy service. In comes Aldridge again. In comes Taylor to Aldridge. I think he took the bat inside the line of the ball there rather than played and missed. Wowzers, Lizzie's here. She was at Lord's last weekend, Lizzie Hammond.
He definitely played at it. Took the bat away at the end, but I think he wishes he'd probably done it a bit sooner. It doesn't matter because he missed it. As Jack Holmes said in his interview last night, I played and missed a lot, but you know, it happens.
Taylor from the Diglis end, Aldridge on top of that one, up onto his toes and back foot push back up towards the bowler's end. End of the over, 1 run from it, 2-2-2 for 7 Durham, and as such they are currently trailing Worcestershire by 86 runs. Will there be parity? Will we see a late partnership develop here? Ben Rain still to come out.
It's quite tight, isn't it? It's
and then Luke Robinson.
It's quite even, I think, the way things stand. Harry Darley, with the ball in his hand, moves in from the New Road end and bowls to Graham Clark, who is more runs down to 3rd man. What's that one done? 4 more down to 3rd man. So that's
did that come off the shoulder of the
8
bat?
to 3rd man. I think that's bounced quite sharply, a bit like those one or two we saw on the first 2 days. He's just pushing at it. It's gone down to third man for 4. Yeah,
it's gone over the slip corner.
Extraordinary one. Whether it's well, you can't always tell on the replays exactly where on the bat it's hit, but he's pushed at it. It doesn't appear to bounce particularly steeply. Just watching it again, and it's gone over the slips for 4 down to third man, almost off the back of the bat. Darley in again, bowls that short and wide and hammered.
Where's that come from?
Absolute long op from Darley.
Wallop.
Slapped through extra cover off the back foot.
Well, that made a nice
Not with a
noise.
straight bat, but who cares? Just flat batted through the covers for 4 by Clark. Most authoritative shot of the day.
It was short and wide and there for the taking.
62 to him. But 8 through third man already.
So is this the highest score of the game? Oh no, Beddingham got 83. Second highest, and oh no, Home got 63, so it's the third highest. Maths on the radio.
And Darley in again. Bowls, and Clark is turning this one on the leg side for a single. Cashy fields. But Darley can feel pretty unlucky that he found the edge and it went in the right direction, but it just looped up in the air over the slips. But lost concentration, maybe just a bit cross, and that next one, absolute gimme outside the off stump, and Clark wasn't going to miss out. 231 for 7.
I think Hassan Adnan's just asked Clark, where did that come off your bat when it went over the slips, and he just showed him the shoulder of the bat.
Clark in again, bowls, and this is pushed out by Aldridge on the offside, so runs just beginning to come a little bit more freely in this over. 232 for 7. Emilio Gay just coming back from the nets. Wonder if he's had the nod yet. Wonder if he's been told yet that he's in the frame for a test call.
Do you think he'll ever get the chance to meet the England captain?
Here's Darley in again, bowls outside the off stump. That one came back after it passed the stumps, and Roderick skipped to his left to take it. No run. 232 for 7. 1 man out today. Ollie Robinson caught at slip by Libby off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 5. Another day of 104 overs today. Lunch at 1:10
Long days.
Tea at 4. Darley in. Bowls. Oh, that's a good one. That's actually the best ball he's bowled, I think, probably. Had Aldridge reaching for it. Sorry, Clark reaching for it. Pitched and nipped away, and very unlucky. So a couple of good deliveries in that over. One absolute rank long hop. That was a really good one. It was a Ben Rain delivery, that one. Angled in, seamed away, and just exactly what he's trying to do. Good from the young man. 232 for 7 at the end of the over.
Paul's email, hi Marty and the gang, greetings from a sun-kissed but chilly Costerdale Hartlepool today. The game evenly poised at the moment. Quick runs required for the first hour or so, then quick wickets to limit a run chase target to around 350. Should be with you for the duration. There's no band to watch today. As Taylor comes in to start his 20th over from the Diglas end. That's low through to the keeper, wide of off stump. Abdul Qadir, I remember him. You remember him, the Pakistan spin bowler?
Yeah.
That little hoppy sort of
Yeah.
jumpy running, didn't he? Born on this day in 1944. Oh, he was a wicketkeeper. Who am I thinking of who had the spinner?
No, he wasn't a wicket keeper. That was Abdul Qadir, the spinner you were talking about. It's obviously not the same
This is
man.
not the same Abdul Qadir then, this is a wicketkeeper. I was going to say that Abdul Qadir wouldn't have been that old, would he?
No, I wouldn't have thought so, no. I remember Martin Weston There's a Worcestershire all-rounder that played in the famous teams of the 80s, one of the unsung members really, batted about 6, sometimes bowled in the one-day games. Remember him opening against Abdul Qadir.
Aldridge plays this ball from Taylor back to the bowler.
In a tour match.
Who was that? Who?
Martin Weston.
Was he related to Mike Weston?
No, nothing to do. Local boy, still comes down quite often. He might even be here today, but he got runs. He opened the batting and he went out, and they brought Qadir on and he smashed him all over the place. Absolutely smashed him all over the place. And I said to him afterwards, what was that all about? He said, well, I had no idea. Couldn't pick him at all. Just thought I might as well whack everything.
Yeah.
One of the best test bowlers in the world at the time. Couldn't pick any of it, he said.
Taylor to Aldridge. Aldridge plays this out towards deep square leg for a single. So he now has 6 from 13. And the scoreboard tells us that Durham are 233 for 7. Worcestershire's first innings total 308, included that 57-run stand for the final wicket. As Jack Home made 63 not out, and Harry Darley on his debut faced 108 balls for his 12. Niggle value from a Durham point of view, but it earned Worcestershire an extra batting point. This is short and driven by Clark, but he's missed out on runs there. He's not timed that well. It's gone out into the cover area. Taylor in again, and that is left alone by Clark, and that is the end of the over. They're all tight overs from Taylor. He's only going at sort of one and over this morning.
Rob Jones is on the field as the Worcestershire quarterback.
Yeah, he's bowled pretty well all season, actually. Tom Taylor, as indeed he did last season. He's very much the key man in the Worcestershire attack. If he gets injured, Worcestershire will be very, very worried, I think. As Jack Home is introduced into the attack. Very expensive yesterday. Said in his interview afterwards he was happy with the way he batted, not at all happy with the way he bowled, even though he got Ben Stokes out. 8 overs, 1 for 55. But yeah, wants to do better. Is well aware of the need to do better. He's got some pace, but he's got to get a little bit more consistency.
Bradders has just announced Rob Jones has come on as a 12th man, and he's looked back at Bradders and shook his head as if to say, why are you announcing that? I can't recall 12 men being announced anywhere else.
Home is in and bowls, and that's pushed out on the offside. First ball of the over by Casey Aldridge for a single.
Can you think of anybody, any other grounds announcing 12 men?
Yeah, definitely. Do you know what they do at Northampton now? They don't only announce every change of bowler and every batter and everything else, but they tell you who he's sponsored by.
Yeah, they're all.
I think that'll become quite common soon.
Well, yeah, there was somebody at Bristol a few weeks ago who was sponsored by the local funeral home.
Here is Jack Home bowling short and wide, absolute gimme for the batsman, and Graham Clark is not going to miss out on that. It's absolutely it's just 4 runs just thrown away really, as Clark hammers it away square on the offside. Can understand the nerves of Home, but
I think
in 10-15 minutes, in a few overs, can do some damage here, could these two. Graham Clark in particular is in and going well. Home bowls, and 4 more short, hammered away on the leg side, and Jack Home's got a problem here because he's only bowled 3 deliveries and he's already gone for 9, and Brett D'Oliveira cannot afford. I mean, they've obviously got to give him a bowl, and there's no way that he's going to improve without getting time with the ball in his hand. But at the same time, the context of the game, you cannot give away 20 runs in the space of 10 minutes. You've just mentioned, Marty, how economical Tom Taylor has been. Must be annoying for him, standing at mid-off, watching all his good work be undone. Bob Jones on for Matthew Waite, who's loosening up.
Well,
he's going to bowl shortly.
Umpire's produced something from his pocket. Are they checking this ball now?
Cutting a bit of thread off it, maybe.
This ball's only been in really replacement ball for 5.3 overs. They're obviously not happy with it.
There's a problem. I remember you writing that article a few years ago about all that, when we had that particularly bad batch of balls. But
after COVID.
I reckon it's bad again this year. We had changes at Northampton last week, about 4 ball changes.
I've not noticed anything particularly this season, but probably a couple of years ago, was it? When was it? 2021, 22, when all the balls were being changed?
I've noticed this season, definitely. All Worcestershire's games, I think, there have been problems. Certainly in Northampton last week it was changed.
Well, they've done whatever they needed to do with this ball because they've handed it back to the bowler now.
They might just have trimmed a bit of thread off it or something.
I think that one of the umpires carries a Swiss Army knife or something.
Yeah, I think they have a little pair of scissors in their bag. Yeah. It's home again. In to bowl to Clark. Short and pulled away, this time just for a single because Darley is out on the boundary at deep mid-wicket.
You're talking about players having sponsors. I remember a few years ago we were going back quite a while now, but we were at Burnley for an away game, and I think their corners was sponsored, and extra time was sponsored by Yorkshire Tea or something like that.
Corners.
Yeah.
Arsenal corners are the ones that should be sponsored, aren't they? Home bowl, short and wide, outside the off stump, cut by Casey Aldridge down to third man.
You'd have to get a precision planning company to sponsor Arsenal's corners. The way they're dropped under the bar all the time.
244 for 7.
Quite a few people complaining on social media today how Sunderland's excellent performance against Man U yesterday was all about Man U not winning.
Home in bowls, and this one is again a run down to third man, so an expensive over from Jack Home. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 67 his figures now, and it's 245 for 7 at the end of that over. Aldridge has 8 and Graham Clark has gone on to 73.
Needs 11 more runs and he'll become the leading scorer in this game. Durham passed the follow-on target yesterday because it was only 159. 245 for 7. Chilly old day here in Worcester on the banks of the Severn. I think if you're a gardener you might have to put some protective wrapping on your plants for the next few days because they're talking about frosts this coming week. As Taylor comes into bowl to... Oh, what did that do? That's daisy cutted through to Clark. Played and missed, and it's gone straight along the ground of the wicketkeeper. He's gone gardening again. He's looking for the dead spot. It's a couple of deliveries from the Diglas end which Clark's not been happy about in recent overs. It was wide of the stumps always, but took him by surprise. He's nearly faced 100 balls. This is number 98. Taylor in. Played to D'Oliveira at mid on no run there. How much did your wallet take a battering at the flower show? Have you found out yet?
Yeah, moderate.
Moderate battering.
Could have been worse.
Yeah.
Could have been worse. I managed to avoid buying quite an expensive garden table.
Ooh. In comes Taylor. This is played away by Clark off towards backward square leg for a single. Takes him on a 74. 246 4-7. So Durham are now 4 runs away from their first batting point. There's still plenty of time for more. 67th over we're in. We were at the stand-up show a few years ago, and this guy come up with this brilliant idea, and it was a picnic table that you would have in a garden or outside a pub, but the way it folded up, you could fold it over, the table sort of split in half on hinges, and it turned into a bench, which was a really good idea. Taylor with a ball here that's just drifted down the leg side, and it's been helped to fine leg for 4 by Aldrich, and that's the batting point for Durham. 250 for 7. The batting point comes in 66.4 overs. One or two people have noticed in the ground, but not many. Does the show finish today, does it?
Not sure when it finishes.
Comes the bowler again. That stays low on Aldridge, and he's equal to it. He's gets the bat down on the ball then. Defends, plays it short up to mid-wicket. Morning, Marty and Frank. A lovely day in Glasgow's tropical climes. I'm still undecided as to whether I want to destroy my peaceful morning listening to the cricket by turning the Old Firm game on the telly.
It does finish today.
Right. Taylor to Aldridge. Aldridge blocks this one, rolls up to D'Oliveira, and that is the over. So 5 from that one, a rare boundary off Taylor's bowling today, and a single. So you might watch the Old Firm matches on the telly, but I don't want to talk too much about football because I don't want to set you two off on the finer points of a red card for hair pulling.
Yeah. Matthew Waite is coming on, so Holmes only had the 1 over. As I said, I think D'Oliveira's feeling probably that you can't really afford to undo the good work of the other bowlers, because I mean that over from home went for 12. Waite, who has been much more accurate, 13 overs, 1 made and 2 for 28 so far, a better bet, and not surprisingly, I'm afraid, Jack Homer's been pulled out of the attack fairly sharply as Waite comes in for his first ball of the day, and it's driven out on the offside, but he's got a man out on the fence at deep cover, Latigan, deep backward point, and only a single. 251 for 7. Aldridge is on 12, just remarking his guard. He'll be facing Waite for the first time. Clark has settled in nicely, 48 not out overnight. Slightly uncertain start, one edge that was fortunate for him, it looped up over the slips down to third man for 4, but he's probably feeling a bit better, having smashed a couple of rank long hops to the boundary as well. Taylor is in, Waite is in and bowls, and he's on the back foot. Aldridge driving up to mid off. So Clark is on 75 off 100 deliveries. The men out in this innings: McKinney 14, Lees 19, Gay 28, Stokes 14, Beddingham 83, Parkinson without scoring, and Ollie Robinson for 5. Matthew Waite in again, bowls. Aldridge is forward, pushing up to mid off. Getting on very well, Hassan Adnan and Graham Clark, aren't they? Having a right good chat at the non-striker's end, in between deliveries. Always good to get on with the umpires, I used to reckon. Always always good, especially in league cricket where you have a panel of umpires and you get to know them all. I always used to try my best to learn the names and ask them how they were. Oh, that's a good one from Waite. Aldridge beaten outside the off stump. Morning, Stan. How's the wife? Have you had a good holiday? Missed you last week? All that kind of thing. Just helps you when you get a close one, and it might just go in your favour. Here's Waite moving in again. I'm just watching the replay. Yeah, Beauty is a bit. I'm going to call it the Ben Rain ball because he kept doing it in the first innings from this new road end, just angled in from fairly wide on the crease and then just holding its line, nipping away a tiny bit. The batter has to play it, and he's missed it. A bit fuller and he might have nicked it. This one's a little bit wider, and Aldridge is able to leave it, reaching onto the front foot with his big stride, big tall man, and lifting his back clear of it. Through it goes to Roderick. Still in conversation, Aldridge and Clark. Sorry, Hassan Adnan and Clark. He's not going to be giving him out LBW anytime soon. Bright sunshine now for the first time today, which is really nice to see. It just makes everything feel a bit warmer, even if it isn't really. Breeze blowing the trees today for the first time in the game. There's Waite bowls, and again Aldridge is beaten. Again he does that thing where he pulls his bat across to the leg side, but I'm going to have a look at the replay before I decide definitively, but I reckon he played at it, and that was a sort of retrospective withdrawal of the bat. Good over from Matthew Waite, and yeah, absolutely, definitely had a little nibble at that, did Casey Aldridge. He's on 12, Clark 75. Good stuff from Waite. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29, 251 for 7, and Ethan Brooks replacing Tom Taylor at the Diglis end. This is a case of necessity, I think. They'd probably rather be bowling home, but they can't afford to. So Brooks is brought into the attack.
Here he comes. This is played by Clark off towards deep cover, 4-1, picked up by Kashi Fali. Clark now on 76. Durham 252 for 7. Hassan Adnan, born in Pakistan but obviously lives in this country now. I remember him playing in the mid-2000s for a few seasons for Derbyshire. He's currently at square leg, and James Middlebrook officiating behind the stumps as Brooks bowls from the Diglis end. Aldridge is on 12 from 23 balls. Brooks in. Oh, that spits on Aldridge and it hits the shoulder of his bat, bounces down in front of the slip cordon, and then ricochets off Libyan. Is it Lanigan who's at first slip? Who's the tall player?
Hose,
Adam Hose. There's been a few little poppers from the Diglis end this morning. 1 or 2 have kept low and shot through, and 1 or 2 have come up like that. Still a little bit of something in the wicket here to keep the batsman guessing. That one's left. One of our correspondents yesterday was suggesting it was one of those wickets where the ball had your name on it every now and then. We'll just do something a little bit different. 252 for 7. Brooks bowls. That's left by Aldridge, who watches it go to the keeper. Katie's been on Blue Sky. Morning, Marty. I am recovering from my hike yesterday, hoping I won't be too stiff to play in the first game of the women's cricket season this afternoon. Sorry I missed a lot of yesterday's coverage. She was on a walk of the Surrey Three Peaks, we found out yesterday. Next ball is pushed into the ground and off to point by Aldridge. Dot ball. Did 36 kilometres, 5.5 hours, elevation gain 759 metres. 35,000 steps. It's quite a few, isn't it? Next ball is played nicely off the back foot by Aldridge out towards the cover boundary, and he is there on our side of the ground and fields it 1 run. And that is the end of the over. Started with a single, ended with a single. 2 from it. Durham 2-5-3 for 7. Aldridge keeps strike on 13.
And Matthew Waite to continue. Ollie Robinson, the only man out today, caught it slip by Libby off the bowling of Taylor for 5. Lunch at 1:10 today. Tea at 4 o'clock. 94 overs, 104 overs in the day. Waite over the wicket bowls. Aldridge gets one that keeps a little bit low, just has to sort of reach down to play. He's very tall, probably 6'5", something like that, I would say, Casey Aldridge.
Yeah.
And that looks quite small in his hands, doesn't it? Tall man, but jammed down on it, squeezed it out on the offside. 2 slips in as Waite comes in to him. Bowls, and he's on the back foot driving into the offside D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. So we've had nearly an hour's play, and we've had a long leg for the entire time, and the ball hasn't gone there. Just saying.
Just putting it out there, are you?
Yeah. However, it's gone to third man about 5 times, and there hasn't been one. Just mad. Just does not make any sense at all. It's not just Worcestershire. Everybody. Watch England, it's the same. Waite in again, bowls, and on the back foot goes Aldridge and plays defensively back up the pitch.
Maybe it's down to trends and fashions. You know, this horrible tactic of all these teams at the minute trying to play the ball out from the goalie and passing it around their own box, and now they're all starting to concede goals and keepers are making errors. Next season it'll have gone out of fashion again. Be considered too risky.
Certainly has been a few. Waite again, still a bit of sunshine as he moves in and bowls, and Aldridge is out, caught behind. Good delivery from Waite. Aldridge remarks his guard, thinking he might get away with it, but actually he is gone. There's a pretty confident shout from everybody. Waite does just nibble it away around that off stump, and on that occasion, yeah, he got an edgy look back as soon as he'd hit it. Good bowling from Waite. Second wicket goes down. I wonder if Brett D'Oliveira now regrets giving home that over, which cost 12 runs and kind of bowled, I wouldn't say quite bowled Clark into form, but he hadn't really got going this morning, and then in that over he smashed a couple of boundaries and felt a lot better, I'm sure. Anyway, Aldridge is the man that's out. 253 for 8 is the score, and Ben Rain, who's got to be the best number 10 in the country, coming out to bat. Tom Taylor was down at 10 a couple of weeks ago, and I said he got some runs, and I said, you must have enjoyed that. He said, I wasn't really very happy about being number 10. Well, I shouldn't think Ben Rain, well, it's because of Parkinson coming in as night watchman, but
yeah,
Ben Rain at number 10, crikey.
Got a couple of hundreds to his name, including one, of course, against Worcestershire in a draw at Chester Street about 4 years ago.
Marty's off to do an update, with Worcestershire having picked up their second wicket of the morning on the hour. Casey Aldridge caught behind by Gareth Roderick off the bowling of Matthew Waite for 13. So 3 for 29 for Matthew Waite at the end of that over. Oh, it's not the end of the over, sorry. 14.4 overs. 1 maiden, 3 for 29. Oh, you're not doing an update. I thought you were off to do an update, Marty. 253 for 8. Oh, he is. It's DT. Good morning, David Townsend.
Good morning.
Nice to
Frank.
see you. Good afternoon, actually, isn't it? Just. Here's Matthew Waite in to the left-handed Rain, who's forward pushing out on the offside.
Well,
And there's no run.
I always think of morning as being before lunch, don't you?
Yeah, but I suppose,
I know
you know,
technically it's
yeah,
past noon, but
cricket. It's a good cricket morning then. Good morning.
and the very definition of the word afternoon is
Afternoon, indeed. Yeah, there you go. So you've just shut yourself down, haven't you? Destroyed your own argument.
But I think that
It's
is
a good way to start. Come on and contradict yourself in the first sentence. Is Waite again. Bowls to Rain. Lets that go outside the offside. End of the over. Good stuff from Matthew Waite. 253 for 8. I was just saying, David, that Brett D'Oliveira might regret giving Jack Home that one over that cost 12 runs and kind of changed the momentum a bit. But good from Waite. He's been really tidy.
and that one that took the wicket just seemed to bounce a little bit more, just as
There's been 2 or 3 that have done that. I think we saw that one that Aldridge. Well, I can't remember. It was Aldridge or Clark. Aldridge, I think. No, it was Clark. But it hit the shoulder of the bat and went over the slips off the bowling of Harry Darley, who's no great pace. But yeah.
Yeah, I think cricketing terms morning is before lunch. And the funny thing is, if you've ever watched a day-nighter,
Ethan Brooks starts a new over, bowling to Clark, takes him on the pad, no run.
you watch a day-nighter, you watch the first session, and they troop off at about sort of 4:30, and you say, "Oh, that was Australia's morning," because it's that first session.
Nonsense.
You know?
Yeah, one of those quirks of the modern game. Is Brooks again from the Diglis end, bowls, and that's wide and gets away with it really. So wide, Clark could hardly reach it. Tried to flat bat it through the covers and got a bottom corner on it. Really, just squeezed it out on the offside. Home did the fielding. Pretty even contest, I think, overall. This one, Worcestershire have been tidy this morning, with the exception of that one over from Home.
A good game of county cricket.
Brooks again is in and bowls, and Clark is working this one away on the leg side, out to Latigan on the boundary, out at deep square leg. A single is taken. Clark moves on to 77. Sunset strip. Rain on strike, the left-hander. I was just saying, he's only at 10 because of the night watchman coming in ahead of him, but there can't be many better number 10s in county cricket than Ben Rain. Pretty good. I'd call him a proper all-rounder. He might be a bowling all-rounder, but he's been in the runs this season already, I think, and really unusual to see him down at number 10. Trying to get him out, really. Leaves this one alone outside the off stump, and it's taken by Gareth Roderick, who picked up his second catch of the innings in the previous over.
Jack Home might take you up on that after his innings yesterday, Frank.
Yeah, true.
Big
And
day
I was just saying
yesterday.
that Tom Taylor was 10 a couple of weeks ago, and he said, you know, I'm not happy. I don't really like batting at 10. Rain leaves this one again outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah, big day yesterday, and just that one over where he got punished today. Sort of, what's the saying, after the Lord Mayor's show or something, isn't it? He was.
Yeah, did you see that young Glamorgan seamer, Tom
Yes.
Norton, get the hat-trick yesterday? Wow, that was fantastic, wasn't it? What a debut that is. Brooks in round the wicket bowls. Rain drives loosely at that one outside the off stump, misses it, taken by Roderick. End of a pretty tidy over from Ethan Brooks. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 10. That's not bad for a 5th seamer. He's having to fulfil that role, really. All sorts of injuries for Worcestershire in the seam bowling department, but he's been pretty decent in this innings. 254 for 8.
Yeah, 1 or 2 wickets falling around the country today. I just had a look at the Old Trafford score. Lancashire 69 for 6 there, which wickets tumbling. That one looks could well be over today, I think, Frank.
Yep.
Second division match.
Wait, do you want to do this one?
Leave it for you. I'm on.
Bowls to Clark, and he edges that along the ground to Gully, where Libby tumbles to his left to do the fielding. Yeah, let's just have we'll go through this over. We'll have a look at the scores elsewhere. There's so many games going on, it's hard to find them all, but let's start with that one, shall we? That Lancashire game against David's Middlesex. Lancashire lead by just 109 runs with 4 wickets remaining. So opportunities for both sides there, you would feel. There's Waite bowls, and this is turned on the leg side by Clark for a single. So Lancashire made 201 in their first innings. Middlesex made 169. Lancashire might well have felt they were on top, but 77 for 6 now in their second innings. 4 wickets for Ryan Higgins. Can't keep Ryan Higgins out of the action very often. Middlesex haven't been playing particularly well, but he is a very, very combative cricketer. Waite bowls to Rain outside the off stump, beats him with one that goes across him. Roderick gathers it tumbling to his left. Don't know how much you've seen of Seb Morgan, David, but he's a very, very promising young cricketer.
Seen him a couple of times on.
Yeah, played
on video. I've not seen him.
Played in the under-19s against India here last year, and a couple of games that I saw, and I was very impressed. Really, really good. Warwickshire have really turned it round against Yorkshire. They now lead by 316 with 6 wickets remaining. They're at 321 for 4 in their second innings. Waite bowls again, left alone by Rain. Sussex Leicestershire, high scoring game. Leicestershire 328, Sussex 430. Leicestershire just starting their second innings. Hampshire against Essex is fairly evenly poised at Chelmsford as well. Hampshire lead by 63 runs with 3 down in their second innings, 101 for 3. Gloucestershire Kent, very even as well. 325 plays 327, and Gloucestershire 14 without loss in their second innings. And Somerset Glamorgan, well, that's the one where the young lad got a hat-trick yesterday. Rain plays this defensively off the back foot. Somerset lead by 209 runs, but they have only 2 wickets remaining, and that's after they had a first innings lead of 120 odd, so they're 84 for 8 in their second innings. Glamorgan will fancy if they could get those last 2 wickets and win that one. That would be a really, really statement win and statement turnaround for the newly promoted Welshmen. Not that they've got many Welshmen these days. Waite bowls, and that's beautifully driven by Ben Rain. Nice way to get off the mark. Over pitch from Waite and hammered through extra cover for a boundary. Rain goes 2-4 then at the end of the over. It's 259 for 8, and just to finish off the other scores, Derbyshire Northants, well, Derbyshire absolutely on top and in with a chance of getting their first win of the season, despite Northamptonshire going into that one in really good fettle after hammering Worcestershire last week. Derbyshire 604 for 7 declared, and Northants in reply 131 for 6. They're only 473 runs behind. Notts against Surrey at Trent Bridge. Notts 415, Surrey 272 for 4. Wouldn't mind betting on that being a draw, and we've done the Lancashire one. So there you go, you're all up to date as Ethan Brooks prepares to bowl a new over. Now you'll have to do this one, Dave, because I'm out of breath.
So Brooks in bowls and forward defensive. Talking about that hat trick, we saw the hat trick ball. It's on social media and various places. You can catch up with it. What sort of shot was that though for a hat trick ball, Frank? A sort of loose flick, sort of trying to flick it through mid wicket.
It was.
First
it hit him in front of off, didn't it? As well. Yeah.
I mean,
the other 2 were nicks. He said he knew it was out as soon as he hit the pad.
Brooks bowls again and defended again.
The bowler, he said, I saw the net. He said, and what he said, I can't remember his exact words, but he said, I thought it looked out, he said, or something like that. So I started to celebrate. It was wonderful. What a moment. What a moment.
It was it was one of those that was missing leg and missing off, wasn't it? Hitting halfway up middle.
Fantastic.
Brooks again, and that's outside the off stump. No run. He's doing the job here, isn't he? He's just keeping it tight, keeping it tidy.
Yeah.
hasn't taken a wicket yet, but into his 7th over now and just conceded the 10 runs. That's perfect for what is required. Just keep Durham down, keep that first, get yourself a lead. Brooks bowls again, and that's pushed into mid-wicket, and again there's no run there. Get a lead, even a lead of 20-25, you think that's
just a little bit of
just a little bit of an advantage, isn't it?
And I mean, it's a good pitch, I think. This good cricket pitch is what some of the players have said to me. But there are signs that it's deteriorating, and it might be worse to bat on last.
Brooks bowls again, and that beats Clark there outside the off stump. And even though he's on 78, that one's gone past the edge, and he's down the pitch. And as Frank said, there's just a little bit there, wasn't there, from
I was just thinking that
paces.
with an old ball. I can't say it's 72 and a half overs old or whatever it is, because they've changed it about 3 times. So I don't know how many overs it's really had bowled with it. But against a guy with
Brooks bowls, that swung away.
He's got him.
Brooks has got his wicket.
Goodness me.
Clark has been caught at a deep mid-wicket, looking for the short boundary over there by the scoreboard. He's just stood up, swung that one away, and straight to mid-wicket, and that's the 9th wicket fall. So
Dan Latigan on the fence took the catch, but that's a real bonus, isn't it? Short, not sure it was banged in short. In fact, it's interesting watching the replay. Brooks, it wasn't a trap, was it? He's just dragged it down, I think, because if you look at him, he looks quite disappointed with himself when he's bowled it. And then he thinks, oh, hang on a minute, I'm going to pick a wicket up here, and it's hit it straight down his throat. So there we go. Graham Clark is not going to get the highest score of the innings, because Beddingham made 83, but he has played very, very well.
And Brooks figures now 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10.
Yeah, what a good job he's done. As you were saying, I mean, he's just done exactly the job. He's been 5th seamer when everybody's been fit, but with the lack of experience in the lineup, particularly for this game in the seam bowling lineup, he's become kind of more important, really, and he's stepped up really, really well. 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. Superb. I've no idea what Luke Robinson's like as a batsman, but I suspect that we might see Ben Rain trying to, not just dominate the strike, but actually
get a move on.
Maybe play a shot, shall we say? Play a shot or two. But good from Ethan Brooks, and Graham Clark's gone, and that slender lead that David Townsend was talking about that Worcestershire might fancy getting is there for the taking, really. 259 for 9. They lead by 49 by my rather dicey arithmetic.
It would be correct if Worcestershire scored 308, Frank. So.
Yeah, thank you for checking. Just wait over the wicket to the left-handed Rain then. He bowls, and Rain is on the back foot, punching this one straight down the ground, but the sprightly, youthful Jack Home moves across from mid-off and makes sure that they don't get a single. And Brett D'Oliveira says, well done for your alacrity. I will reward you by moving you out to deep mid-wicket and come into mid-on myself. So maybe they're going to hope that Ben Rain does a Clark and picks up a short one out to a fielder in the deep. It was a decent catch by Latigan. He's right on the rope. Tall man, took it above his head two-handed. Here is weight, bowls, and Rain does exactly as I thought he might. Decide to be aggressive and hits that in the air, one bounce over mid-on for 4. D'Oliveira's response is prompted by his bowler to put long off and long on back. The weight says, I'm not having that. I've bowled 16.1 overs tidily, got 3 for 34. I've been smacked down the ground to make it 3 for 38. and I'm not happy. Go back. So will Rain take a single at this point, or will he go for more? 16.2 overs then for Waite. Bowls the third ball of his 17th, and it's on a length, and Rain drives it into the covers, where it's fielded by Brooks.
What's he got? A couple of slips and that fielder at shortish. What's he moved to? Oh, he's got to have a chat with the bowler.
Yeah,
so shortish extra, and then everybody else on the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the boundary, Frank.
Yep. It'll change after this ball, I suspect, as Waite bowls, and well, Rain's in proper white ball mode now because he's trying a little ramp. Always one of those things, isn't it? You walk across your stumps, try a little sort of scoopy, rampy type shot. Looks great when it comes off. Looks blooming awful when it doesn't. And on that occasion, Rain, he got in a right tangle. But it's a statement of intent. He will definitely be looking for a single now in the next 2 balls. I've never seen Luke Robinson bat, but from the way Rain's gone about it, I'm not sure he rates him very highly.
Well, I thought you were going to say, I'm not sure we're going to see him bat today.
No, Rain does not look to me like a batter who's got a great amount of confidence in his partner. I could be wrong.
Well, they're still sort of offering him a single, aren't they? One of the slips has come out.
Yeah, there's
third man's
5 saving
up,
1 now, isn't there? So anyway, here's Waite. 2 balls left in the over, and bowls to Rain, and he's not got a single. He's got 4 down the leg side, aimed in, sort of angled, trying to bang it in and tuck him up and stop him getting his arms free, and he's got 2 straight, and he's just swiveled round, got a glove on it, or maybe a splice.
Just wonder how close that was to
being a catch. Yeah, so I'll have a look at the replay. It's gone down to fine leg for 4. Here we go. Yeah, it's out of his reach. I think it went past him at sort of catchable height, but out of his reach. Waite's a bit cheesed off, I think, this over. He's gone to the boundary twice. 267 for 9. Last ball of the over. Can he keep his man at that end? Comes in and bowls. No, he can't, unfortunately for him. It's actually quite easily negotiated by Rain. Gets the single he wants, clips it out on the leg side to Jack Home, and keeps the strike, much to the annoyance of Brett Dolvera, I should think. Waits. I mean, what a lot of bowlers would do there is just bowl the bumper, isn't it, to get out of the over and get the dot ball, but Waite hasn't quite got that pace. So tried to just get it straight, and Rain was able to work it away for a single. 268 for 9. Rain keeps the strikes, 13 not out, and Worcestershire will start the whole pantomime again with everybody on the boundary for 4 balls, apart from a couple. There's 2 saving 1. I think Rain will really try to tuck into Ethan Brooks. Just round the wicket to him and bowls, and doesn't try and tuck into that. He just pushes it out on the offside.
It might be harder, mightn't it? It is slightly lesser pace.
Yeah,
you know,
especially with all these fielders out,
forcing it rather than
absolutely
just placing it.
Here's Brooks again, round the wicket bowls, and well, goodness me, I've never tried to play that shot, so I can't really explain how it feels. But Rain he's warming up for the T20s, isn't he? He's walked inside it, and he's just tried that little scoopy ramp down to fine leg, and again he's not really got hold of it. He's rehearsed it about 8 times since he's played it, and he's still not quite sure, I don't think. But that's what he's tried to do on that occasion. I reckon wide mid wicket is his area of choice, really.
That's what he's looking for, Frank. It's in the air,
and he is caught. He's clipped it in the air, and Brooks has got his man. I think it's Jack Home that's taken the catch, And Worcestershire have dismissed Durham and got themselves a nice little lead of 40 runs. David.
And we haven't seen Luke Robinson.
It was Harry Darley who took the catch. No, we still don't know, do we, if he's any good or not? We still have no idea. Ethan Brooks, though, has nipped in with a couple of wickets there at the end of the innings, which is nice for him. And it was Harry Darley that took the catch, not Jack Home. And Ben Rain has gone for 13, and it leaves Luke Robinson unbeaten on an immaculate not out.
He didn't need his bat at all, did he? He could have gone out there without it. 7.3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10.
Yeah, nice stuff. He did.
Very pleased with
Do you know, funnily enough, I had a conversation with him on Thursday before the game, and I said, bearing in mind all the injuries, I said, it looks like you'll be third seamer tomorrow, not fifth seamer. And he said, yes, he said, and I can think of better teams to fulfil that role in against than Durham, he said, thinking, of course, of the Ben Stokes incident 4 years ago, if we can call it that, when Stokes smashed it all over the place. But in fact, he said, and then he said, but you know what, it's an opportunity, and there you go, he's got his couple of wickets. So there we are, Durham 268 all out in 74.3 overs. Ben Rain, the last man out, for 13, and Worcestershire have a lead of 40. The sun is shining, and we will be back in around about 10 minutes time, 7 or 8 minutes time. Worcestershire will have a nasty little 40-minute session to negotiate before lunch, but they'll be pleased with their morning's work. Durham resuming on 207 for 6, dismissed for 268. Until we resume, thanks for being with us, and go and put the kettle on.
3 of the innings.
Welcome back to New Road, where play's about to resume. Worcestershire starting their second innings with a first innings lead of 40 after dismissing Durham for 268. Took the last 4 Durham wickets this morning for 51. With Graham Clark, the man who made the most runs apart from Beddingham yesterday's 83. Clark going on from his overnight 48 to 78 before he was out. Caught in the deep off Ethan Brooks. Ben Rain starts the new innings with a short ball outside the off stump, which the left-handed Dan Latigan hammers into the covers, but can't beat the fielder at extra cover, Luke Robinson. So no run added. So today Ollie Robinson caught by Libby in the slips off Taylor for 5. Casey Aldridge caught by the keeper Gareth Roderick off Matthew Waite for 13. Rain bowls, Latigan pushes out on the offside, there's no run. Graham Clark, as I say, clipping Brooks out into the deep to be caught by Latigan for 78, and then Ben Rain, the last man out, caught in the deep by Darley off Brooks for 13. Luke Robinson was not out, didn't actually face a delivery. There were 9 extras, and Durham were dismissed for 268. Tom Taylor 3 for 64. Harry Darley 1 for 58. Matthew Waite 3 for 43. Jack Home 1 for 67. Rain round the wicket. Latigan leaves. D'Oliveira 6 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 25. And the man who finished it all off, Ethan Brooks, 2 wickets from him. 7.3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. So nice stuff from Ethan Brooks to finish things off. Worcestershire will be pretty happy with the morning. And they now have a pretty tricky little 35-minute session because lunch isn't until 1:10. Rain round the wicket, bowls and short, and Latigan again cuts but straight to Luke Robinson in the covers, and there's no run, so they're not yet away in this second innings. 83 overs left in the day. Worcestershire have taken 5 points so far to Durham's 4. And tea will be at 4 o'clock. Rain round the wicket to Latigan. Bowls left alone again outside the off stump by Latigan. Rain, who is in magnificent form this season. He got 5 foot in the first. He's taken 29 wickets so far. And they've come, I don't know, absolutely haven't got the stats in front of me, but I'm pretty sure around about 15 a piece, maybe even a bit less than that. Pretty outstanding effort from, I think we can call him a veteran without being rude, Ben Rain. About to complete the first over, and he's in now, and he bowls, and Latigan is forward. It's a maiden as Luke Robinson does the fielding again. So a good start from Rain. 1 over gone. Ben Stokes will take the new ball from the Diglis end, and Worcestershire have a lead of 40, then 0 without loss in this second innings.
Ben Stokes.
Be interesting to see how many overs Stokes bowls on this occasion. It was the second new ball yesterday where he only bowled the 3. Thinking about the day one, I think he bowled about 5 or 6 overs, didn't he, in his first spell?
First spell was about, I think it might have only been 5, yeah.
Right, let's see what he can do then. Durham have been below par in this game so far as Stokes comes in and bowls. And Libby plays this first ball down towards deep point. Clark chases after it. Libby will get 2 and is off the mark. I don't think Durham bowled particularly well in the first innings, particularly yesterday morning when that 10th wicket stand was allowed to develop. And the batting below par. Only taken 1 batting point from the game. Has been a bit of uneven bounce, we've seen that today, but find themselves 40 runs behind at the start of this innings as Stokes bowls, playing a miss there from Libby. It's going to be interesting to see how this one develops today. I feel like we've not really known where we've been with this game the last couple of days because we lost 30 overs on day 1. I think the game could well progress at a rate of knots this afternoon. And it is another 104 over day as they can claw back another 8 overs lost from day 1 today, but they won't be able to claim any extra overs tomorrow. Stokes comes in and bowls, and that has gone through to the keeper. Ben Rain needs 1 more for 50 wickets against Worcestershire, doesn't he?
Yeah, we think so, don't we? Yeah.
Started with 44, didn't he, and took a 5 It's got a bit gloomy out there again as Stokes comes in and bowls. Playing a miss from Libby. Worcestershire 2 for none. Oh, that's a thick edge and it's over gully and away for 4 down to third man. Graham Clark watched that one rise over his head. Had he been at third man, he might have. Do you think he would have had a catching chance there or not?
Probably would have landed about a few yards short, but unusual shot for Libby. Don't often see him chase it outside the off stump like that. It really was a chase, wasn't it? It was on the front foot as well. Sliced.
Stokes comes in once more. That's another edge, and that's 4 more. That's gone along the floor past third slip. Libby on 10. 2 thick edges there. Stokes collects his sweater from Hassan Adnan, the umpire. They've switched ends now for the second innings and heads off into the field. So Rain looking for this 50th wicket for him against Worcestershire. Lead of 40, negligible, Frank? What do you reckon?
Well, no, I think it's
good.
I can't really call it negligible, I suppose, in a game where the scores are around about 250. Can you 300? It's just a what is it? Rain bowls down the leg side. Good take by Robinson. That was a wide one. I suppose in a 300 game, a lead of 40 is got to be reasonably significant, I suppose, isn't it? But couple of early wickets and it's wiped out. Said that if they're 50 for none in the second innings and it gets up towards 100 and you still got a lot of wickets in hand, then it looks significant, but it's not massive, is it? Rain in, bowls. Latigan plays out on the onside. Gay fields. What I would say, Marty, and I said it when I was on with David, is that whilst I think both teams have regarded this as a pretty good cricket pitch because it's offered a bit but not too much. It has been a bit up and down, and it's showing signs of some deterioration. It might be worse to bat on day 4, so maybe in that sense we've got to take that into account really, as Latigan leaves again outside the off stump from rain. So if they can get a lead of, if they can set something in the way of, I don't know, in excess of 250, that might take some getting on the last day. But it only needs Ben Stokes to get in, doesn't it, for an hour, as we all know. And that can soon change. So it's good game, isn't it? Nicely poised. Nicely poised. Rain again round the wicket, balls to Latigan, and Latigan is off the mark with a squirted back foot drive on the offside, just for a couple of runs. Libby was thinking about coming back for 3, but then realised that Luke Robinson had been quite quick across the ground in chasing that out to the boundary, so they only got a couple.
There were 83 overs, I think, were there, to go when they came out to bat, or 84?
80 after this, and this is the 3rd, so 83, yeah.
Still a lot of cricket to come to take there.
Absolutely. Rain bowls, Latigan is forward, plays that back to the bowler. Yeah, absolutely. We'll have a good idea of where the game's going by the end of today, that's for sure. You know what, a week ago, Marty, I was sitting at Northampton and we were wondering where the game was going to go, and it ended that day, and we weren't that far away from where we are now, so you just never know. Rain in, bowls, Latigan is turned round by that one, gets a leading edge and it runs out on the offside. Good over from Ben Rain. It ends with 2 runs having come off it, with Worcestershire 12 without loss. You know, one of those, I'm sure you've been there lots of times when you're on an away trip and it comes to the last day and you don't know whether to check out of the hotel or not, and you do or you don't or whatever. Well, last week it was one of those where nobody had any intention of checking out of the hotel, and we all ended up going back to the hotel after the game and checking out and going home.
Yeah, I remember during that Bob Willis Trophy, and Durham had Essex on the ropes on the Saturday morning, and thought, well, they only need 2 or 3 more wickets and they'll win this. And I rang my wife and I said I'll be home tonight, and I didn't get home until the following night. I've said how many times we've said when we think the game's heading for a draw, and then one side falls apart, a bit like the Durham's run trace against Lancashire a couple of weeks ago. Stokes starts his 2nd over, that's through to the keeper. I still think with that Lancashire match, Jimmy Anderson declared with 8 overs to go on the 3rd night, and it was really gloomy conditions. They had the floodlights on, but apparently he'd said to the umpires, if we declare, can we come out and bowl? And supposedly was told yes. And I'm saying, as they're walking off the field, I'm sure the umpires won't let them come back out on this, and of course they didn't. And then he declared, and he'd only set Durham 336, and I said, well, that is doable on this ground. Warwickshire chased more last year. That's in the air. Oh, just beats Clark in the gully, and it's gone down towards 3rd man. We do have a 3rd man in now, in Luke Robinson, after 2 4s from the previous. That wasn't far off. That's Libby has now found the edge 3 times from the bowling of Stokes. So Stokes has found Libby's edge 3 times from his bowling. He's living a bit of a charmed life at the minute for his 12 from 8 deliveries. Worcestershire 14 for none. 54 ahead. Stokes comes in again and bowls, and Libby plays that nicely off the back foot. That's a back foot punch out past point. Clark's chasing after it towards the boundary in front of the ladies' pavilion. They'll run 3. You can hear the shouts of yeah. I think that was from Latigan. Barry Skinner's been on. We were talking about player sponsors. So did you say it was Northants last week who were announcing the player sponsors?
Yeah.
And they did it at Bristol a few weeks ago. He said, you and your colleague doing an excellent job as normal. He said, if you remember, in the mid-2000s, Durham used to announce player sponsors as well when they came out to bat or started a ball. Barry, I cannot remember things I did last week, never mind, never mind the mid-2000s. Madigan on strike to Stokes. Left-hander plays this one back up to the bowler. I definitely recall Burnley having sponsors for corners in extra time. And at Leicester City, when they won a corner, they used to have a guy with a hunting horn, didn't they? He would do a little sort of hunting horn tune. Hasn't worked particularly well for them the last few seasons. Madigan on 2. Stokes comes in from the Diglas end, 17 for none. Oh, driving a miss there. Through to the keeper. I think any club that has to resort to gimmickry in football, you've got an issue, haven't you?
I don't know. Sponsors pay more money if they get more exposure, I suppose.
Ladigan plays this one up to mid-on to Lees. No run there. End of the over, 5 from it. I'm thinking more hunting horns for corners. Weren't Stoke City, didn't they used to pipe crowd noise into the PA system?
I don't know. Honestly, I've no idea. To be honest, there are so many aspects, aren't there, of modern football that you could raise your eyebrows at. That
people with flags.
Well,
on the touchline.
I just think, managers coming out of the technical areas, one that annoys me a lot. I think some of them take that too far. Players feigning injury is the most annoying thing for me. Pretending they've been hit on the head when they haven't. Goalkeepers going down and pretending they're injured in stoppage time so that the coaches can get everybody round and have like an unofficial timeout. It's a dishonest game in many ways. It's a shame because we all love it. Rain bowls, Libby beaten. That's the Rain delivery. I'm calling it that. I called it that this morning when Darley bowled a couple. Angled in, hits the deck, holds its line, does enough. Maybe just a tad fuller and it would be really, really dangerous, but Rain might concede a few more runs if he bowled a little bit fuller, but just beautiful, perfectly placed, pitched delivery past the outside edge again. He's in again, he bowls that one a little bit wider. Libby's able to leave it, taken by the keeper.
I said earlier about somebody had talked about this being the sort of pitch where the ball had your name on it, and it's James has been back on from Glasgow. He said, I wasn't too far out on Friday with my description of this as a sly wicket, keeping the batters honest and making for an interesting contest. So it was him who came up with it.
Good cricket wicket is the way it's been described to me by more than one of the Worcestershire players. I think they're happy with it, especially after last year. Rain bowls again and bowl. Libby turns it on the leg side and bright sunshine now. Graham Clark Fields. You saw the game here last year that ended in 2 days. That was pretty typical. I mean, Alan Richardson said to me when we were discussing last season that really, with one exception, the Red Bull games here, he said it was just like playing the same game over and over again, just the same thing over and over again, and the pitches were it was just too much in favour of the bowler. Rain in, bowls, Libby leaves outside the off stump, and as I said yesterday, I think, if you were a visiting batter, you only had to do it twice. Sam Hayne actually played magnificently for Warwickshire here and was not out in both innings on a pitch that was very difficult to bat on. But if you're in the home side, you had to do it every other week, and it was very, very, very disheartening. This and the pitch against Kent 2 weeks ago have been much, much better. Rain in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Libby. Much better. May still be called sly by is it Jim? in Glasgow, and he might be right, but yeah, decent contest. It's been a decent contest, hasn't it? Here we are in day 3. Worcestershire 57 ahead after getting a first innings lead of 40, but it's been a decent contest. Ben Rain, bright sunshine now, really lovely. Bit chilly, but not nicer than it was this morning. As he comes in again and bowls, and Libby is reaching well forward to this one and pushing it back up the pitch to the bowler. 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 2 from the parsimonious Rain. Worcestershire 17 without loss.
Sun's out. Bright sunshine in Worcester now. It's been a cold grey day so far. Quite a stiff northerly breeze. Stokes bowling his 3rd over here then. Worcestershire 17 for none. Comes in from the Diglas end to Latigan. Latigan plays this up to Lees at mid-on, no run. Stokes again comes in. Where's that gone? That's up in the air, is it? Where is it? It's gone for 4 through mid-wicket. Totally lost sight of that. Did that get up in the air or not?
No, he just whacked it safely. Hit down on it.
2-leg side-ish from Stokes there. Latigan helps himself to a 4 through mid-wicket. Is that Sport Extra with us by chance?
No, they will be though, I think at 1 o'clock when all the other games stop.
They get 10 minutes of bonus time here, do they? Latigan on 6 as Stokes bowls, and that is left alone. Stokes to Latigan now, playing a miss there. Seemed to lose his balance as he was trying to drive through that one. He's gone for a walk now. Plays the shot again. Latigan in the first innings got 2. Libby got 9. And Roderick only made 6 now with the first 3 wickets to fall. 40 for 3, 52 for 4, then a 97 run partnership for the 5th wicket. That one is left alone. Previous one where he drove at it and missed it, it just pitched and stayed really low, but it angled across the stumps and through to the keeper. One ball of this 6th over to go here on the BBC. Stokes comes in and bowls, and that is a leave. That is the end of the over. A boundary from it through mid-wicket, and that was the only scoring shot. 21 for none. Leads 61.
Yeah, good stuff from Latigan. Played missed at 1, but a couple of good leaves. Stokes couldn't believe how close one of them was to the stumps, but good judgment from Latigan, who did a little interview in the middle of last week talking about how excited he was to be playing against Ben Stokes, and how he was looking forward to it. And although he got him out in the first innings, and he might well get him out again, great experience for a young opener. Ben Rain bowls slightly over pitched. Libby drives, doesn't time it though, and running to his left at mid on and preventing a run is the Durham captain Alex Lees. 21 without loss then. Worcestershire having taken the last 4 Durham wickets for 51 runs this morning. 268 all out the visitors. Rain bowls, Libby drives. This time he does get runs. He'll probably get 2 back between the bowler and mid on. Lees runs back from mid on to do the fielding. Score goes up to 23 without loss.
Meldrew has messaged on Blue Sky and says 200 for 4 to 268 all out against a depleted bowling attack is pretty poor. Shades of the collapses of last year.
Yeah, when you put it like that, it does look a bit worse, doesn't it? 200 for 4 at one stage. Libby forward, taking on the pad, bit of bat in it too, I think. Lobs up in the air, drops safely on the leg side. Yeah, 200 for 4 when Bedding was out in the 51st over.
Parkinson, night watchman, got none. Robinson 5, Aldridge 13, Rain 13, so that tail didn't really add any runs, did it? The middle order and the tail.
There's Rain again. Lovely sunshine now. Still quite chilly, I think. Bowls, and Libby is turning this on the leg side straight to Clark at mid wicket. Score remains 23 without loss. We've got 10 minutes left to go to lunch. Probably in 3 overs, I would think, after this. Unless we see the old give the spinner a little bowl before lunch, and we see Parkinson on, but the ball's only 7 overs old after this. More likely to stay with the seamers, I think, as Rain is in, bowls, and Libby is forward and turning it to mid wicket again, where Clark again does the fielding.
I wonder if there's any rowing teams on the river today.
Oh, there will be, yeah. Sunday morning is very, very busy time, usually on the river.
There was nothing when I came over earlier. I was surprised it was quiet.
I often go for a walk around about sort of 10 or 11 on a Sunday, and Worcester Rowing Club are usually out in force. Rain in, bowls, Libby defends, and on the onside, and that is another really tidy over from Rain, just 2 runs from it. 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 4. 23 without loss. Latigan 6, Libby 17.
From what I've seen with my daughter the last couple of years competing in rowing competitions with Sunderland Rowing Club, this is the time of the year when the competitions generally start to get going, and then by high summer it's all sort of done and dusted, and then I think there's not much goes on during the summer holidays because people are away and whatnot, and then they have a few autumnal race meets. In comes Stokes then to start his 4th over, 23 for none. Latigan on strike, defends this one, rolls it up to mid-off, no run there. I told her not to get involved in rowing, Frank.
Why?
I just thought she'd go backwards.
I knew I was being the straight man.
Yeah, well, it was fairly obvious, wasn't it? Went to watch them competing in a regatta next to the racecourse cricket ground in Durham City last year. Great day out. This has gone down the leg side, little waft from Latigan.
Stripy blazer?
No, but I mean, we'd only really gone to watch their race, but we ended up staying for hours, and we were slightly underprepared because we hadn't taken any picnics or anything like that, but a lot of the other groups had big gazebos up with the rowing club badges on them and all this, and it was just a really nice atmosphere. It wasn't the main regatta because they have big grandstands up for that one. Good diving stop there from Rain at mid-off to stop that one racing away for 4 from Ladigan off Stokes' bowling.
What would you reckon would be the most Durham would want to chase on this pitch?
About 260.
Be an interesting game, wouldn't it, if they got that sort of target.
Stokes to Latigan, that is left alone.
With the proviso, of course, that a Stokes-Beddingham combo could make a mockery of it, or McKinney for that matter. He could score really quickly, but yeah, 260 plus would make it interesting, I think. Anything less than that, I'd fancy them to get it. Anything more, 300, deteriorating pitch might make Worcestershire slight favourites.
Stokes in again. This is defended.
The good thing is that it's a sort of pitch that even if it were 300, you could still get it. It's not a minefield, is it? You're not going to say, "Oh, we'll never get 300 on there." You could imagine 2 or 3 batters getting in, and you could still get it. I know you're saying they haven't batted particularly well in the first.
Well, 2
innings,
players got in, didn't they, for Durham in that innings with
Clark and Beddingham.
Clark and Beddingham. Beddingham 83 yesterday, Clark 78 today.
Gay looked good, didn't he, while he was in?
And then was out for 28, yeah.
Although he did survive a good shout as well, didn't he?
Nobody else really got any runs.
No.
Last ball of the over, that is left alone. It's a maiden.
I reckon we'll have 2 more, won't we?
3.7 minutes and over. It's meant to be bowled.
Yeah, Rain gets through. I mean, it's not as if the balls disappear into all parts either. So on the board it says 13:02. So we got just gone to 3. So 7 minutes. So yeah, we'll get 2 more in. He'll finish this one well in advance of 10 past. So 2 more overs for Worcestershire to try and negotiate against this new ball to get through to lunch unscathed. They lead by 63 at the moment, and it's Ben Rain to bowl to Jake Libby. 3 slips waiting over the wicket. He bowls and Libby is forward, pushing up to mid-off.
If you look at the gate, if you look across towards the cathedral and you see the gate where you go out towards the nets,
Yeah,
it looks like there's a giant washing machine in the hedge.
it does. It's actually a stadium plan. Yeah. Household appliances in that direction.
I was thinking,
Yeah.
why have they got a washing machine in the hedge?
Yeah, it plugs into the cathedral.
Yeah.
It does. It's a stadium plan, actually.
Yeah.
It comes Rain, who bowls, and Libby is forward, steers that down to Parkinson in the gully, or backward point. He might have a bit of bowling to do in this innings, Callum Parkinson.
Now that I've seen that, I'm not going to unsee it anymore.
No,
I'll have to refer to that as washing machine corner, I think.
I'll mention it every game now. And the plug hole.
Yeah.
The cathedral plug socket. Rain in, bowls, and Libby tucks this one away down to long leg. He'll pick up a couple. Decent running. Fielded down there by Robinson, I think. 25 without loss.
Well, I'm pleased to say that sensibly they've only delivered lunch now today because it came early yesterday and then we had the 40-minute delay.
Yeah,
So
I hope it's a bit.
looks like there's a bit of salad in there.
It was cold yesterday by the time we got it, unfortunately.
I could do with a bit of salad. I just nearly 3 weeks in hotels.
There's Rain again in, bowls, and Libby is defending this one on the onside. Thinks about a single, but decides against it as Lees comes from mid-on to do the fielding.
I normally put a bit of weight on during the cricket season because you spend that much time in hotels, but last year not covering any away games in the One Day Cup or the T20 cut down on hotel stays dramatically, so I didn't put any weight on.
Breakfast's the one, isn't it?
Yeah,
you don't need it, but
No.
because it's there. Yeah, I mean, I would normally just have cereal or porridge or something, but because it's there in the hotel, you have to have it. Rain bowls. Libby is, I was going to say he's out because he played at it and they appealed as Robinson took it. And it was one of those appeals where it started off quite sort of subdued and then they all joined in the slips, but it didn't have the feel of one that Rain went up straight away. That's my reading of it. I'm not sure, but
maybe James Middlebrook pretty quickly said no that.
Yeah. So Libby survives.
I think with breakfast, I mean, I have just had cereal 2 days out of 3 this week, but they had a buffet breakfast on this morning, and for speed I just grabbed a little bit of that, but I'll just have cereal again tomorrow.
Rain last ball of the over bowls and Libby gets a run down to long leg. He might even get 2 again. Indeed he does. He scampers back, doesn't want to face Ben Stokes, gets back for 2, goes on to 21 and the total to 27 without loss. At the end of Ben Rain's over, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. 1 over left to go before lunch, which Ben Stokes is about to deliver.
That looks to me like it's sort of breaded chicken goujons, chips. I think there was some salad I saw. Stokes will bowl the next over, and that will be the 10th of this innings, and then we'll be dipping into whatever it is we're dipping into. Latigan is on 6, he's faced 27 balls. Stokes coming round the wicket at him. The left-hander tries to york him, Latigan digs that one out. Stokes stares back at him as if to say, well, nearly had you there. How old's this stand, Frank? Do you know? When was this built?
It's been here longer than I can remember. Yeah.
Stokes bowls again, and that's driven hard by Latigan off the back foot. That's away for 4 through the covers. A really nice aggressive shot. Put a lot of power into that one. Takes him on to 10. 31 for none. Leads 71.
That end of the stand has obviously been developed above it, and what they call the view and the office block, but this low part here has been here for a very long time, I think.
Wasn't there talk of a new stand at this end with...
Yeah, there's been talk of it, but then I think recent thinking is, what's the point in spending loads of money on a ground when you might be moving elsewhere?
Stokes again, Latigan drives hard at that one. It's stopped by Gay in the covers. Hit him on the knee as he was diving across to his left there. Where are they thinking of going then if they were to relocate?
Well, there are 2 sites under consideration, and I don't know where either of them is. Nobody does. There are 2 sites being investigated.
Is there a bit of land up around the rugby complex?
I've heard suggestions. That's one part, but actually there's land up near Worcester Parkway Station, which is a new station, which is, I've also heard rumour, but it's pure rumour. I have no idea.
Next ball from Stokes to Latigan, played back to the bowler.
And they're not thinking the latest thinking is they wouldn't abandon New Road because you're never going to sell it for building or anything anyway. They would keep it, play cricket here, play some cricket here, but have an alternative venue, which is what 1 or 2 other grounds have done.
Well, Lancashire have built one, haven't they?
Northants are going to do it, I think.
Costly to run 2
but the idea of putting millions into developing this ground when it will never be able to have floodlights, etc., doesn't make sense.
Next ball bowled by Stokes, defended by Ladigan. It runs up to Rain at mid-off. So we've got one ball left and then it's luncheon. Still 73 overs to go in the day when they come back out in 40 or so minutes time. I'm going to head over to the washing machine and just check the load, just see if it's nearly done.
Yeah, put it on spin.
Last ball of the session, Ladigan on 10. Stokes comes in and bowls, and Ladigan, it's not the last ball because it's a no ball. There were a few no balls from Stokes in the first innings, weren't there? How many were there? Let's have a look. Four. 2 from Aldridge. Score jumps from 31 to 33. Over 8's +3. Stokes in again. And that is the end of the session, then that's a dot ball through to the keeper. So, Worcestershire 33 for none, lead by 73 at lunch on day 3 here, with Ladigan on 10 and Libby on 21.
And the story of the morning, Durham resuming on 207 for 6, losing their last 4 wickets for 51 runs in that session. 268 all out, 3 wickets for Taylor, 3 for Waite, 2 for Brooks. Graham Clark out for 78 this morning. Ollie Robinson out for 5. Casey Aldridge for 13 and Ben Rain for 13. A lead of 40 for Worcestershire. They've extended that by 33 at the break. Jake Levy has 21. Dan Latigan has 10. And Worcestershire lead overall by 73 runs at lunch on day 3 of this game at Visit Worcestershire New Road. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage this morning. I've been Frank Watson. I've also had alongside me Martin Emerson from BBC Radio Newcastle, and briefly David Townsend, a guest. We'll be back at around about 10 minutes to 2 when play resumes. Until then, have a very good afternoon and we'll see you later. Good afternoon, welcome back to New Road in Worcester, where players are about to get underway after lunch on day 3 of this game between Worcestershire and Durham. Worcestershire are 33 without loss at the break, a lead of 73 after they dismissed Durham in their first innings this morning for 268. Took the last 4 wickets for 51. We're going to have a bit of Casey Aldridge in the post-lunch session from the New Road end.
Casey Aldridge is bowling from the...
And he'll be bowling to Jake Libby, who is 21 not out off 27, delivers his partner at the crease. Dan Latigan 10 not out off 34 deliveries. Bright sunshine, but chilly here at New Road. And the crowd, the smallest of the 3 days that we've had.
My colleagues are sitting in the press box at the City Ground in Nottingham saying how cold it is there. It's only going to get to about 10 degrees there as well.
It's cramped as well. I'll tell you what, that is one of the tightest press boxes in the country. Here's Casey Aldridge moving away from us, right arm over the wicket, bowls. First ball after lunch, Libby is forward. It runs off the face of the bat to backward point or deep, short third man. Emilio Gay.
When I was working for 5 Live many moons ago, I was sent to Nottingham. It was when Joe Kinnear became Forest's manager, and they took the press conference live on the TV. And of course they didn't have a bleep button. It was quite a lively press conference.
I remember that. Aldridge in again, bowls. Libby is again running this one down to Gay at short third man. Yeah, it's a tight press box, and if you want to get out and it's half time or something, and not everybody else does, it's a nightmare. You have to climb over the front of it, or
Filbert Street used to be like that.
Yeah.
The worst one was Goodison Park.
Goodison Park,
awful.
Yeah,
you can't even put your feet down on the floor in there.
Yeah.
Because there's like a little bar where all the wires are.
There's Aldridge again in to bowl to Libby. Bowls, and Libby is going to get runs this time. Similar shot, but slightly fuller and wider, and he's steered it down to wide third man for a couple of runs. Callum Parkinson coming round to do the fielding. First runs of the afternoon session.
Haven't had a centurion in this match, have we? We've had an 80 and a 70, but
no. It's not been easy, but it's not been impossible. It's been a decent pitch in that sense. Aldridge bowls again, and Libby is on the back foot defending down on the onside, and the sun-hatted Clark comes in from mid-wicket to pick it up. 72 overs left in the day after this. Heck of a lot of cricket still to be played in this game as we approach 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's going to be a 104 over day, weather and light permitting. Aldridge in, bowls. Libby again runs the ball down to Gay at short third man. Gay, Libby and Aldridge, the busiest 3 cricketers on the ground in this over, the first post lunch. Good effort this morning from Worcestershire to take those last 4 wickets for 51. Ethan Brooks picked up the last 2, finished with very nice figures of 2 for 10. Aldridge bowls, Libby defends off the back foot, up to mid on Stokes Field's end of the over. Stokes has bowled 5 overs. Whether he'll bowl, I think he looks as though he is going to carry on. No, he's not. Ben Rain's going to have a bowl at the Diglis end, where Stokes shared the new ball with Rain, who bowled at this New Road end. So Rain coming on at the Diglis end with the score on 35 without loss, and Rain has so far been his usual miserly self. 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8.
I think there was talk of Stokes bowling 20 overs
in the game.
In
the game or in the innings? In the game.
Yeah.
Well, we've got 20 in the first innings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Must be per
It's quite a lot, isn't it? 20 per innings, but when you're easing your way back.
Rain comes in and bowls. And Latigan plays the ball up to Ben Stokes at mid-on, no run there. Maybe it was 20 in the game, and he's already...
Well, he's bowled. He's already bowled. What did he bowl? Was he bowled?
5 this morning.
25. Yeah. He's looked pretty fit, I must say. He's moved well, hasn't he? He's running well. A good sign from an England point of view.
What were his bowling figures? 2 for 54, 20 overs, 7 maidens. Ben Rain. The sun is shining here at New Road as Latigan skips out the road of that one. Who can you see, Frank? Who have you got your eyes on?
No, I'm just watching the batsman.
Old English sheepdog at the top of the steps at the left-hand corner of the Bennett's stand, the Diglas end. Thinking of the Bennett end at Leicester while looking at an ice cream van advert.
Famous Worcester dairy. Bennett's. Just over the road from my house.
Alright. Next ball's gone through to the keeper. What was the ice cream man here? Dean's Ices with us, was it many years ago?
I don't remember that.
There used to be a guy who used to come in the ground and he would listen to the games on his radio and then bring us a bowl of ice cream at the end of the day's play. Madigan's on 10. Libby's on 23. 35 for none, so the lead's 75. Rain comes round the wicket and bowls. Inside edge onto the pad and it ricochets off. Comes to rest just to the offside of the crease. Rain comes in. Latigan takes a step down the track and then leaves the ball. Andrew Hutchison has a message to say he's got the game on his huge TV. So they're watching us in Durham.
Nobody likes to show off, Andrew. TV would have been enough information.
In comes Rain again, that's defended. It's the end of the over at St Maiden. Well, we had all this building work done last year. We had an extension put on the back of the house and it has given us quite a lot more space. I mean, we had 60 people around for my wife's birthday party a couple of weeks ago and there was still plenty of room for everybody. I was surprised, but my little happy place now is I've got a TV in the corner of the extension, sitting watching the cycling on a Sunday afternoon. Can't get vexed.
35 without loss. Casey Aldridge starts his second over from the New Road end, and Libby is on his toes to a shortish ball. He's got a smallish batter, Libby, and Aldridge is 6'5" or so. Banged that in short. Libby had to raise his hands quite high to drop it down on the onside, but did so successfully.
This table that you didn't buy, which was going to cost a lot of money.
Not a lot of money.
No.
Just an outdoor smallish one.
No.
Aldridge bowls. Libby gets a run out behind square on the offside. Single. 36 for that loss. I mean, we've already got plenty of garden furniture.
Right, well, we should have really bought some garden furniture in October when it all goes discounted before it goes back into storage, because now's probably the wrong time in the year to buy garden furniture.
Yeah, very much so. This was at the show though, obviously.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, you're right, you can get some good deals at the end of the summer, can't you?
I tell you what, I love the Great Yorkshire Shows, not just for all the agriculture, but they have a big sort of market area with loads of stalls and the different clothes you can buy and food and things like that.
Aldridge bowls to Latigan for the first time, and the left-hander is leaving that one alone outside the off stump, and it goes through to Robinson. Lovely afternoon now, blue sky.
Yeah, it's
bit
not,
of white
not
cloud.
warm though.
Not warm, but bright sunshine. Nice and warm in here, and yeah, spectators. If they're sheltered from the wind and they've got a decent coat on, they're probably pretty comfortable.
Well, there's some people in t-shirts sitting with their backs to the hotel, so they're in the sun trap there.
Aldridge bowls and Latigan drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. Half volley outside the off stump and leans into it, Latigan, and that's a really super shot. Easily the best shot he's played. He goes to 14. He's had to be quite watchful. He's faced 42 deliveries, and that takes the total up to 40 and the lead to 80. Nice shot from Dan Latigan.
Good start from Worcestershire as well. 40 for none.
Ben Stokes retrieves the ball from down below us. That one coming over the rope right in front of our commentary position. Aldridge is in again and bowls, and Latigan drives again, and that'll be 4 more. Straight down the ground this time, and Ben Stokes moving to his left at mid-off, dives across and can't get hands on it. So Latigan successive boundaries, goes to 18. Aldridge, who was expensive in the first innings, and he bowled 19 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 72, and just a bit too full on those last 2 deliveries. Comes round the wicket now to Latigan, and he just is rather uncertainly pushing at this one, and it runs off the face to Clark in the gully, end of the over. 44 without loss, the lead 84.
Got a third man in. Beddingham's dropping down to third man for Ben Rain here. Rain bowling to Libby, who's on 24. Right arm over from the Diglas end. Libby plays and misses at that one. Shoots through to the keeper. McKinney's at first slip in a wide brimmed hat. Aldridge in a blue cap next to him at second slip. Beddingham down here at third man. Clark's at backward point. And Luke Robinson's basically got the job of filling in the cover area. Parkinson's standing with his back to the old scoreboard on the 7th side of the ground as Rain bowls. Ball's played back to him. Bounces back into his hand.
Excuse me. What's the temperature?
Said it wasn't going to get any better than 11.
That's not good, is it?
In comes Rain. Libby forward to this one, plays it up to...
It says it's 13 on the BBC.
Right.
That's still not warm enough, is it?
Not really. I'll have a look at net weather, see what they reckon. Because it's actually a good system, the cricket weather. They've got a county cricket page on net weather, and it lists all the county grounds in alphabetical order, so it's quite good. So Worcestershire are second bottom on the list. 15 it's claiming on here. It'll be a little bit later on today, about an hour's time. That one skids in low and is kept out well there by Libby, mainly sounded to me like it was off the toe of the bat, but he kept it out. So storm risk 0, cloud cover about 75%. Temperature at the minute 13 degrees, feels like 11, and the wind is a northerly wind, and it's coming northeasterly. It's 11 to 23 miles an hour, the wind. It did feel quite windy this morning, didn't it, when we got here, especially this along this little walkway at the back of this stand that was funneling along there. Rain bowls, that's turned down towards long leg. It's gone for 4. Parkinson couldn't get round it, cut it off from square leg. Libby, the batsman, who gets the runs, moves on to 28. Worcestershire 48 for none, and in quite a comfortable position here at the moment. 78 for none effectively. In fact, it's 88 for none, isn't it? Just looking at the sheets across the stand at the Basil D'Oliveira stand end of the ground there, and they're billowing in the wind. Rain comes in again, bowls. Libby plays the ball up towards the bowler's end. Rain stops it. That is the end of the over. 4 runs from it.
Seven overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 12. Ben Rain doesn't give many away. Aldridge 2 overs for 11 at the other end will continue. Yeah, Worcestershire, so the lead is 88, and we've still got 69 overs left in the day. Obviously Durham will restrict the progress by taking wickets. Worcestershire will hope that they can have a lead 200 plus by the end of the day. Aldridge round the wicket bowls. Latigan gets a single, just drops it down on the offside. 250 maybe by the end of the day, and then I think they'll try to give themselves, well, at least 2.5 sessions to bowl Durham out. That's the master plan from a Worcestershire point of view. From Durham's point of view, knock them over for under 200 this time round, and who knows, could win it batting last quite easily. Libby defends this one from Aldridge out on the leg side. They won't, I would imagine, want to chase 300 on a deteriorating pitch, although not a badly deteriorating pitch. But you'd rather be in Worcester's position than Durham's currently. The leader 89, 10 wickets in hand. Casey Aldridge into Libby. Bowls, and Libby is on the back foot defending down on the onside. I mean, what Worcester would really like to do, I guess, is get to a lead of 200 and only be 2 or 3 down, and then have
swing the
license to score very quickly and not worry about losing wickets. There's Aldridge once more, bowling to Libby, he drives up to mid-off. No run, better over from Casey Aldridge this one, 4 dots so far. 1 wicket in the first innings for him. Moves in once more. Ooh. And that's an absolute beauty. Beats Libby's forward push, takes him on the pad, runs down to third man for 4 leg byes. Big shout for LBW. I have to look at the replay to let you know whether it was close or not. The 50 is up. Applauded by the Worcester fans, but not really much by way of credit to the batters for that one. Moral victory for the bowler. Just watching it again now, and maybe just going down the leg side, but didn't know a lot about it, Libby. That's one of my examples. People that have listened to my commentaries, not just this season but previously, will know. That's Aldridge bowls, and that's out. That's kept low, and the off stump, absolutely cartwheeling out of the ground. Best sight you can see if you're a fast bowler, the cartwheeling stump. Superb. And Libby has gone for 28, and it's unusual to see Jake Libby out in the 20s. If he gets himself in, he often goes on, but in this game he was out for 9 in the first innings and 28 this time. Just looking at the replays to see if that did keep low. It did keep low, quite under the bat really. So Casey Aldridge gets the breakthrough. Durham needed it. Worcestershire 53 for 1. What I was going to say before that was,
It's gone right at the bottom of the stump, isn't it?
Leg buys are a nonsense in the game. On so many occasions, you run up, you bowl, you beat the batsman, all ends up, takes him on the pad, it goes away, and they get runs for it. And you think, well, why has the batting side got any credit for that when the bowler has completely done the batsman? It's an anomaly that I think is something that I've never ever quite understood it, but it is what it is. Anyway, Aldridge gets his first wicket, last ball of the 15th over, and Libby has gone for 28. Worcestershire are 53 for 1, leading by 93.
Just watching that back, it really hits the off stump very low, maybe a couple of inches off the ground.
Yeah, which is not good news. You're batting last on this pitch. Gareth Roderick comes out to join Dan Nattigan. Yeah, so my theory on leg buys, just to finish it off, apologies to those that have heard me go on about it before, unless the bowler is round the wicket, right arm round to a right hander, or left arm round to a left hander, and therefore sort of deliberately targeting the pads, I would not allow leg buys, or I certainly wouldn't allow leg buys on the offside on a ball like that, because it's just Libby was completely done by that ball, not the one that got him out, the one before, and yet Worcestershire profited to the tune of 4 runs. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Wicket came the last ball of the over, so 15 overs gone now. It's rained the ball to Latigan on 19. Round the wicket he comes to the left-hander. Has a flash at one as it goes down the leg side and it's taken by the keeper. Lead of 93 when that wicket fell. Rain comes in. Latigan flicks this off the legs down to fine leg. It's picked up by Beddingham right in front of our commentary position. 1 run. Latigan on 20 from 47 balls and off strike. Roderick about to face his first delivery. Three in the slip cordon. Roderick didn't reach double figures in the first innings. He was out for 6. Forward comes to this one from Rain and plays it defensively on the offside. Has had some runs against Durham. He got 11 games now against them. He's got 458 runs. Got 151 at Chesley Street in the draw in September last year. Back end of the season, a rain-affected draw. A match which confirmed Worcestershire's relegation as Rain bowls here. This one stays low and it's come off the bottom corner of the bat and gone off through the leg side for one. He's off the mark. Second ball. Also against Durham, 67 in a Gloucestershire win at Cheltenham in 2018. Ben Stokes made a rare appearance in that one. And he had a 52 in a draw here 3 years ago. So he was playing first class cricket for Gloucestershire between 2013 and 2020 and then came to Worcestershire in 2021. Latigan is on strike now though, on 55 for one the score. He drives at a half volley which is wide of off stump and doesn't time it at all well. He just bobbles out to the gully area. Toe of the bat stuff. Rain again. Oh, Latigan's gone. He's looked to cut late at that one and it's gone to Bedingham in the gully and he is out for 20 and they've lost 2 wickets in less than an over. 55 for 2. It went straight to Bedingham. Latigan departs. Suddenly, game on. And only 2 runs added for that wicket. And that was the end of that over as well. So the 2 wickets have fallen with the last ball of the last 2 overs.
Good catch, I thought, by Bedingham. He went slightly to his right. It was quite sharp. But Latigan going to be annoyed with himself because he got himself in. And got 2 new batters at the crease now, which is exactly what Durham would have wanted when they were in the huddle post lunch. Get a couple now, can make a difference, get right back into it. And the out of form Kashif Ali coming out now, so real chance for Durham to get themselves properly back into the game.
And that is Ben Rain's 50th wicket against Worcestershire.
Yeah, and he's deserved it. He's bowled really well, really tidy. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 14. It's just been so good in this game, so reliable this season. I mean, his record this season is tremendous, isn't it? Got 5 for at Bristol against Gloucestershire.
Is that 30 wickets for the season now?
5 for against Middlesex at Lords. 5 for in the first innings here. Yeah, 30 wickets for the season. Absolutely tremendous. Just keeps on doing it, Ben Rain. Casey Aldridge to carry on from the New Road end. He'll be bowling to Gareth Roderick. You're talking about Gareth Roderick having played for Gloucestershire. This is his last season, Gareth Roderick. He will finish at the end of this season, I think, and go back to South Africa. That's the plan, I think. Go back to South Africa as he does every winter, but go back to South Africa permanently, which means that Worcestershire will need a new wicket keeper. Henry Cullen is the deputy. Has had to wait a fair while for his chance. Played in the One Day Cup, of course, last year. Roderick surveys the field as prepares to take guard. 2 slips and a gully. He hasn't faced Aldridge before, and a man going out square on the offside, Parkinson, as Aldridge comes in to bowl to Roderick. And Roderick is on his toes to one that bounces quite steeply outside the off stump. Drops it down on the offside. And there's no addition to the score, which is looking very good at lunch for Worcestershire on 33 without loss, even better on 53 without loss, but 2 wickets falling with the score, well, just 2 runs added between the first and the second. Now 55 for 2 as Gareth Roderick plays this one out on the offside. Aldridge again is in. Sun's disappeared. Roderick lifts his bat well clear of this one and allows it through to the keeper. Just watching the replay of that Latigan dismissal. There's nothing more than a length ball, maybe a fraction short of a length outside off stump, and Latigan hit it pretty firmly, but just a bit loose really, maybe just coming off the shot a bit. Ball going in the air, snaffled in the gully by Beddingham, made it look easy. Roderick blocks again. 55 for 2. The score remains. Aldridge again bowls and Roderick plays very nicely off the back foot, high left elbow. Ball in the middle of the bat, straight however to Alex Lees, who is at extra cover now, the skipper, with his white sun hat on. Not much sun, but 4 floppies out there. Aldridge in again, bowls. Again, Roderick allows that through to the keeper. End of the over. A maiden, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 12. Worcestershire 55 for 2.
Ben Rain, 50 wickets against Worcestershire in first class cricket. So 11 of those were for Leicestershire, the rest for Durham. And his best bowling actually came in the first innings here, 5 for 63. Took 4 for 76 in 2022. So certainly in the last few years, 4 for 20 as well last year in April, in the match that lasted just the 2 days. A thorn in the side. Here he comes to bowl to Ali. Ali facing his first ball, plays that one out into the offside, no run there. Rain back to his mark here, coming in from about 25 yards, something like that. That's defended by Ali on off stump. Goes across to Graham Clark fielding in the covers. Sort of patchy cloud now, blue sky. It's a bit like the Simpsons opening credits looking south.
Stratocumulus.
Is that your favourite episode?
No, that's the name of the cloud.
Yeah. In comes Rain again here. Ali sets off for a single. Is told to get back as he plays that to point to Clark. He's got the stance of a baseball player, hasn't he? Bat really high.
Well, his grip's weird. You have to look through the binoculars to see it, but his right hand, Worcestershire regular listeners would be fed up with him if we say this, his right hand grip is extraordinary. I couldn't do it. Most people couldn't do it. You need a sort of double jointed right elbow to hold the bat like he does and play shots through the offside. His right hand is way round underneath the handle.
Next ball played down towards backward point, no run.
Makes playing on the leg side easy, but playing on the offside much more difficult. And I suppose, yeah, you could say it's like holding a baseball bat. His right hand is way round. And when he plays through the offside, how he does it, I mean, I just don't know. Because for anybody with normally to do it, you would only be able to get the bat so far, and your elbow would restrict your movement. But he seems to manage to do it. I've talked to him about it. It's the way he's always held it.
Oh, that one spits up and that wraps him off the glove. He's dropped his bat. And it's his right hand, I think, that took the force of the blow there. Now that's come up off a length, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's increasingly untrustworthy, the bounce, I think. I mean, we've seen Libby get out to one that's shot through quite low, and then we've seen that one, so more suggestion that you don't want to be chasing too many. Currently 95 the lead. Ben Rain asking some questions, that's for sure.
Comes in again, looking to try and find that spot again there. It's played by Ali out through to deep extra cover to Luke Robinson for 1. That's the end of the over. He keeps strike. I think I know the ball that got Libby stayed really low from this end, the New Road end, but generally what we've seen in this game has been bowlers bowling from the Diglas end.
Yeah, it has. Although two others that we can recall, Callum Parkinson bowled one in the first innings from this end that hit Ollie Robinson on the helmet, and then Casey Aldridge batting this morning to that one this morning from this end from Harry Darley that took the shoulder of the bat and looped over the slips. So it's just if it just gets into the head of the batsman, that's when it becomes an issue, I think. Casey Aldridge bowls to Ali and he plays this up to mid-on. And what I mean by that is when the bowler bowls the ball short of a length, if he's 6'5" like Casey Aldridge, you're entitled to expect it to bounce and to play it off the back foot, so you go on to the back foot. Well, if it doesn't bounce above knee height, you need to be on the front foot, but you can't train your mind to go on the front foot to balls that are short of length. That's the problem with an up and down pitch in a nutshell. Aldridge in again, bowls. This one is slightly over pitched on. No, it's not, I beg your pardon. He's got a leading edge. It was full on the leg stump, and Kashif Ali is out. Hasten to add, if you're listening and you wonder what's going on, it was on leg stump. He looked to turn it on the leg side, and I was looking to square leg, judging by his movements, etc., and it has looped off a leading edge up to mid-on. Yeah, simple as that. Looped off a leading edge, caught at mid-on by Ben Rain, and another very, very disappointing dismissal from Kashif Ali, who is really, really struggling for form at the moment. And Worcestershire are in danger here of throwing away an excellent position. They've lost 3 wickets for the addition of 3 runs, and they are 56 for 3. And in a really good position, and now Durham are right back in the game.
They're only 96 ahead.
Coming into bat, Adam Hose.
He's looked to turn that through the leg side. As you say, he's got a leading edge, and it just looped out to Ben Rain at mid-off. Easy catch, he didn't have to move. I think he could have probably trapped it on his thigh if he wanted to. Played keepy up with it. Suddenly game on. This might be over today, Frank. All of a sudden.
Well, there you go. I did say, you never know. You never know. 3 quick wickets. Adam Hose joins Gareth Roderick. Worcestershire 53 without loss in the 15th over, and now 56 for 3 in the 19th over. And Kashif Ali really struggling for form this season. Dragged himself off. Could not believe that had happened. Casey Aldridge strikes twice, 2 for 12. And as I say, maybe it's going to be quite a low scoring game, and Worcestershire just need to dig in and try and get to that 200 plus lead as solidly as possible. Hose plays defensively off the back foot to his first ball out on the offside. Good stuff from Durham since lunch.
They've gone from 53 for Norm to 56 for 3 in something like 3.2 overs, something like that.
Yep. Bright sunshine again. Hose just asking somebody behind the bowler's arm to sit down up on the balcony. They do so, and Aldridge moves in again and bowls, and Hose is off the mark, just dropping this one down on the offside for a single. Played well in the first innings, Adam Hose, for his 59, shared that partnership of 97 for the 5th wicket with D'Oliveira. Remember, Worcestershire were 52 for 4 in that first innings, recovered well, but at lunch today at 33 without loss, they would have felt pretty happy, but it's gone badly for them since the break. Aldridge bowls. Roderick plays defensively off the back foot. Graham Clark comes in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Yes, the cloud thing is I got my weather badge in the Scouts. That's what it was. That's when I learnt my clouds. Had to do a little test. Aldridge bowls. Roderick defends. Back to the bowler. End of the over. 57 for 3. Applause for Casey Aldridge from Graham Onions, the Durham bowling coach, walking around the boundary. Hose has one. Roderick has one. Worcestershire starting all over again. Lead by 97. They're 57 for 3.
The cake stall's open. Does it always open at 2:30?
Yep, I think so. Not many people there today. There's usually a queue.
I think today you're going to need some hot custard on your cake.
Soup.
Cake and soup. Well, rain to continue here. 30 wickets for the season. In a stiff northeasterly breeze here at New Road. Comes in and bowls. Ball is played up to mid on, no run there. Celtic have won against Rangers. Hearts are still at the top though, aren't they?
It's very tight now, isn't it?
Be nice if Hearts actually held on, because nobody other than Rangers or Celtic have won the league in Scotland since 1984. Next ball played up to mid-off. The manager of that team then was Alex Ferguson. Was it Aberdeen or Dundee? I can't remember. Aberdeen. Forest and Newcastle 0-0 at the minute. As Hose faces rain. Goes for a quick single, playing the ball down towards point. It's a women's international at Chesley Street today, the first of the one-day internationals against New Zealand. And New Zealand all out for 210 in 48.4 overs. Susie Bates, who played at Durham last year, I think was out for just 6 today for New Zealand. So this next ball to Roderick, it's pushed down towards deep point for 1. He moves on to 2, 59 for 3. Looking at her career statistics, nobody's played more international cricket, white ball cricket T20 And she has. I bet she's got more air miles than probably any other sports person as well. At Chelmsford, Hampshire are in their second innings. They're 196 for 7. They lead Essex by 158 in Division 1. There's rain balls to Hose. Hose down the track, plays it up to mid-on to Alex Lees, I think that is in there. No run. Birmingham, Warwickshire in their second innings are 448 for 5, so that's quite a revival for them, because they were bowled out in the first innings for just 147 before then bowling Yorkshire out for 152, so they now lead by 443. Still in the first innings in Nottingham, where Surrey are 351 for 6 in response to Notts 415, as Hose turns this ball from Rain down to long leg to Parkinson. Gets a single. Hose has 3 from 7. Roderick 2 from 11. That is the end of the over. 3 singles from it. The score 60 for 3, so the lead is 100.
Yep. Excellent. And not only that, but I was talking about that Warwickshire recovery before. Yorkshire were in a really good place as well at the end of day 1. I think they were only 4 down and they were about 40 behind, and Warwickshire cleaned them up at the end of that first innings and then got absolutely stuck in. So absolutely brilliant fight back by Warwickshire, and well, they're going to be one of the teams to beat, aren't they, in Division 1. They've underachieved, it must be said, for quite a few years, I always think. And Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who was with Worcestershire for the last 4 games, has gone back there and played a big part in that bowling out of Yorkshire in the first innings. So
Worcestershire claiming the assist.
Well, I doubt it, really. He's against the county of his birth. Well, he started with Yorkshire, didn't play much for them. Parkinson is into the attack with his left arm spin round.
Oh, what a
he's
catch.
got a wicket. First ball, caught and bowled. Adam Hose pushing hard at it, and Parkinson, well, it might just have been a loosener, but he was alert and sharp, and he dived to his left and caught the catch. And Worcestershire are now in a bit of trouble. They're in a bit of disarray, really. They might lead by 100, but they're 4 wickets down, and the last 2 in particular they will feel were avoidable, I would think, as Hose just pushed at that. It might have stopped on him a little bit. It's a really soft dismissal, and Adam Hose will be very, very disappointed by it, because it wasn't a particularly good delivery. Just a little bit of sort of maybe just held up a tiny bit in the pitch, but just a little bit of a lack of concentration from Hose. And
4 for 7
60
runs.
for 4. 4 wickets for 7 runs. Goodness me, you never know in this game. You absolutely never know. And Durham, they might have gone out there after lunch and they'd have said in the huddle, got to get a couple of quick wickets, get ourselves back into it, but they wouldn't have dreamed, I wouldn't have thought, that they were going to pick up wickets as they have. And those last 2 in particular, as I say, nothing special about either delivery, but they've picked up the wickets. It was a good catch. As much as anything else, it was staying sharp, wasn't it, Parkinson there? Just bowling the ball and being alert and seeing the opportunity. Really good breakthrough from Parkinson. Got 1 wicket in the first innings, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 38. And he's picked that one up here. Brilliant.
I reckon
Absolutely
that's
cock a hoop.
4 for 7 in 5.2 overs.
And David Townsend to come to try and bring Worcestershire a bit more luck.
Well, Durham very much back in this now, but it's just a bit about the mindset of the players here. Brett Olivier, the new man. Parkinson left arm round to the right hander. Olivier just plays safely out to the offside. Parkinson again bowls. Oliveira defends. Next ball, played back to the bowler, a couple of bouncers. Next ball is defended by D'Oliveira. The sun shines again.
Still cold though.
It is, it's a chilly day, very chilly day with that northeasterly wind. This time of year, of course, Dave, you've been to the Roca Riviera. That sea is a giant fridge, isn't it? Until probably about July. Next ball cut down towards deep backward point for a single for D'Oliveira. 5th delivery that he's faced. He gets off strike on 1, and they are now 61 for 4. They lead by 101.
That's not a bad first over from Parkinson. Got the wicket. Been a little bit of a collapse there, Marty. 1 or 2 balls stopping a bit.
Maybe, yeah.
Certainly Ali playing that one up to off the leading edge. Kashif not in the runs at the moment, and well, Adam Hose again, did it just stop on him, pushing it back to the bowler. But Durham right back in this. 4 wickets for 7 runs, I make that. It's a real collapse. Luke Robinson in bowls, and that's glanced away, or did it come off the leg? No, it came off the pad. Down to fine leg, a very fine leg for welcome runs for Worcestershire. They move on to 65 for 4, having at one stage been 53 for no wicket, and in a very commanding position. Game can certainly turn quickly, can't it? Robinson, not as successful with his first ball as Callum Parkinson was with his. Did stray a little bit down leg side. 2 slips, what do you call it, short third man? It's not really gully, is it? It's I suppose, yeah, short third man. Luke Robinson bowls, that's pushed into the offside. No run, there's a deep backward point. Extra cover mid-off. Straightish mid-on, mid-wicket. And then long leg, really. Bit too square to be fine leg.
Yeah, I make it 4 for 7 in 5.2 overs.
Here's Robinson again, bowls, and was defended stoutly by D'Oliveira. Indeed, it's made the crowd sit up and take notice this afternoon. It was just going very smoothly, wasn't it, towards the home side, and that's pushed into the offside, and no run to be had there. Robinson yet to concede a run, although of course he did concede those 4 leg byes. Brisk medium pacer, got plenty of action.
Yep.
Busy little run up, and
this is his full debut.
bowls, and again strays down the leg side, and this time D'Oliveira will get runs. He's glanced that away fine, and he gets 4, moves on to 5, and Worcestershire 69 now for 4.
Made his debut as a substitute for Kemar Roach last week at Lords, after Roach walked off after 9 overs with injury. So this is his first full first class match. don't know if you know the story. He once took six wickets in 6 balls in 1 over.
He comes in balls, and that's up on his toes by D'Oliveira. Plays that one down to deep backward point for a single and nicks the strike again, 70 for 4.
He was playing for Philadelphia Cricket Club against Langley Park. So Langley Park's just outside of Durham City, near Lanchester, and he bowled 6 batsmen in a row. The story went around the world, actually. I was looking it up a few weeks ago, and it was in the Times of India or something like that, or the Singapore Straits. Or so his dad was umpiring, his mum was scoring, and his granddad and his brother were watching. So Frank said, his dad was umpiring, was he? I said, well, before you accuse them of anything, he bowled each batsman. So
Callum Parkinson starts a new over. You're over, Marty.
Yeah. Parkinson bowls, left arm over, and it's played back to him by D'Oliveira, who's on 6. So 70 for 4, the lead's 110. Parkinson in again. D'Oliveira with a big stride forward, plays the ball back along the ground. No run. Next ball, again, is a dot ball, just snuffed out by D'Oliveira. He's taking a big stride to each delivery here and making sure he's meeting the ball on the bounce. Keeper standing up, 1 slip in place. Parkinson in again. D'Oliveira gives himself a bit of room and carves it off down towards deep backward point. Gay fields, he gets a single. Moves him on to 7, 71 for 4. I put a picture of the dining room of our hotel on the other day, and there was only me in it, and so it's been all the Alan Partridge comments since then. And somebody asking me today, is it a travel tavern? Because the chain he stayed in was the Linton Travel Tavern in the Alan Partridge series, which its beauty was it was equidistant between, was it Ipswich and Norwich or something like that? I can't remember. Had his own big plate that he used to smuggle in for tea. Next ball is played back to Parkinson by Roderick. Graham Gillespie, who used to do Guess with Graham on Total Sport on Radio Newcastle, says it could be worse, he could be in Benidorm as this one is played back. End of the over. One run from it.
Why would that be worse?
Well, you can jump to conclusions as to why it would be bad to be in Benidorm, but he's sent a video of real stormy weather. It's lashing it down there. So too far south, you see.
Yeah, been raining hard in Thailand as well today.
Is it?
That's even further south, I think, Mark.
Does the private island get affected by the rain, DT? Or?
Strangely enough, Kosamat, it's the driest part in Thailand.
Is it?
Robinson bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and there is no run.
Is that where the Dr. No Island is, or not?
No. The James Bond Island, as they call it, is over on the Phuket side, which, if you think of Thailand,
I've never been there. I can't picture where anywhere is.
Upside down horseshoe, if you like.
Right.
You know, once to the right, you go from Bangkok down to Cambodia. If you go down the right-hand side, Robinson bowls and beats. Good delivery there. That's beating D'Oliveira outside the off stump. You've got the Cambodia down one side, then the other side that goes down towards Phuket down the bottom, which is a very popular holiday destination, as I'm sure you know. And Phuket carries on down into Malaysia and Singapore that you were just mentioning. So
I've been to Singapore. That's the only time I've sort of ventured down that way. It was in 1992.
James Bond Island is down down Phuket way. Next delivery is pushed.
So what
offside.
What evil things do you do on your island then? What villainous plans are you cooking up there for world domination?
Just a friendly little place. It's quite popular with people from Bangkok for the weekend. They go down there. It's probably a couple of hours drive, and then 30 minutes on the ferry or 10 minutes on the catamaran. That goes very quickly. Robinson bowls, and that's turned into the onside. There's runs down there, but just the one run
So quite humid.
this time. It's been humid of late. The weather recently you wouldn't have liked, Marty. It's been up in the 30s
No,
and
it's
it's been
not good.
humid, and that's no
That's
good
just
at
stupid,
all.
isn't it?
It's no good at all for you.
Dangerous.
In the 30s, there's no problem in the 30s if it's dry heat. You wouldn't notice, but
I know this last year in Italy, 38 degrees every day, wilting.
Robinson Bowles defended up to mid-off.
We went to see the sculpture of David in the museum in Florence, and we were trying to queue in the street in the shade, but occasionally you would just sort of venture slightly out into the sun again. We were boiling, and then got inside. I didn't care about David one little bit, wasn't interested. I just was looking for a air conditioning unit to stand in front of. So, I mean, while David was impressive, I was beyond caring by then. He would have made a good centre half.
Robinson Bowles, and that's through to the keeper, and no run there. Is it? He's naked though, isn't he? Something like that, Marty.
Yeah.
So,
It's quite difficult to chisel clothes in those days, apparently.
Well, yeah. They must have worn togas or something.
Yeah. 72 for 4.
End of that over.
112 the lead. Here on the BBC. What time's my next update? 2:55. Is it half time yet in that game or not? It is. It's half time. Nottingham Forest 0, Newcastle United 0. I'll talk you through this over, and then I'll go and do an update as Parkinson, left arm round, comes in and bowls to D'Oliveira, who's on 8. Dot ball, defensively played out to the covers. To Lees. Left arm orthodox spin from Cannon Parkinson. That one's gone down to Ben Rain in the gully area. Aldridge is at first slip. The angle we're looking at, this sort of 45 degree angle, it looks to me, and I said this when Durham were fielding the other day, like the angle we're looking across as D'Oliveira plays this safely out in the offside. Where I'm sitting, it looks like Aldridge is actually standing at leg slip, because it looks like he's behind the keeper and across to the keeper's left hand side. In comes Parkinson again, because there was a wicket he got the other day when one of the batsmen was sweeping, and I said he's done that before, where he guesses where the ball's going to go and leaves first slip and goes to leg slip, and Frank's saying no, he's at first slip, and as well, it doesn't look at where I'm sitting. In comes Parkinson again, and that is played back to him along the floor by D'Oliveira. Racing through this over, all dot balls so far, 72 for 4. Next ball comes in. Oh, caught and bowled, and D'Oliveira is absolutely furious with himself. That's 2 caught and bowls from Parkinson in 3 overs, and that one bounced out of his hands. It looked like the moment had gone, and he managed to dive sideways and catch it at the second attempt. What great reflexes from him. And Worcestershire are in a right mess now. They're 72 for 5. They've lost...
D'Oliveira is livid with himself. You look at him, he would have seen how Hose got out, and he's just pushed at that, pushed firmly, looking for a single up to long off. Callum Parkinson diving to his left. He's got 2 hands on it, and the ball's popped out, and then he's got it at the second attempt, which was a great effort. But 2 caught and bowled, that tells you something.
That's
about the state
5 for 19.
That's the
in 10
some
overs.
Collapse, Marty.
Yeah.
Some collapse.
That was the end of the 25th over. The first wicket came at the end of the 15th.
So
I've got to do an update next door, but
you're leaving me in charge of the ship.
yeah, I shouldn't really. It's against all BBC policy, but
Is that policy specific to me? Oh.
yeah, the owners of private islands in Thailand.
New batsman on his way. D'Oliveira has gone for 8. And it's Brooks coming out now. He's got a bit of repair work to do. He took the last wicket, couple of wickets to fall this morning, bowled very tidily, 2 for 10. All rounder. He's having a word with Roderick as he makes his way to the middle. I was just checking up on the other scores. There was talking of collapses, Middlesex beat Lancashire today. Lancashire were 84 all out, and
And that was at Old Trafford.
at Old Trafford.
Yeah.
Day off for Kevin Hand. He'll be able to make his way back down the M6 presumably. So,
Would he not have gone by train? I think he wanted to do a bit of train spotting and crew, didn't he?
I think he drives everywhere, Marty. Here's start of a new over from Luke Robinson, pushed into the offside. And there's no run to be had there. Yeah. Durham fielders really on their toes now. A buzz about it. They can sense a victory here. Victory today, probably haven't got enough time for that. That would have to be a real collapse. Robinson bowls again, and that's pushed firmly past mid-on. Good shot by Roderick. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as the throw comes in. And 2 more to the total. 2 welcome runs, 74 for 5. The pitches are really difficult. It's sort of 74 for 5 pitch, but ball perhaps just stopping a little bit too paced. 2 quarter bowls for the left arm spinner. Brooks bowls pushed back towards it, and there's no run to be had there. They left me in charge again.
Yeah,
Frank.
I've just popped back to keep you company for a few minutes. I'm stunned anyway. I need to lie down. It's 2 Sundays running I've had to put up with this. Northampton last week. Extraordinary.
Just those sort of pushes back to the left arm spinner.
Both balls that you thought they just could. If they were out on a Sunday afternoon in the club game, they'd just smack them out of the ground, wouldn't they?
Next delivery from Robinson is dropped at first slip.
McKinney.
Oh dear. I'll be happy with that. It was low to his right boot somewhere, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But, should have taken it, and that that really would have been trouble then, Frank.
Well, I think it already is trouble. I mean, if they set anything under 175, 200, you only need half an hour of Ben Stokes, don't you? I don't think the pitch is getting better.
Robinson bowls, and he put a little bit more into that one. That was a rather annoyed fast bowler delivery, and he's clipped through mid-wicket for his pains before. So young Luke will be going back thinking he got a pat on the back for the umpire there, which was quite nice. It was just say,
Yeah.
that's the
It's a cruel game, son.
That's the game, son.
Absolutely. But yeah, Worcestershire have lost 5 for 19 in 10 overs. 5 for 19. They're in such a position of strength, weren't they?
Yeah, nearly 100 ahead, weren't they, without losing a wicket, and a collops. Robinson bowls, and that ball comes back in as a bit of an appeal, but more.
His mate, the umpire, decides it's not out.
Indeed.
End of the over. Goodness me, it's all happening suddenly. You think you're going into a bit of a quiet period, and it's all happening. Absolutely astonishing stuff. 78 for 5. Leeds 118. Got to get it past. I mean, we're talking about 250, 300 at one stage, and I suppose you still could be, but somebody's going to have to play very well.
Oh well.
Marty's coming back, I think.
Ethan Brooks on strike. Facing up, he's at the Digler's end, the bowler. From this end, the commentary end. Beautiful afternoon, but nippy. Next delivery, first ball from.
Tell you what, there's that much been happening. I wasn't sure I was going to get it all in that half-time report there. Good job, half-time's 15 minutes these days.
Next delivery from Parkinson. It's just paddled around the corner for a couple of runs, just helped. Wasn't really a sweep shot, but played it down to fine leg and picks up 2 to get off the mark.
It's a funny old game, Saint.
Parkinson bowls again and has got another wicket taken at first slip, caught low. Well, would you believe it? Is that McKinnon at first slip or is it Stokes?
No, it's Aldridge, I think, isn't it?
It's Aldridge in there, yeah. Aldridge at first slip, number 55 on his back. A little nick low to his to first slip's left. He sort of caught him down by his left boot, and Parkinson ridiculously has now got bowling figures of 3.3 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 4 runs.
Been a bit expensive, hasn't he?
Dearie me, Marty. 80 for 6. It's
Where's this come from?
Well,
where has this come from? The lead's 120.
It's one of those where if Worcestershire don't put a stop to this clatter of wickets, it could well be over tonight. Which would be extraordinary.
So that is 10.3 overs. 6 for 27 in 10.3 overs.
Some collapse that. Lovely afternoon, as I say, as we look out on it, but it is nippy out there, it is cold. You'd think it's a sort of afternoon for batting in a way, rather than standing at first slip taking catches as Aldrich did that. New batsman Matthew Waite, well, very useful man to be coming in at number 8, Waite. But how will he go, we'll see. So Parkinson probably can't believe this part. He's coming on to bustle through a few overs. He bowls there to Waite, and Waite pushes that a few feet out on the offside, and there's no run.
It's 11.3 overs, isn't it? The run of wickets.
Left arm round, bowls, Waite forward, defends to that man at short extra cover. Really just the slip and the short extra cover as attacking fieldsman. He's taken 2 return catches and had 1 taken at low at first slip. Next ball, Waite comes forward and then just rises a little bit with it and just waits for it and plays it down into the gully. So Worcestershire in all sorts of trouble, and one of the regular stewards here has walked past with a look on his face that suggests he might only get paid by the day. Or either that, or they'll have to do a couple of those little jobs around the house that his missus has been nagging him for the last month or so.
Well, we had a message from Jamie in Glasgow the other day saying he wasn't the number 1 in their household at the minute, because he was meant to be taking a kitchen out this weekend for a builder coming tomorrow, I think, and he did his knee ligaments pogoing at a gig. In comes Luke Robinson bowling to Gareth Roderick, who's on 8, and so he said his wife wasn't that impressed with his directions as he sat there on the sofa telling her what to do, and thought that some of her work in removing the kitchen units was overly noisy. And then at one point he ran out of codeine as well, so
Oh dear. Pogoing. How old was he?
53.
Robinson bowls, and that's turned into the onside. Quick single there by Roderick, and
Throws smashed
ball
the stumps down by
has hit the stumps.
Lees. Yeah, Pogoing at 53, and he's done his anterior cruciate ligament.
Well,
I wonder on average how many good years you get out of knees before they then become a liability. I wonder what the average is. Your knee's still alright?
well, he's all right. Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people take exercising. You see, what was it you said?
Never seen a happy runner.
You've never seen a happy runner.
I mean, you don't, do you?
No, you don't.
Think about it.
Walking though is almost as good exercise, and it doesn't put as much strain on your joints. Robinson bowls to weight, and in fact bowls to, yes, it is to weight, and pushing that one, pushing at it. Slips are excited, everybody's excited.
So it's going to be one of those games where everybody's coming out panicking, going out to bat in the middle, thinking the ball's got their name on it and it's doing things. And you know, when they talk about the psychology of sport and the biggest distance being the distance between the ears.
Yeah. Bowls again. Nicely driven by weight. He's going to get runs here. He's off the mark. He's got a couple. Is it going to be pulled up inside the boundary?
Yeah, Stokes has got it. Goalless at the City Ground in the first half there between the Tricky Trees and the Magpies.
The Tricky Trees. Is that Bracewell's lot, is it?
Yeah, well, is he Forest, is he or not? He watches a lot of Notts County, doesn't he?
One of the two. The grounds are very close together. aren't they?
Either side of
As
the river, aren't
indeed
they?
is Trent Bridge. Robinson, but good delivery. That was sharp, wasn't it? Quick ball short, and weight swayed out of the way of it, but
West Ham playing Arsenal at 4:30 at the Olympic Stadium. How is Swindon getting on these days? Are they still in the league or not?
Do not talk about Swindon.
No? Are they in the league still or not?
League Two. They were in the top 6 of League Two from the end of August until 2 Saturdays from the end of the season.
Unlucky.
Driven up to mid-off. No run. In fact, 1 Saturday from the end of the season, and they
Well, you could.
should at least have been in the playoffs. We're not happy about that.
Have they been in the
Martin.
playoff final since they beat Sunderland and then weren't allowed to go up? Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Pretty sure.
When was that? 1990, wasn't it? I was at journalism college
It was. I remember working that day, and
covering the game.
no, I was Middlesex cricket calling, and I was holding up the score for one of the Middlesex players who was very interested in the game. Would you like to guess who that might
Michael
have been?
Rosebery.
It was indeed.
Callum Parkinson here, left arm round, a little paddle round the corner from Roderick down to fine leg for 1, picked up by Luke Robinson. I hadn't appreciated at the time the trouble that Swindon were in financially, and I think Sunderland knew that Swindon, if they won, were never going to go up, and that Sunderland were going to go up, and that probably is the reason why Sunderland was so dreadful that day. They were absolutely awful. This has gone into the keeper's gloves. A push and a miss from Waite as he went back into the crease, and the goal was a deflection off Gary Bennett's shin, and it looped over Tony Norman in the goal.
Credited to Alan McLaughlin.
Yeah, it was his shot. Yeah,
Who actually died at quite a young age.
Oh.
The town end now is at Swindon is named the Alan McLaughlin end. So.
Next ball is pushed away to the leg side by Waite for 1, so he moves on to 3 from 9 deliveries. 84 for 6 the score. 85 for 6 now, sorry, the lead 125.
That was the year when Sunderland finished 6th, didn't they? And somehow beat Newcastle.
Yeah, brilliant year. Yeah. Next ball is defended on off stump. Newcastle seemed to believe that because Sunderland had lost the final, having put them out, that they should go up instead.
Well, they did finish 3rd.
Yeah, but they lost the semi-final. Anyways, Swindon were relegated down to the back 2 divisions, weren't they? But then they were allowed, I think, to stay in the championship in the end.
There you
Next
are.
ball off the back foot is cut by Roderick out to deep point, picked up by Gay. 1 run, Roderick now on 11. Wait on strike on 3, 85, 86 for 6. I mean, I did a
and
talking.
we're promoted 3 years later.
And I saw them
via
get
the playoffs.
absolutely hammered at St James's Park. I think they lost 7-0. I was at that one. In comes the bowler again. That's pushed out into the offside end of the over.
Well,
and that's 29 overs gone.
As usual, your maths.
Was it 7-1?
No, it was 8.
8, was it?
I think so. The Newcastle one.
I think I missed the 8th goal because I was at work that afternoon. I was in the office for a news agency in Newcastle. It was very quiet, so I went round to the ground, and then I thought I'd better get back to the office before the match churns out. So I missed the 8th goal.
John Gorman was the Swindon manager, and his catchphrase that season, he said it several times, the 3rd goal was the killer. And we first team to concede 100 goals.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
Well played.
Robinson bowls, and that's played through the offside for 1. They're going to come back for a 2nd. So again, another nice shot. A record I never thought would be equal, but Sheffield United soared past it last year from fewer games. So they now took that record away from us. But
Sheffield United?
Sheffield United, was it last season or the season before?
No, because they lost to Sunderland in the playoff final last year.
Next delivery is a short one through to the keeper.
It would have been the year before when they came down from the Premier League.
They could just conceded goal after goal, and they ended up conceding about 110 or something like that, and that was fewer games.
Well, didn't Newcastle score about 7 or 8 of them at the start of the season or something?
Very well done. Yes, it was not one of their not a campaign to remember for Sheffield United fans.
Looks nice out there in the sunshine now.
It's cold, Martin. It's cold. Robinson bowls, and that's defended back down the pitch.
Well, I thought
Roderick.
Maybe you're still acclimatising. You've not long been off your private island, so it'll take your blood a bit to thicken up again now and protect you from a northeasterly wind like this. But people on the eastern side of the ground next to the hotel, they're all in t-shirts now. They're in a right sun trap because they're out the breeze. Bottom end of the ground, and then everybody's in coats because they're in the breeze.
Robinson bowls, so that's through to the keeper. No run there. The score remains 88 for 6.
There's 1 or 2 people in t-shirts actually on the far side of the ground down the bottom end. But it was a stiff wind when I got to the ground this morning and really chilly. Absolutely hoyed it down back home yesterday, apparently most of the day. So that'll be nice when I get in my car, whenever I might be, and try to drive away and water pours on my head.
Next delivery again pops, and the game goes past the edge of Roderick, feeling a little bit for that one outside the off stump. Good delivery. Roderick's now past. He's practicing what he should have done, which was just to drop his hands, and rather than feeling for that, but generating a little bit of pace. Luke Robinson should have had a wicket. Catch going down at first slip. Comes in again, bowls, and that's pushed square of the wicket. Thought about a single, decided against it. That's the end of the over.
I didn't see that catch at first slip. When was that? Was that when I was out doing my report?
What, the one that went down, or the one that was taken?
The one that went down.
The one that went down. Yeah, it was just an edge, quite low down, by his right boot, somewhere around some of that, sort of.
Who edged it?
He went in the next over.
Right.
Was it Brooks? I don't know. There's such a clatter at wickets.
What's the score now? 88 for 6. Parkinson, left arm round from the New Road end, bowling here to Waite, who plays the ball back to him. Matthew Waite does have a couple of centuries to his name, plus 12 half centuries, including 66 not out in the draw at Derby this year, and 53 in the innings win here against Kent. Next ball's played back to Parkinson once again. His twin brother is at Kent, and Durham will be playing them in Beckenham next week, starting on Friday. Next ball comes in and stays fairly low and is played across to the leg side. Parkinson once more comes in, Waite forward again. Ball drifts out very slowly on the offside, picked up by Alex Lees, no run. Parkinson once more comes in and bowls. Again, it's another defensive shot, and again it goes to Lees. Another dot ball. One ball left of this over. It's been all dots so far. Parkinson bowls. Inside edge, goes across to short leg, no run. And the over is done and dusted just like that. Doesn't take long when there's no runs from it.
Yeah, bustling through his overs, not giving much away, as you said. He's got 3 wickets for 7 runs, 6 overs, and not doing the over rate any harm either, is he? Pace he's going. 52 overs remaining in the day, Marty. Long old day. The wind.
Plus the loss of 2 for a change of innings.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. Robinson for the Diglis end bowls, and that's blocked up towards mid-on. Behind him, there's no sight screen. There's just a big white sheet pulled across some of the seats at the Basil D'Oliveira stand.
These two can put a bit of a partnership together and just take the chaos out of the situation from a Worcestershire point of view. Tees at 4.
Just under the cosh at the moment though, aren't they?
Yeah.
As Robinson bowls, and that's again defended. No run to be had there. Been quite impressed with young Luke Robinson. He's a busy little bowler, isn't he? Obviously.
Dad and his granda played at Philadelphia as well. I think it's not too far from Chesley Street actually, just up the hill a bit.
It's Luke Robinson again. No run to be had there. Philadelphia is close to Chesterley Street.
Yeah. So if you come back to the junction on the A1 at Chesley Street, and instead of joining the motorway, if you were to take the road up the hill towards Sunderland, it comes up past Lord Lambton's estate, and as it levels out on the top, you've got Burnmoor Cricket Club, and then the next sort of place you come to is a place called Shiny Row, and Philadelphia Cricket Ground's there.
Yeah. Robinson bowls through to the keeper, no run. Is there actually a town or a village called Philadelphia there?
It's an area of it's next to Newbottle. I think it was.
There must be a connection, Marty, with the.
I don't know. I think it was named after the pit. I'll have a look.
There must be a connection with the Philadelphia in the USA.
Well, Washington is from our area, obviously.
Next delivery. George Washington was a Geordie.
The family came from Sunderland originally. Well, from Washington, which is part of Sunderland.
He's always known as George Washington, not Geordie Washington.
Yeah. Philadelphia is a small village and former pit community located in the city of Sunderland. It was named to commemorate the British capture of Philadelphia during the American Revolutionary War in the 1770s.
So it was named after the US one, rather than the other way around. Brooks bowls driven up to mid-off, and again no run. So
it was the name. The village was named by a local colliery owner in the 18th century to celebrate this event.
Lord Lambton, he was famous for something a while ago, wasn't he? Wasn't there some scandal?
Scandal? I'm not aware of that.
Was that? It wasn't the Christine Keeler one, was it? It was. I think it was before.
Well, that's
that
a few Lord Lambtons ago then. So.
I can remember that being.
I don't know.
The early 70s. What was the scandal then?
In the early 70s.
I think so.
Keeler was the 60s, wasn't it?
Keeler was the 60s, but I don't think he was involved with her.
You've got me worrying now, DT. I'm going to have to look this up, otherwise Lord Lambton has to have a right of reply.
I think he was some.
Oh, here it's come, Lord Lambton scandal. Here's Callum Parkinson bowling. Left arm round to Waite, who's on 4 now with the single, down towards deep point.
Oh,
He resigned from the government after a tabloid ran a story about his...
yeah, there you go, early 70s, 73.
I'm too young to remember that. It's probably not the most prominent thing that happened in Sunderland in 1973, that dot ball. Round the wicket comes the bowler. That's gone off towards backward point.
Was that when Ian Porterfield scored the winner?
It was, yes.
And somebody Montgomery, Jim
Yeah.
Montgomery. Yeah.
He's not well at the minute, Jim, sadly. Ball paddled around the corner here by Roderick for a single down towards long leg.
It's funny how you can remember all those cup finals, but nowadays
I couldn't tell you
finals
any
just
cup
come and
finals
go.
from about the last 15 years.
No.
It's because they all traditionally kick off at 4:15 on a Saturday now, don't they? Or whatever time it is. Oh, bowled! A play and a miss from Waite there. He's played right round that, and the ball's come back in and hit middle stump. Wow. What on earth's going on here today?
He must have got an inside edge to that, surely, didn't he? Because he's looking to play it through the offside, and it's hit middle stump. So.
I'll tell you what, I might not be sitting having breakfast on my own in the morning. I might be home.
So the 7th wicket goes down. Let's have a look at the replay of that. Yeah, it looks like inside edge, Frank. Frank saying he can't tell. We'll have another look, close one there, and no, I think it just went straight through, didn't it? So Matthew Waite will be cursing himself, looking for the little bit of slow turn, and the ball just going on.
The lead's 130 for 7 effectively. Gareth Roderick's come to get a drink and a towel from the Worcestershire 12th man.
Going into bat, Tom Taylor.
Oh, what an afternoon this has turned into out of absolutely nowhere.
From nowhere, really.
Yeah, Parkinson 4 for 9, including 2 maidens in 6.5 overs.
Ridiculous. I better let Frank come back in it. He's disappeared again, has he? Where's he gone? He's doing his stats. Yeah, that's a remarkable turn of events. Or on most of those occasions, a non-turn of events, because he's not really spinning it greatly, is he, Callum Parkinson? But
his best bowling actually 8 for 148 against Worcestershire in 2017. That was for Leicestershire. So he's on for what would be his 8th fifer.
it's not that many, is it, for someone who
No.
of his age? Good, consistent bowler, but
So Tom Taylor is the new man. A good half hour ago, Tom Taylor wouldn't have imagined in his wildest nightmares that he would have been out there batting now. It was all going really sensibly, 53 for none. I said what a good start Worcestershire had, they were playing well. And then suddenly Libby gets a ball that doesn't get up off a length, is bowled, and then clatter, 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 clatter. So that's 7 for 47 in 18 overs.
7 for 37.
7 for 37, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Which is... Oh, you can't say the pitch is blameless, but it's certainly not a 7 for 37 pitch, is it? Deary me.
Stokes coming back into the attack to replace Robinson.
Stokes obviously had a word with the captain, fancies mopping up the tail. Probably asked to open the batting then and finish it off tonight, Marty. If they could do this by tea, they'd certainly have plenty of time to get the runs. Stokes in, bowls, and that's turned on the onside by Roderick, who takes the single. Well, fair enough. He is the batsman there, but I don't think you've got to the stage yet where he's going to be farming the strike. The 9th new batter of the afternoon. Taylor taking guard. Stokes bowls to him, right-hander, as a big appeal, and he's gone. LBW tried to turn that on the onside and got too far across. A very confident appeal, and there goes the 8th wicket, and that's a second bowler for Taylor. We'll have a look at this one on our screen here, and Ben Stokes. Yeah, I don't think there's too much doubt about that one. Certainly wasn't going over the top, and only question is whether it was going down leg, and I don't think it was. Watch the slower motion one there, and yeah, definitely out. Good decision, and well, getting a bit too far over for his first delivery there. First delivery from Stokes. Taylor, his second delivery. He's on his way back for naught. And, Jack Home will be coming out now, thinking to himself, well, second day running, I've got to produce some heroics.
So that's now 8, 7.
8 for 38, is it? Yeah, 8 for 38.
Yeah, 8 for 38 in 18.2 overs.
Really is nonsense.
Where's it come from?
Well, the pitch is just not an 8 for 38 pitch. I'm sorry, Worcestershire and Worcestershire fans listening, because that's the truth of the matter. It's not turning yet. Callum Parkinson's taken 4 for 9. It's not deviating or off the seam or swinging particularly. Well, I suppose I better let Frank slip back in here, because if I don't, it'll be all over, I think. Let you take up the rest of this over, Martin.
So, Home is the new man. Jack Home made 63 not out, his highest score in the first innings. Only his third first class match. Stokes coming in here to bowl to Home. Edged, didn't quite carry the second slip. One-handed stop from Casey Aldridge diving across to his right, but it just pitched in front of him. Right, we get to a point where we have a delayed tea because the last pair are in again.
Yeah, I think there's every chance of that. Well, no, there isn't. I think they'll be out before tea, Marty, to be honest. I don't think you'll be having that breakfast.
No.
I really don't. Not with this many overs. It's extraordinary what we've seen. 8 for 38.
Yeah, in 18.2 overs.
It's absolutely extraordinary, because
come out of nowhere.
it is not a minefield, is it?
No. It's the psychology of sport.
Yeah,
as
it
I was
is.
saying a little bit
Absolutely,
earlier.
absolutely extraordinary how a team can do this 2 weeks running. Actually, Callum Parkinson is bowled well, but he hasn't bowled like Derek Underwood.
He's not playing though in this one, is he?
No, but even if he was, I don't think he'd have done much more damage, would he? Well, he wouldn't. He wouldn't be very good anymore, especially he's passed away. But seriously, 8 for 38, extraordinary. I don't think the pitch is much worse than it was. Well, it's not than it was this morning or yesterday, really.
James O'Donnell has emailed saying we needed those two, but I don't know which two it refers to now. It was 18 minutes past 2 when he sent it, so that's possibly Libby and Latigan. They were 53 for none.
Yeah.
Absolutely sailing along. Stokes again. Oh, and Home trying to follow a rising ball there. Didn't get a click on it. Stokes stands with his hands on the back of his head in disbelief that he hasn't got an edge there. Well, I never, as the saying goes.
I think Taylor might have been a bit unlucky, not being what's the word, churlish about it, because obviously there's nothing unlucky about any of the others, but he's quite tall, it's above the knee roll. Parkinson is in and bowls, and Roderick goes for a sweep shot, and there's a big appeal, but umpire James Middlebrook says no. He was a long way forward to that one, looking to paddle it round. Slightly risky shot. Best he could get is a single down to long leg, really, unless he got it really fine. But not out on this occasion. 91 for 8. Parkinson again bowls, and Roderick, who came in at number 3. Hard to remember.
Yeah.
He's been out there. He's only faced 44
came in at
balls.
number 3 in the 19th over.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are 8
No,
now.
in the 15th over, I think.
Oh, sorry, yes,
Yeah.
he did, didn't he? Yes, sorry.
But he's only faced
16th
44
over, yeah.
deliveries.
Yeah, the first wicket fell at the end of the 15th over, so 16th over. So
Yeah.
what are we now? 34.3 overs.
Incredible. Brilliant from Durham. Absolutely superb. Just shows you never ever know in cricket. Parkinson it was who started the rot, really.
Oh, you're out.
And he's got another one here as Roderick's gone for a big hit on the leg side, and he is caught
got
by
a 5.
McKinney running round from mid-on. And Callum Parkinson has picked up 5 for 9. Absolutely outstanding from him. And I cannot believe that even he, in his most optimistic of moods, would have thought when he came on that he could get 5 for 9 in the space of just a few overs. 7.4 overs. Absolutely incredible. Worcestershire are 91 for 9, having been 53 without loss, and this is a collapse of epic proportions. Absolutely epic proportions. McKinney takes the catch, nicely judged, and Durham, having really been wondering, what sort of target they were going to have to chase, with Worcestershire with a first innings lead of 40, and now wondering whether they can get home tonight. Amazing. And Harry Darley and Jack Home are reunited out in the middle, having spent so much time out there yesterday. And just listen to this scorecard as I run down it for Worcestershire, with Gareth Roderick gone for 15. The men out then: Libby 28, Latigan 20, and since then all this afternoon these: Libby 28, Latigan 20, Kashif Ali 1, Adam Hose 3, Brett D'Oliveira 8, Ethan Brooks 2, Matthew Waite 4, Tom Taylor without scoring, Gareth Roderick 15. 91 for 9.
Well, that is Parkinson's 8th 5 for. His best figures were against Worcestershire in 2017 when he took 8 for 148 for Leicestershire. And when he gets a wicket, he doesn't half celebrate. He gives it absolutely everything. He raced around in a circle there, leapt up and punched the air. Big scream. The lead remains just 131. I make that 9 wickets for 38 runs in 19.4 overs.
Yep.
Parkinson 5 for
9
9
wickets.
7.4.
9 wickets for 38. I mean, that really, unless you're facing one of the world's best attacks on a minefield, like when England were bowled out for 41 by Curtly Ambrose way back, that is pretty extraordinary by any standards.
Worcestershire's lowest score against Durham, 81 all out in the second innings at New Road last year. Durham won by 6 wickets, a game which finished in 2 days. Prior to that, they were 112 all out in the first innings in Chesley Street in 2024, but they fought back to win by 6 wickets after chasing 231 in the second innings.
Parkinson to continue then round the wicket, bowling to the new man Harry Darley, who plays this out on the offside. And there's no run, 1 ball left in the over. Callum Parkinson, Matt's twin, 7.5 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 9. Absolutely brilliant. 5 for 9 at the end of that over. Amazing performance from the left arm spinner. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 9. Worcestershire 91 for 9, leading by just 131. And there is a stunned silence around this ground, with the exception of a few visitors from Durham who will be beside themselves with joy. And we're going to watch Ben Stokes try and wrap it up.
Applause for Parkinson as he heads to the boundary and gets a handshake from the Durham bowling coach Graham Onions. I think he just wandered round the boundary just to give him a handshake there. He's heading back now. 91 for 9. Worcestershire need these two to put on another 53, don't they? What was it? What was their fight?
Yeah.
Was it 57? 57.
Yeah, and even then, wouldn't put them in as good a position as they would have hoped.
Home facing Stokes from the Diglas end. That's gone down the leg side. Sun is bright now. So we're just saying out the breeze as the people who are sitting in the rows of seats in front of the hotel in the corner of the ground, they're protected from the northeasterly breeze. It's sunshine over there, it looks lovely over there. Look down the Diglas end in the breeze, and everybody in the central section of the Dollavira stand's got their coats on. Contrast and compare. Stokes comes in and bowls, and that's an inside edge which comes off Holmes' thigh pad and goes down towards gully, no run there. There was one other game where Worcestershire were all out fairly cheaply at Chesley Street in 2012. They made 120. Durham won by 6 wickets. And then in 2021, here, dismissed for 131. I just never saw this coming at all. I mean, we say in commentary, we talk about how a match is probably going to end in a draw, and then things happen, but this just was never on the cards, was it? Next ball is defended by Home. You go back to about an hour and 10 minutes ago, Frank, I would say.
Absolutely.
And we were
incredible.
talking about how comfortable it was for Worcestershire.
Yeah.
They'd got the 50, hadn't they?
Yeah.
So when did they get the 50? They got the 53 for none in 14.5 overs and then lost a wicket the next ball. So at that point in time, they led by 93 and they didn't appear to have a care in the world. Stokes bowls, Home defends, ball runs up to mid-on, no run there.
Yeah, I mean, even then we did say it's not a great, the pitch is deteriorating, but it's not a minefield, it's not a bad pitch. Good cricket pitch, you'd expect a 4th day result, and it's just all turned round in no time. And this isn't just a collapse, is it? It's an absolute capitulation. I mean, it's been carnage.
Stokes once more, from the Diggless end, bowls. Holm plays this out through mid-wicket and will get a run. He's off the mark. 9th ball. Three slips in place now for Darley. He's faced 2 balls so far, yet to get off the mark. 92 for 9. Stokes comes in and bowls. And then it's defended. End of the over. Here on BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester and BBC Radio Newcastle. Quite the afternoon.
Callum Parkinson to continue from the New Road end, looking for his 6th wicket, looking to wrap up this Worcestershire innings. Remember, it began with them with a first innings lead of 40. They lost twice in the Championship last year when they had a first innings lead. Could well happen again here. Durham have a modest target to chase in the last innings. Parkinson bowls. Home squeezes this to mid-wicket, not very convincingly. 47 overs left in the day. Parkinson in again round the wicket. Home is forward solidly, pushing out on the offside. So these 2 youngsters who played so well together yesterday find themselves back out there just 24 hours later. Bet they can't believe it. Home forward plays this up to long on for a single. Darley on strike. So since lunch, Libby bowled Aldridge 28, Latigan caught Bedingham bowled Rain 20, Kashif caught Rain bowled Aldridge 1, and then the Parkinson mayhem began. He caught and bowled Hose for 3, he caught and bowled D'Oliveira for 8. Bowls to Darley, who's playing at this one down the leg side, taken by the keeper. Shout for a catch but not given. Then Brooks caught at slip by Aldridge off Parkinson for 2. Then Waite bowled for 4. Ben Stokes nipped in to get Tom Taylor LBW for 0. Parkinson bowls again, Darley defends. And then Gareth Roderick going for a big hit off Parkinson, skied it and was caught by Ben McKinney running round from mid-on for 15. Worcestershire losing 9 for 38. Parkinson bowls, Darley blocks, end of the over. Just repeat that, Worcestershire losing 9 wickets for 38 runs. Absolutely amazing. 53 without loss to 91 for 9.
Ben Stokes to continue here. This is going to be his 8th over. He's taken 1 for 27 so far, 1 maiden as well. Bowling to Home on 2. Home is now on 3 as he fends the ball off onto the leg side and through mid-wicket for a single. 94 for 9. Just altering the field here. Luke Robinson's coming round from a wide third man to a narrower third man as Stokes bowls. Darley forward to this one, plays it back Up to Ben Rain at mid-off, no run. Quite a captain's decision to give Parkinson a 12, wasn't it? As Stokes comes in. This is going to be a run down to third man. Darley's off the mark, 8th ball. 95 for 9. Remember, we were discussing the word we would use to describe a 40-run first innings lead earlier.
Yeah.
Was it sizeable in the scheme of things or not at the minute?
I think you said, is it negligible, didn't you?
Yeah,
I think originally we
negligible.
decided it wasn't, or I thought it wasn't. Maybe it was.
In comes Stokes. Ooh, attempted leave here by home, and he somehow played it down to third man. He gets a single. He now has 4. 96 for 9.
But it's well, the game never ceases to shock you, does it? I suppose one way or another. I sat through a week ago at Northampton similar carnage as Ben Sanderson.
Must have been another no ball there.
Ben Sanderson took 4 for 2 in 13 balls.
Stokes in, balls played by Darley to mid-wicket.
But even that pales into insignificance compared to 9 for 38, doesn't it?
Yeah, the no ball's gone on now. It's just a bizarre afternoon. Still 14 minutes to tea, in theory.
It won't be, will it? Or will it? I don't know. Does the
Well, the last pair in, I mean, we had a late lunch
didn't-
yesterday.
Yeah, it did. But when it's it'll be the same, won't it? They'll carry on, I think.
Stokes bowls to Darley, who's up on his toes and gets turned around, but he gets an edge, and it's gone down to third man for 4. For 1, sorry. Darley on 2 then. Worcestershire 99 for 9. Lead 139. Last ball of the 38th over. Stokes 1 for 33. Comes in and bowls, and that is a leave from home. End of the over.
99 for 9. Who'd have thunk it?
I wonder what Nina would think about it.
53 without loss. 93 ahead. Now 99 for 9, 139 ahead. Instead of thinking about setting 250 plus, they're wondering if they can possibly nudge it up to 150 plus. Callum Parkinson, outstanding effort from him. 5 for 10. 5 for 10. 2 slips and a silly point as he bowls to Darley. He's in and Darley is forward. We're right back where we were yesterday, aren't we?
Yeah.
Darley blocking it. I can't understand why they haven't got another short leg in as well. I would put him right under pressure. Maybe even a silly mid-off. He's forward again. Don't think he's going to be playing any particularly attacking shots against Parkinson. This is not a situation in which the batters are going to try and put the bowlers under pressure. Absolutely not one of those. As Parkinson is in and round the wicket and bowls. And it's blocked back up the pitch. Well, Pete Breakwell, I hope you're enjoying putting your shelving together. You said you had a couple of hours to put your shelves up listening to us this afternoon. Well, I hope the shelves stand up better than the Worcestershire batting has done. Otherwise you're in big trouble. Parkinson bowls quicker. Darley inside it, flicks it away behind square on the leg side, and he's picked up 3 runs. I think it's a good bit of fielding. Good chase back by Aldridge from slip, and then he dived full length and flicked it back just inside the rope. Big man, got down well. He's a real enthusiast in everything he does, Aldridge. Chased that down very hard. Low scoring game, every run could matter. The 100 is up for Worcestershire, hence that rather tepid applause from the fans. 102 for 9. Parkinson bowls and home, leaves that alone and is taken on the pad, and Parkinson shouts for LBW, and I think they all thought that was going to be given because it was he's not playing a shot. Doesn't matter whether it was outside the line or not. If it was going on to hit the stumps, umpire Middlebrook decides in the batsman's favour, and Parkinson doesn't get his 6th wicket. I'm just having a look at it now on the replay. Probably won't have time as he bowls the next one, and that one is also a dot ball. And I watched the replay and it did hit him outside the line, which obviously doesn't matter, but he was quite a long way forward, and James Middlebrook obviously didn't feel that he was absolutely confident that it was going to go on and hit the stumps, and so he didn't give it. Parkinson maybe just having a little chat with him about it now. It all looks fairly good humoured. Worcestershire limping along. Home has 4, Darley has 5. They are 102 for 9.
I can hear a church bell. I don't think it's at the cathedral, it must be the other church along from the cathedral.
It's just a spire, that.
Eh?
It's just a spire.
Just a spire, is it?
The remains
Right.
of St Nicholas Church, known as the Glover's Needle.
Stokes with a short one to Darley, so they must be from the cathedral then. Can you hear that?
No, I can't. But my hearing of high noises isn't very good.
Yeah. $102 for 9 in the 40th over. Oof! That one spits up on Darley. He manages to stand firm and fend it away, almost one-handed there. About chin high from Stokes. Newcastle were winning 1-0 at Forest, with Harvey Barnes scoring. Then Elliot Anderson, who's their former player, they had to sell him to Forest for finance reasons. He has equalised on the 88 minutes. Don't know if it's finished yet, that
Big
one.
point, that. Although they're safe, aren't they, Forest?
Well, I think the point today they thought they would be, didn't they? Next ball comes in and has gone through to the keeper.
Big one for West Ham at 4:30, isn't it, against Arsenal? Villa will be frustrated if they don't win at Burnley, won't they?
2-2 there.
Yeah.
102 for 9. Halfway through this 40th over. Stokes coming in to bowl to Darley. And Darley defends again. Stokes turns and heads back to his mark. 44 overs left in the day, including this one. They're now in, they could go to tea early territory because it's 7 minutes to. So in theory you wouldn't lose any overs if there were to be a wicket falling in the next few minutes. Well, these two could hold Durham up and take the extra half hour, as they did yesterday. Stokes again, edged and gone. Beddingham takes a low catch. Darley is out for 5. Worcestershire are all out for 102 in 39.5 overs, and they lead by just 142. That has been a monumental collapse. They were 53 for none in the 15th over, and they're all out for 102.
So Darley, the last man to go, caught by Beddingham at slip. David Beddingham is such a good slip fielder, isn't he? Just makes it look easy. and brilliant work from Callum Parkinson. Durham will need 143 to win.
And they won't lose any overs, will they?
And they won't lose. Well, it doesn't matter, does it? There's absolutely no problem in that respect. A really, really extraordinary collapse from Worcestershire. Jack Home finishes unbeaten on 4. I'll run through the entire bowling figures. Ben Rain 10 overs, 3 maidens, 18 runs, 1 wicket. Ben Stokes 8.4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. He got 2, didn't he? 2 for 33. They probably haven't put that on the 8.5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33. Casey Aldridge 5 overs, 1 maiden, 13 runs and 2 wickets. Luke Robinson 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 17. I've saved the best till last. Callum Parkinson 10 overs, 3 maidens, 13 runs, 5 wickets. Well bowled. Callum Parkinson absolutely brilliant, and Worcestershire absolutely blown away. 53 for none, 102 all out. So they've lost
10 for 49 in 25 overs.
In 25 overs, and they have set Durham a pretty mediocre target of 143 for victory. And I'm going to go for a lie down, and we'll be back with you when play resumes. Until then, thanks for being with us.
Welcome back to New Road then, as Durham come out to start this innings at 4:13, chasing 143 to win in 43 overs, the board says. It's not just the 10 for 49 that Worcestershire lost. If you bear in mind, of course, that Durham collapsed at the end of their innings. They were 200 for 4 and then 268 all out, so
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? 20 wickets for 100 and...
well, 16.
Yeah. Sorry, 16
Yeah.
wickets, for what, 120 odd?
Something like that. So Alex Lees is facing the first ball of this Durham second innings from Tom Taylor. He comes round the wicket from the Diglas end in bright sunshine. Lees defends. Ben McKinney at the non-striker's end.
Well, Worcestershire have collapsed 2 weeks running now on Sundays in startling fashion. Really startling fashion.
Taylor in, bowls. Lees turns this out through mid-wicket. He leans right into a leg side ball, and that's going to go for 4 up towards the far right hand corner of the ground, just next to the conker tree. Yeah, it's 16 wickets for 117 runs. Crazy. Next ball is played out towards the covers. No run there. Well. Taylor in again. Bowls. Oh, there's an appeal. He's out. Lees has gone. There we are. It all starts again. Lees has gone, playing across the line. Yorker length ball. He goes for 4. He's not made any runs in this game. And Durham need 139 to win, and could still lose this one.
Alex Lees, LBW to Tom Taylor, 4-4.
Yeah, not making any predictions, are we, in this box? Wickets continuing to tumble. Just need, well, Amelia Gay in good nick, David Bedingham in outstanding nick, Graham Clark 70 odd in the first. You just need one player really to make 70 or 80 when you're chasing a score like this. Just one player, but lose 2 or 3 quick wickets and the mood sets in, doesn't it? The lack of confidence, and that's exactly what happened to Worcestershire at Northampton last week, and again today. We've quite extraordinary, and I think we've got to point out that, you know, there's help in this pitch. There's a bit of variable bounce, there's a bit of seam movement, there's a bit of turn for Parkinson, but it's not a minefield, not by any means. And Matt Parkinson will rarely have better figures in terms of both wicket taking and he never, I doubt, have better figures in terms of wicket taking and economy than he did today. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 13. Brilliant from him. But he wasn't. It's not as if he was pitching leg and hitting the top of off. He was just basically bowling accurately, and batters were getting out to him.
That's 17 wickets for 121 runs.
Yeah. If you take both teams into account.
Yeah.
Worcestershire 10 for 49 today, subsiding from 53 for none to 102 all out. Emilio Gay, dismissed by Taylor in the first innings, caught behind by Gareth Roderick.
Yeah, that's the maths from both collapses rather than, because obviously, there's 53 runs we're ignoring there.
He's on strike now as Taylor bowls round the wicket, and he's away. No, he's not. He drives nicely into the covers and sets off for a run, but in fact has to scamper back as Jack Home moves to his right in the covers. 4 for 1 then.
What a crazy, crazy, crazy day.
You'll have to go and check out, will you? Like
No,
I did last Sunday.
I'm not going to go back tonight.
No. Spend the day at it tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's Taylor round the wicket to Gay. Bowls, and he's watchfully forward, playing up to mid-on. And that's the end of the first over, 4 for 1.
James has been back on from Glasgow. He says, handy, that's what you call a 40-run lead. I think that best describes it.
Well, that's fair enough. He's got it spot on, I think, yeah.
And he said, where's your money? Mine's in me pocket. I said, yeah, mine is as well.
No, mine's not. Mine's on Durham. Only needs one partnership. Only needs a couple of big performances. Or even one.
There was a game here a few years ago, maybe 2022, something like that. No, that was a draw. 2021, say, where Worcestershire came out on the final morning. They only needed something like 136, and Chris Rushworth took 5 for 5 or
something. He was unplayable, wasn't he? Absolutely unplayable.
But Worcestershire got over the line that day.
Here's Matthew Waite bowling to Ben McKinney. Turns this off his legs for a single to Home at deep backward square. Waite preferred with the new ball this time round to Darley.
I think if you look at the time left in this game, 138 needed now. If Durham were to knock them off, that's going to take a good, probably an hour and a half, isn't it? So you're looking probably finishing around about, say, 6 o'clock by the time we've done all the post-match stuff. It's going to be best part of 7. So it's a half hour, 40-minute drive back to the hotel for me. So
yeah, it's different for me last week. As Waite bowls down the leg side, Gay flicks at it, makes no contact.
What time was it over last week?
It was over. I got away about 7, went back to the hotel, but I was home by 10.
Yeah.
Only
took 5 hours to get down here, you know, and I just think there'll be loads of roadworks tonight.
It's a long way. I think you're right.
What is it? About 250 miles or something, isn't it?
I know. I think more in terms of hours, really.
Sunday night with road closures.
Here's Waite again. He'd probably rather be bowling to right-handers, I think. He tends to nip it away from them, but 2 lefties in at the moment. 1 lefty dismissed. And Gay is forward to this one and pushes it out into the covers. There'll be people tuning in or just coming back. I mean, a lot of people these days, they follow the score, don't they, even though they're not watching or listening, but there will be some people tune in and for the first time who just can't believe what they're looking at. Worcestershire losing all their last 10 wickets for 49 runs in their second innings. His Waite in to bowl to Emilio Gay, and he plays that out on the onside to Latigan. There's no run. And you talk to coaches year in, year out, and one of the obvious truths about first class cricket is that if you're going to be successful, you have to be consistent across all the sessions of a game. You can have a bad session here or there, bad hour, whatever, but it can cost you. And one session can cost you a game, and Worcestershire might well be looking at that hour that we witnessed just before tea. As Waite bowls again to Gay, who gets a run behind square on the offside. And they might be saying to themselves, you know, we played well in the first innings, we got out of trouble, we bowled Durham out, we got a first innings lead, and we've just chucked it all away in 1 hour. But it'll happen again, because you can't beat cricket. Cricket does that to you. It does that to teams, and we know it does. It doesn't matter who they are. Almost, it will happen. You just get skids get under a team. One team gets its tail up, it happens, and it's one of the things we love so much about the game. Brett D'Oliveira looks a pretty miserable figure at the moment, the Worcestershire captain at mid-off. Walks in as Waite bowls to McKinney, who stands tall, very tall. Plays it up to D'Oliveira, end of the over, 2 overs gone. Worcestershire defending, 143 is the target. Durham are 137 short of that, they're 6 for 1. The man out is Alex Lees, LBW to Tom Taylor for 4.
Well, can you believe this? I said in the preview video this morning, none of us had a clue which direction this game was heading in. But day 3 is often the day when things do happen in matches, isn't it? In comes Taylor to start a new over, bowling to Gay. Gay drives at that one out through the covers, and it's chased by Home. 2 runs. He moves on to 3, 8 for 1, 135 more needed.
Just looking at that one, I reckon Alex Lees might be a tiny bit unlucky. It was hitting, I just wonder if he might just have been outside the line.
Taylor bowls again, a bit of a false shot from Gay. He's looking to play this through the leg side, and he's steered it one-handed into the offside.
No, it was out. It was a good shout. Good decision.
Eight for 1. In comes the bowler, and that's driven by Gay, past the bowler, back up to mid-off, stopped by D'Oliveira.
One thing you don't know, I suppose, Marty, in these circumstances is the effect it has on the batting side, even when they come in, you know, the other side, as it were. So all those wickets go down. Do the batters go out there thinking,
well, that's what I was saying earlier,
in the track, you know? That's
what I was saying when I was on air with DT. You know, sometimes the biggest distance in sports between the ears, isn't it? You know. In comes Taylor again, and this is pushed away by Gay down towards fine leg for 1 run. Is this Darley fielding down in front of us?
Yeah.
So, Kashifali in this match got 28 and got 27 in the first innings and 1. Gareth Roderick 6 in the first innings, was out for 15 today. Next ball played away by McKinney. Up to mid-off, no run there. McKinney in the first innings out for 12. Lees in the first innings out for 9. Today out for 4. .41 overs to go, and after the next ball it'll be 40. Taylor comes in, bowls. They're appealing for LBW. I don't know where the ball is. That's the end of the over. It was not given. McKinney seemed to be stretching a long ways. He was trying to play that. I couldn't see where it hit him there. He had his back to us as he was playing at it. Didn't look right to me as they were appealing.
Wait to continue from the new road end, bowling to Gay. Tall, it hit him high, didn't it?
It hit them quite high on the thigh pad, didn't it?
As Waite comes in and bowls, and Gay is playing this one straight back to him. Gay has 4, McKinney has 1, it's 9 for 1, Lees the man out for 4. Earlier today, Worcestershire absolutely rolled over. Finished Durham off this morning, got a lead of 40, got to 55 without loss, and then lost all 10 wickets for 49 runs. Wait in again, bowls. Gay back and across, plays us out on the offside, and McKinney wants a single, but he's sent back as Darley scampers in from extra cover. Bright sunshine now, really lovely evening, except a bit chilly in the wind. Kashif comes in from deep backward point into a more conventional backward point position. And Wait comes in again. 3 slips in place as Worcestershire seek a second wicket. Wait to Gay. Gay is in behind that tall, angular left-hander. Plays it off the back foot defensively. Lovely shape to that shot, right out of the textbook. Back foot reasonably parallel to the crease, so he doesn't get squared up. Nice sideways on position, really good technically. That backward defensive from Emilio Gay. Waits again now, back raised. Waiting to him, bowls, and he's forward this time. Pushing out on the offside, Darley fields. Yeah, Wait generally shapes the ball away from the right-hander. Can bowl a sort of wobble seam, nip it back either way, but happier bowling at right-handers over the wicket. Hoping when he's bowling at left-handers like this that he can angle it across and get it to nip back in through the gate, but both these batters got really good reach as well. Big tall men can get forward, cover the movement. On this occasion Gay's in behind it and nudging it off the back foot back to the bowler.
Eric the Stanmore Mackham says Worcester to Roker is currently showing us 4 hours and 3 minutes. Marty, you'll make last orders in the Harbour View. Yeah, but that doesn't take into account that my clothes are in a hotel which is 40 minutes away and will need to be packed, and all the kit needs to be packed up here and all the other stuff. But thanks for your research, Eric.
Wait over the wicket again, bowls, and Gay is forward again, playing defensively back to him. Good over from Matthew Wait. A maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 2. It remains 9 for 1.
Katie's been back on. She said she missed that entire innings while out at her 16 over game. Was it poor batting or good bowling? It's a bit of a mixture of everything, a bit of panic station stuff going on as well, I think. Here's Taylor. The start is 3rd over. Around the wicket he comes to McKinney. McKinney leaves that one. So Durham 9 for 1. Need another 134 to win from 39 overs. I don't know if we can end up with an extra half hour on top of an extra half hour at the end of the day. They'd have to come back tomorrow, wouldn't they, if they haven't got the runs on the board. McKinney drives at that one, and it's heading off towards the long off boundary. It's being chased by D'Oliveira. It's going to be 2 runs. Didn't connect to it cleanly. He's now checking his bat and looking to see if he's damaged the splice. It was heavy. It was low off the bat around about the toe. Continues to flex his bat just to see if it's okay. $11 for 1. McKinney has 3. Taylor in. McKinney drives straight at that one. That's 4. It's a nice shot up to the Diglas end. He's played it between the bowler and mid-on. The Durham players were meant to come down on the train on Thursday, but I think the train got cancelled, so they ended up coming down in some minibuses instead. So I'm not sure if they're planning to get the train back or minibuses back. Taylor in, and he's left alone. In fact, I don't even know if they're going back to the North East. They might not be, because the next game's in Beckenham. I imagine they'll probably just be...
Go straight down, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Get picked up by a coach here, probably.
Yeah.
Where are they staying, do you know?
Could be in the ground. Here comes the next ball round the wicket. Turned towards long leg by McKinney. Should get 2 here. Throw comes in from Darley. That's gone miles. That's gone past everybody. It's gone between both sets of stumps and is backed up on the far side of the square by Jack Home. Durham now need 126 to win. I think you might be going and buying that patio furniture tomorrow, Frank.
The show's finished, isn't it? Damn.
Well, there might be some sale offers on tonight. Next ball flicked away by McKinney out through deep mid-wicket for 4. Ball comes to rest at the foot of the fence in front of the ladies' pavilion.
Loose over that one from Taylor by his standards.
21 for 1. 122 needed.
1 for 19 off 3. And I think it's one of those as well where if they get going, you know,
Yeah.
the body language and the general purpose out there will wilt a little bit and they could canter home, especially if Stokes comes in and gives it a whack. 21 for 1. Wait. Over the wicket to the left-handed Emilio Gay, who's on 4. McKinney's raced to 13. He's only faced 10 balls. Gay gets this one away down to long leg for a single. Home the fielder. And we've talked about the mental approach, and it's also the hardest to control, really, and you can't help the way you feel. And I think Worcestershire out there will feel if Durham are, say, 50 for 1 or something like that, chasing this total, they're deflated already by what's happened. You can tell they could be there for the taking. That's a lovely shot down the ground from McKinney. He'll get a couple. Hasn't gone all the way. He's looking pretty fluent. 15 now to him off 12 deliveries. I think it was 2 years ago for the Lions here that he made a big score. I think it was. I probably need to check that, but no stranger to success on this ground, I don't think. As Waite bowls to him and turns this one for another single into the gap at mid-wicket. Well played, nicely played by Ben McKinney. 16 off 12. Hard to believe he's only faced 12 and he's been out since the start, and Emilio Gay's faced 17. But it's often the way it goes. Matthew Waite, not used to taking the new ball, turns now at the end of his run. 3 slips there as he comes into bowl to Gay, and he's pushing forward and steering it out on the offside in Darley Fields. And there's no chirp, is there, out there from Worcestershire?
Not much.
You can understand why. There's not much in the way of encouragement for the bowler. They very much pride themselves, as do all these teams, on being a tight-knit bunch and supporting each other all the way, but collectively I think the mood is down really, and it's only 7 days since they were similarly affected. The only way to improve it is to get a couple of wickets quickly, Waite bowls, and
Where's that
that's
gone?
4 runs down to wide third man, thickish outside edge, but went at it quite hard as it slanted across him, Emilio Gay, and got enough bat on it. And it goes down to the boundary, just down there where the third of the old horse chestnut trees used to be. Just one of them remaining, one new one planted at the back, which seems to be doing quite well.
I went and got some conkers for the kids.
Yeah, I remember
Was
that.
it 3 years
Remember you
ago?
telling me about
September
that?
time,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
Some big ones.
Yeah, they were good trees, those 3. Just the one left. But
I
as
took
I
a
say, they
photograph
planted.
of the conkers in my palm of my hand
planted
with the
another
cathedral
one.
in the background.
What then? Oh, you say the cathedral's all right when you want?
Yeah,
a
yeah.
conker
I don't want
just-
it looking dirty in
yeah.
my pictures. That's all.
You don't mind it when you're in a picture with it, but you would have a go at it when you're not. Lovely shot from Emilio Gay, over pitched on leg stump, clipped away, runs coming thick and fast now, 2 successive boundaries. Durham 33 for 1, need just 110 more runs to win. McKinney 16, Gay 13, and I'm pretty sure this game will be finished tonight.
Yeah. So that one you were pointing out, the little one there. How many?
Is a replacement.
So
yeah.
how long ago was that planted then?
I don't know, but the other 2 went within the last 5 years.
So that's grown to that height already.
Well, I'm pretty sure that is
Huh?
No, it can't.
Does look
I don't know,
babyish,
it's
doesn't it?
Quite big though, isn't it? It can't be, can it?
Tail around the wickets of McKinney. That's gone to the.
I don't think it can be. But
There's a little sapling there. Yeah, there's a little sapling I can see. Yeah.
I reckon it
Yeah.
might be. I don't know.
Yeah, the sapling will be the one. I've got nothing against the cathedral. It just looked a bit dirty the other day. That was all. I thought I could have done with it
You
clean.
can't get yourself out of it now.
I said what I said. I stand by what I said.
You've upset. You can't say it looks dirty today. Look at it. It looks superb.
Well, the central tower does.
It's in shadow.
Taylor to McKinney. McKinney plays us back up to mid-off now, isn't it?
Anyway,
well, how come the central tower's in shadow and the gable end is bright because the sun's shining on it?
I don't know, but all I know is you've upset a lot of locals.
One bell ringer. One bell ringer.
No, more than one. There were a few messages.
Were there?
Well, if there is a God, Marty, you could be in trouble.
Well, the day I was talking about the cathedral was the day because we had lots of rain around then. McKinney back foot drive here up to Dollavera at mid-off no run there.
It's like Graham Pollock there, McKinney. You know why? Because he stood there, he's got quite a wide stance, and he hit that drive without moving his feet.
Yeah.
All he did was shift his weight. They reckon when Graham Pollock reached the end of his career, he stood so wide that to play forward he just moved his weight onto the front foot, and to play back he moved it onto the back foot. He didn't actually have to move his feet. And that's what McKinney was like there. He can cover more ground with a stance like that than most people.
Yeah. Taylor in. McKinney plays this off towards point for a single. Moves him on to, where are we, 17. Durham 34 for 1. Need another 109 to win. I've got a fairly decent record here.
Yeah. You have. Not so much in white ball cricket.
No, well, they've only won one T20 here. And then they were doing quite well a couple of years ago when they went off for bad light and it ended up a tie. Gay facing Taylor. He plays this down towards the gully area. And it's snatched by Libby, who races across from third slip. Derek sent a picture. He's watching cricket up in the Northumberland area. Freezing cold, but it's sunny. Another 50 not out for Ellie today, playing for Upham against Seaton Burn. It's that northeasterly wind. Temperatures across the country a lot lower this week than last week. Tail around the wicket, that's turned out through mid-wicket nicely by Gay. He's timed that perfectly. Is it going to get to the boundary? It doesn't, it slows. It's grabbed, and Durham run 3. Is that Waite who went after the ball?
Yep.
Right, so I was wondering why he hadn't thrown it back in, but if he's bowling the next over, he's just keeping it for himself.
Darley's having a ball, actually.
Yeah.
Darley coming on to replace Waite. As I say, Waite, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14, but much happier bowling at right-handers than left-handers. Darley coming on. Yeah, well, should be one of the reasons I think it'll be so disappointing this game, if Durham do eventually go on to win it, which that now does look likely, is that with all the injuries and the youngsters in and everything, they actually got themselves into such a good position. Darley round the wicket, in and bowls, and Gay nudges it down on the offside. Libby Fields in the gully. And so, you know, if you're in the coaching setup, you're looking there and you're thinking, well, these young lads have come in and they've done well, and we've managed to compete really well with a very strong side, and we've put ourselves into a really good position. And then, just almost in an hour, the whole game's gone. And that's hard to bounce back from. Darley in, round the wicket, bowls, Gay drives a wide one, very loose, could easily have nicked that. That's the sort of shot we saw 1 or 2 Worcestershire players playing, isn't it? And just a bit lazy. He got away with it. 37 for 1 then. Further 106 required for victory. Darley again round the wicket. Bowls. Gay clips him through mid-wicket for a single. Taylor has to move round to his left at mid-off to do the fielding.
Scott Wilson from the Northern Echo pointing out that Newcastle United were leading 1-0 today and drew 1-1 at Nottingham Forest. They've now given away 27 points this season from winning positions. That's quite that's a staggering amount, isn't it?
Could cost the manager his job, that.
Ben McKinney's asking the
Nobody
bowler
who isn't under pressure, I suppose.
Ben McKinney asking the bowler to hold on a minute here, because he's just adjusting his gloves at the non-striker's end.
Darley bowls, and
that's
leading edge from McKinney. Got away with it.
I was looking in the air there.
I think everybody was, and it's just gone back past the bowler for a single. Just a little flick. The bottom hand. We didn't really get hold of it. Got away with it. Got a 1. Darley to Gay again. Comes in there. Balls, and Gay is whipping this one on the onside up to mid-on for a single. Just watching that previous ball. It did go up in the air. Leading edge looped back over the bowler's head and dropped safely behind him. So those little bits of fortune that can go your way. Waite signalling to the dressing room for something. Might want a drink, might want to go off for a minute. 40 for 1. Darley, last ball of his first over. Round the wicket, bowls, and McKinney is forward, pushes out on the offside. And there's no run, end of the over. 103 more required. Gay has 18, McKinney has 18. The man out leaves for 4, Durham 40 for 1.
Seeing on the news today the cruise ship where people have died and become ill has docked in Tenerife, and I don't know if you can remember the first people who came back from China after lockdown began, or just around about the time lockdown was about to begin. They put them in a hospital on the Wirral. Can you remember?
Arrow Park's where my dad died.
Was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Oh, right. Well, apparently the British families who are on this cruise liner are going to fly back and head there. As next ball is defended on off stump from the bowling of Taylor to Gay. Gay on 18. I think they're talking about putting them into quarantine for 45 days. So is it on, where is it?
It's on the Wirral.
It's on the Wirral.
Yeah. Birkenhead, just outside.
Did you grow up in Birkenhead? Did
No,
you?
no, no. My dad became a Catholic priest after my mum
right.
died, and he was based on the Wirral.
Alright. In comes Taylor, balls to Gay. Gay looks to try and play that through the leg side, and again, that's been a bit of a leading edge type delivery or shot. We've seen that a few times. The ball doesn't seem to be coming onto the bat truly at times. Maybe the track's a little bit too
Just
paced.
held up a bit,
Yeah.
I think, like those 2 Corton bowls that
Yeah.
Parkinson got as well.
103 needed from 35 overs. Bowler comes in again. Gay up on his toes.
Lovely
Cuts
shot.
that nicely off towards the point boundary. Good diving stop by Holm. Oh, is he going to get back for a second? He does. Good running there. He's ended up about 15-20 yards past the stumps. He's on 20. 42 for 1. 101 needed. Which is the number of runs Durham were behind when they started their resumed their first innings this morning. Taylor in, bowls. Oh, that wraps Gay in the box area. He goes off for a little limp and oh, stingy, stingy, stingy. Ache, ache, ache. Might have been a bit of an inside edge onto the box and the thigh pad there. Current partnership is 38. Current run rate 4.8. Runs required 103. You know, with bearing in mind of the rest of the match, that's at 0.7 runs and over. Has that gone through to the keeper? Because technically this match is meant to finish tomorrow night. To go along and do it tonight, they need 2.8 and over. So they're currently double that. Last ball of the 9th over. Taylor to Gay. Gay plays the ball down to backward point. He'll keep strike with a single. So Durham did lose Alex Lees to the 4th ball of their second innings. LBW to Tom Taylor 4-4. They needed another 139 at that point. They're now 43 for 1 after 9 overs and need 100 to win.
And they're nicely placed, as were Worcestershire about 2.5 hours ago, when they were 55 for no wicket, leading by 95. Absolutely extraordinary, isn't it, when you say that? They were 95 ahead, and they had 10 wickets in hand, and they lost all of those 10 wickets for 49 runs. Harry Darley to bowl from the New Road end to Emilio Gay, bowls, and that's down the leg side. Gay misses it, taken by Gareth Roderick.
David O'Connell's emailed. He says, "Hi Marty, I'm enjoying the commentary and the sudden change in the match circumstances." He says, "I haven't been to Worcestershire, but it must be difficult to compare any cathedral with the incomparable Durham Cathedral, surely."
Oh dear, oh dear,
Looking
oh
forward
dear.
to the remainder of the match.
Here we go again.
Do you think this is cathedral snobbery or something?
We're looking at the finest cathedral.
Next ball played out through towards deep square leg for 2 by Gay. I have to say, If you go to Lincoln, the way Lincoln
Yeah.
Cathedral sits on the top of that hill, that's
Yeah.
pretty impressive, isn't it? You can see
It
that
is.
from a long way
It
off.
is. And that hill's got a great name.
What's it called?
Steep Hill.
Steep Hill. It's a cobbled climb. They
Yeah.
use it in the Lincoln Grand Prix cycle race.
And at the bottom of Steep Hill, there's a very, very old-fashioned chemist shop, which is beautiful gold-lettered sign outside. Darley bowls and Gay drives sweetly through the covers.
Is that
for
where-
a single.
Is that
And
right?
it says
You can go and get treatments for rickets and stuff, can you?
F.P. Watson Chemist.
Wow.
Yeah, took a photo of it when I was there. Yeah. No, but yes, Steep Hill, the most appropriately named road in the United Kingdom, in my opinion. Apart from maybe the one that was outside Millwall's old ground. Remember that?
Oh, Cold
Cold
Lane.
Blow Lane.
Yeah.
46 for 1. Emilio Gay, the non-striker's got his gloves sorted out, and Darley's in round the wicket to bowl to McKinney, and he drives, and batting is looking very, very straightforward again now. McKinney gets a single out through the covers. Gashie Valley Fields on the boundary. Total goes to 47. 96 required, and all that mayhem of mid-afternoon now seems a long time ago.
Well, I've got a relative in Blackwell Village in the Lickey Hills, and just along the road from Blackwell Village is a road called Lickey End.
I know it well. Yeah, used to go tobogganing there when I was a kid, if the snow was right. Darley round the wicket, bowls Gay forward, Dolivera Fields, and there is no run. Lovely golf club at Blackwell.
Yeah, I've played there, yeah. Mantulas as a member. The last time I was down for a Worcestershire game and I stayed there, and I had my bike with me, and I cycled across the countryside to Tardbig, and then cycled down the Tardbig flight down to Stoke Prior. It was a beautiful summer's afternoon. It was really lovely.
There's Harry Darley round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who is edging that, and it bounces just in front of Gareth Roderick, who dived to his left and picked it up on the bounce, I think. Pretty sure that's what happened. Good delivery from Darley, not a bad over from him. 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 7. 47 for 1 the total. We have 33 overs left in the day, and they need 96 to win. Not much doubt that it's going to happen today. Just going to watch that last one again and see what happened. Yeah, I think I read it right. I think it's bounced just in front of him.
I think the pad was outside the line of off stump anyway, wasn't it?
I think it was off the bat, but I don't know. But they didn't appeal anyway.
And we're going to see a change of bowler here as Waite comes in. Switched ends. McKinney facing Waite. First ball was a dot ball. Comes in again. And McKinney plays this up to mid-on, no run there. Durham need 96. In comes the bowler. McKinney plays this off towards the point boundary for 1. So he moves on to 20. 48 for 1.
You know, going back to the cathedrals, there's so many of them that are wonderful in their own ways, aren't they? And Durham is fantastic. Ely is very good. Hereford is fantastic, where the Mapamundi is.
I've been to Hereford.
Yeah, really.
There's a the cathedral in Arundel on the hill. It's a Norman design.
And the one I love is St David's down in Pembrokeshire, very small one.
Next ball is played safely to point by Gay, no run there. There's a tiny. I mean, if you think about Ripon Cathedral, that's tiny.
Yeah, often go to the one at St David's. It's in beautiful grounds, and in the spring, all the grass banks running down to the cathedral are covered in daffodils.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic sight. So yeah, they've all got. We can't really start a rivalry between cathedrals, can we? It's
Cathedral wars.
let's just say they're all good, but not many of them got plug socket on the end.
Wait to Gay. Gay flicks this one off to the leg side. Darley comes up from fine leg to field. The throw again is wayward. The keeper, Gareth Roderick, is staring disappointedly at the ground as that throw comes in, and once again goes miles wide of him.
He didn't say anything. He didn't glare at the field. His body language told you everything, didn't it? Sloppy cricket. 50's up. It's a cruise now, isn't it? It looks that way. And they get another 30, then it really will become a walk in the park.
Next ball bowled. Gay defends. The clock strikes 5.
So, let's have a look what's happening elsewhere, shall we? Where shall we start? Warwickshire, Yorkshire. Yorkshire, ooh, they're in trouble. Look at this, 20 for 3 Yorkshire in their second innings. So they're 529 behind and 3 down. Harry Brooks in. Ethan Bamber, all 3 wickets. Lythe for 4, Bean for 1, and Wharton for 0. Not had a great start to the season, James Wharton. Darley round the wicket bowls on his toes. McKinney plays it down on the onside. So Warwickshire well on course there for a win. They played really well. They were right on the back foot at the end of day 1. Yorkshire, at the end of day 1, Yorkshire were, just find it, see if I can just get the facts absolutely right. End of the day, Yorkshire were 110 for 4 in reply to Warwickshire's 147. Darley bowls, defended by McKinney, no run. So they were 37 behind and 4 down at the end of day 1, and they got bowled out for 152. So Warwickshire had a deficit of just 5. Then Warwickshire got 553 for 6 to set a target of 579, and Yorkshire are 20 for 3. That is how you come back in a game. Darley round the wicket outside the off stump, left alone by McKinney. So Warwickshire well on top there. Leicestershire, Sussex. Leicestershire 43 ahead, 6 wickets remaining. So Leicestershire 328, Sussex 430, Leicestershire 145 for 4. Hampshire, Essex at Chelmsford. Essex need 117 runs with 7 wickets remaining. So that could end today as well. Darley round the wicket. Bowls short. McKinney slaps it through to long on for 4. Just stand and deliver really. Short, outside the off stump, no real pace. And McKinney, well, he didn't even really get hold of it properly, he just thumped it with a cross bat wide of mid on for 4. Dismissive shot. So that's a good one between Essex and Hampshire at Chelmsford. At Bristol, Gloucester 171 ahead with 5 wickets left, so that could bubble up into a good game tomorrow. Glamorgan are 101 for 2 in their second innings. They need another 182 to beat Somerset at Cardiff. Darley bowls, McKinney drives, this time D'Oliveira fields in the covers. Derbyshire, Northants at Derby. Northants following on. Derbyshire got 604 for 7, Northants 228 and 46 without loss. surely Derbyshire are going to get their first win of the season there, and Nottinghamshire Surrey looks like it will be a draw, but you never know. Notts are 27 runs behind, 7 without loss in their second innings, so Notts 4-1-5, Surrey 4-4-9, Notts 7 without loss in the second innings. Darley round the wicket, bowls, McKinney smashes him down the ground, and that's gone all the way for 6. No, it hasn't. Yes, it has. The umpire can't make his mind up, but it's gone all the way for 6.
It's disappeared upstairs somewhere.
Absolutely brilliant strike from McKinney. I've said somebody has been hit, I think, in the crowd by the look of it. The players are very concerned. I don't think it's necessarily gone upstairs. It's gone into the back of the new road stand. 3 players running back. Check somebody's all right. I think there's some concern about a spectator here. Do hope they're okay. 6 to McKinney. And what I said,
they appear to be looking upstairs.
Yeah, what I said about it's the back of the well, I don't know, back of this stand. What I said about the mood changing and the kind of acceleration that can bring about a quick finish is just beginning to happen, I think, from Ben McKinney. 20.
Yeah, somebody's been hitting the head in this stand.
30 off 28 now, McKinney, and Emilio Gay has 26. And it's 60 for 1 and just a further 83 required with 31 overs left in the day.
Physio's there to give them some attention. Got a cut forehead by the looks of things.
Yeah, there's no seats above this stand. They don't start until the
Right,
far end.
Right. Are there not boxes above us?
No, not till you get
Further out.
down. Yeah.
Right. There's a delay going on now while the person in question is being tended to. Fielders and the batsmen are all in a huddle in the middle. I think it was the Worcester physio who's gone along to see to them, so I'm wondering if they're going to start or wait until the physio's finished. Looks like they're going to continue. 60 for 1. That was the end of the over. Durham need 83 to win. So Gay on strike on 26. McKinney has 30. In comes Waite. That's a lovely shot from Gay. Drives that back past the bowler. It's been chased up the field by D'Oliveira. 1 run. So these two came together with the score on 4. So they've put a 50 partnership on the board. 56 in 68 balls now. Like 57 now on that single. McKinney forward to this delivery from Waite, plays it back to him along the ground. Wade comes in and bowls. That's a short one. McKinney leaves it well alone. Took them 66 balls and 46 minutes to get that 50 partnership on the board. White comes in. That's played away by McKinney. The start of his run-in, I've not seen it much because he starts roughly behind the pillars in front of me, but he does this thing where he sort of flicks each leg out wide, doesn't he, before he starts his running?
Yeah. Just sort of pushes himself off, doesn't he?
Like a cross-country skier.
Like a ski jumper, or a ski, exactly that. Yeah, they've always done it.
Comes in again. McKinney plays that pass point and down towards the boundary for 1. He starts off with a normal run and then about 3 or 4 paces
he walks about 4 paces and then
does this
just to
two
give him
wide
that
strides.
lengthening of the stride, yeah, and then he gets his arms pumping as well. It's very interesting the different ways that people approach the crease, isn't it? Somebody put a video on of Michael Holding the other day when at his absolute best and said, has there ever been a better approach? And it's just absolutely beautiful. He was a 400-metre runner, wasn't he, Holding, I think, before he sort of zeroed in on cricket.
Wait to Gay. Bat and pad from Gay. The ball just rolls across to the offside end of the over. 2 runs from it. So Durham now 62 for 1 on this 3rd day here in the cold sunshine of New Road in Worcester. And their target when they came out the bat was 143 in 43 overs if they're to win it in day 3. 81 still to win. That's 62 for 1. There's 30 overs remaining today.
Yeah, and they're in cruise mode now, I think. Ben McKinney in particular, 31 off 32 balls. You've seen a lot more of him than I have. I've seen quite a bit of him. Darley bowls, and he just stops this one, blocks it in front of him. He's pretty uncomplicated, isn't he, Ben McKinney? I like that about him. He appears to have a pretty phlegmatic sort of demeanour at the crease. Puts the bad ball away with a real biff, and
from the
it looks a pretty simple game. Yeah, just like I say, big wide stance, tall man, great reach, difficult to bowl at when he's going well, I reckon. Darley in to him, bowls, and there we go. Absolutely smashes that straight at weight at mid-off. Can't hold on to it, gets a hand on it, half stops it, but they're back for 2. And he's already got a double 100, hasn't he, this year? 240 odd.
Yeah, the youngest double centurion at Durham.
Yeah,
244 at Bristol.
So he's a pretty confident young man, a man on the way up. Not talked about much when they talk about international recognition, but every likelihood he could have a long career with Durham.
Well, he captained England under 19s, and he's played for the Lions the last 2 years.
Yeah, I know, but that doesn't mean anything.
No, well, I know, but I'm just.
Darley bowls outside the off stump and skids through to Roderick. No, what I mean
just
is when they talk about who's actually got a chance of getting into the Test side, Gay appears to be the one rather than McKinney. But you just got to. I don't know. I don't think any of us know really. It used to be the case that if you racked up thousands of runs in county cricket, you were considered, but it isn't the case anymore. For whatever reason. In comes Darley. Bowls, and this was driven nicely by McKinney through the covers. He's only going to get 1. As Kashif Ali comes in to do the fielding. David Townsend joins me. Marty having a little break. I was just saying, David, that Ben McKinney, it's a very simple game. It's big wide stance. Doesn't have to do much other than shift his weight forward and back because he's such a tall man. He's on strike here now, and he smashes that away. Just to illustrate what I'm saying, it's just short and no real pace, and he just picks it up over mid wicket for 4. And this win is going to come pretty rapidly now, as these two impose themselves. Worcestershire's bowling attack looking a bit thin, but he's for all that, and he's played for the 19s and he's played for the Lions. He's never mentioned when you talk about Test selection because I don't know, just he doesn't get into the conversation. Whereas Emilio Gay at the other end seems to be the one that everybody fancies at the moment. 70 for 1. Darley in again, bowls, and McKinney just stands on his toes and pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. I was just saying about I've read that when by the end of his career Graham Pollock just basically stood in a very, very wide stance, and to play off the front foot he just leaned onto the front foot, and to play off the back foot he just leaned onto the back foot. Didn't actually have to move his feet very much. And McKinney has hit a couple of boundaries on the leg side and a couple of sort of flat batted shots on the offside where that's exactly what he's done. He's just shifted his weight rather than moved his feet. Uncomplicated.
Yeah, you like to see a bit of foot movement though, don't you?
Well,
from an opening bat.
maybe that's what holds him back in the eyes of some, but he's got a double 100 this year. There isn't much that can go wrong. I'm not saying he doesn't move. I'm not saying he never moves his feet, but it's just a very uncomplicated method, I think, and it works. He's played really well. Seen him get runs here before for the England Lions, and he's hard to bowl at, I think. That's what I'm really saying. Jack Home into the attack. Starts with a wide one. Yeah, you can do this, Kim.
Can I? You want a bit of a break, do you, Jack? Yeah, it's a bit of a funny day, isn't it, really? Worcestershire, shortly after lunch, you were thinking, well, they're in a strong position, the best part of 100 ahead with the openers out there, and 2 or 3 hours later, well...
Nearly over.
Well, what do they need, another 73?
Yeah, but they're coming thick and fast now, aren't they?
Home bowls, and that's defended back to it. Much straighter delivery this time. It's a difficult thing. It's a complaint, isn't it, these days, with older players talking about the younger batters that they don't move their feet. And
well, to be fair, Graham Pollock, different era. Tendulkar didn't move his feet much, did he?
Ben McKinney would be, I'm sure, very flattered by being compared with Tendulkar and Graham Pollock.
Certainly, there are. I mean, that is true about Graham Pollock, I think. I've seen video of it.
As you said, towards the end of it.
Yeah.
Next delivery from home is short and nippy and just sways inside that one. Does Emilio Gay. Is McKinney, I don't know what he's like against the spin, is he?
I don't know. I haven't seen enough of him, but I mean, he's highly rated, as I say. He skippered the under-19s. He's played for the Lions. He's made runs. He's still quite young. He's got a double 100 this year, 240 odd. Durham's youngest ever double centurion. But there are others who are mentioned ahead of him.
Home bowls driven nicely by
Bethel, for example, who was played nowhere near as much first-class cricket as McKinney, and yet nobody argues with that spot because of how brilliantly he played when he made that 100 in the Ashes. He's obviously a player that is inexperienced at first-class level, but absolutely correctly, potential has been identified.
I think that's what they tend to do now, don't they? Rather than you were talking about somebody scoring runs in county cricket.
Exactly.
Home bowls, and
that's a good one.
Beats the forward defence, or was he just playing the line? I don't know. 70 for 1.
Yeah, the racking runs up in county cricket used to be the way you got recognised, and no longer is that the case.
So,
but what it means is that someone like McKinney, he's still quite young and already a very, very accomplished county cricketer. If he were to stay with Durham, could have a very, very lengthy and productive career
as a county player.
Yeah.
Is home again, round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Gay, who clips up firmly the Worcestershire captain at short mid-wicket and doesn't get a run, and I believe that was a maiden over. Good tidy start
Yeah,
From
better
Jack Home.
from Jack Home, 1 over, a maiden. He was very expensive in the first innings, by his own admission, didn't bowl well. 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 67, although that one was the England captain Ben Stokes. But he batted beautifully in the first innings when he top scored for Worcestershire with that unbeaten 63. But it all went wrong for Worcestershire in just 1 hour this afternoon as they slumped. In 25 overs they lost all 10 wickets for 49 runs, and instead of setting a really daunting target, they were only able to set a modest 143. Darley bowls and McKinney drives up to mid-off, and there's no run, 70 for 1. So yeah, you watch McKinney in this over and see if you can see what I mean. Adam Hose Ethan Brooks is coming out from slip, actually. Or is it Adam Hose? Adam Hose is... yeah, it's Adam Hose. Brooks still at slip. So I say you watch McKinney and you can't really see him now. There's a fielder in the way. There we are. Just leans forward and drives that. There's a little bit of forward movement, but he's got such a long reach and such long legs. Doesn't need to go very far forward. Picks up a single. I like watching him. He's a very, very positive player. 40 off 40. In these circumstances, you can't argue with that. 71 for 1.
Basically a runner ball, that, isn't it?
Darley round the wicket. Bowls and Gay. Well, he just flicks that one. He knew exactly what he was doing to come across him. Got plenty of time. Not a great deal of pace, and he just flicks it down to third man for 3. The two physios have done their work. The damaged spectator and the New Road stand. They make their way back across to attend to their more customary duties. McKinney hit the ball down the ground. It bounced into the New Road stand and struck a spectator, but there's a lot of concern from the players. I think all is well. Glorious sunshine now as Darley comes round the wicket and bowls, and McKinney goes big again, smashes it down the ground. 1, 2, 3 bounces for 4. This is not going to be over in a long time. It's going to be over in a very short time, I reckon. It'll be done by 6 o'clock, I reckon. Not soon, not far after. It's 20 past 5. We've got 28 overs left in the day, and Durham are cantering towards victory. 78 for 1. 65 more needed, and McKinney's in the mood.
Yep. Standard delivery. Got a man back now. Had a fairly straightish long off for that shot over the top.
Round the wicket, Darley bowls, and McKinney goes big and edges. Fortune favours the brave. Not a great shot this one, but 4 more runs through the slips. Expected at lunchtime that this game would be over today, but it is going to be over today, and it's going to be over fairly soon, I reckon. 82 for 1 now. McKinney 48 off 42. Gay, a rather more sedate 30 off 49, but they've had few problems, the Durham batters, after losing that early wicket of Lee's. There's Darley again, bowls, and McKinney just steers this one to wait at long off, and they get a single, and he keeps the strike. 83 for 1.
You don't score runs at the non-strikers then.
You're
You're
a real student of the game, aren't you?
Yeah, see, that's the old saying, isn't it? You don't score them in the pavilion, you just don't score them in the dressing room, you don't score them at the non-strikers.
And you don't get out.
There have been a few over the years.
And you don't get out if Malcolm Moss is bowling and you're at the non-strikers end either, haven't you?
There's been a few over the years. I'll tell you what would be interesting, Worcestershire fans. I had a wonderful interview a few years ago with Peter Parfitt, who's I think
Norfolk man as well.
reaches 90 later this year. Started a new over from home, was clipped away. That's going to be his 50, isn't it? We can't.
Yeah, 50 or 44 balls.
50 or 44 balls for Ben McKinney.
Yes, he lives in Hunstanton, I believe.
He does.
I lived there briefly when I retired.
Which is actually on the which is actually on the west coast of Norfolk, and you tell people that, and they say, well, Norfolk doesn't have a west
Absolutely.
coast.
I've watched many a sunset go down on the seafront.
Actually it does. Next ball is just again eased out towards that fielder at deep backward point. And we were talking about cricket in the 60s and cricket. Well, yeah, it was a wonderful couple of hours with a lovely gentleman who was a hero of mine when I was a kid. And he said we were talking about different things in the game. And he's talking about farming the bowling and not getting a look in as home bowls, and defended this time by McKinney. He said, "Do you know who was the worst?" He said, if he didn't want to, if he got in and he fancied the bowling, he said you never got a look in with him. And my first thought would have been
Boycott. But it wasn't.
But it wasn't.
Cowdrey.
No, Worcestershire was the clue. Tom Graveney.
Oh, really? Yeah.
He said if Tom fancied the bowling, he said you didn't get a look in at the other end.
Yeah.
Home bowls, and that's again eased away.
David Gower spoke to the Cricket Society here at New Road, not the winter just gone but the one before, and so did Jeff Boycott, and it was interesting because Boycott was his usual self and talked about the game and all the rest of it, and then Gower came and we talked. Gower, I was doing the interview, I actually brought up run-outs with Boycott because he was involved in several quite high profile run-outs, and he glossed over it really and said, well, if they weren't quick enough, that's their problem.
Home round the wicket, bowls, and that's smashed to short mid wicket, but doesn't get past him. Good tumbling stop there.
And then Gower came the next month, and we said, we had Sir Geoffrey here last month, and he said, let me tell you a story about, and he told everybody, told the audience, he said, the first time I batted with Geoffrey, he said, he was facing, I went in 3, last ball of the over, he nudged it to mid wicket, said yes, and I looked and I thought there's never a run there. He said, so I said no, and I didn't go, and he ran back in, he said, and he didn't come and talk to me between the overs.
Home bowls, dug out Yorker, well bowled to him.
He said, as you expected your partner to do, he didn't approach me. He said, and then the first ball of the next over, I stroked it through the covers, thought there's one easily, probably 2. He said, and I got halfway down, and he was just had his back to me. He said, he said he didn't get any runs. He said, I played out the over, and I went down at the end of the over, and I said, it's a bit of a mix-up there, Geoffrey, and he said, if you don't run mine, I'm not running yours.
Then great stories from Boyks.
Ethan Brooks being introduced into the attack to replace Harry Darley at the New Road end, with Durham on 86 for 1, needing a further 57 to win. Ben McKinney is 51 not out. He's played really nicely. Emilio Gay an elegant 31, and Durham having blown Worcestershire away in their second innings, with Callum Parkinson taking an amazing 5 for 13, and Worcestershire losing their last 10 wickets for 49 runs. Durham are cantering towards victory, and there's another nice shot from McKinney, just leaning into that one from Brooks and steering it through the covers for a single.
Another Boycott story with a Worcestershire connection. Frank, you might even have told me this one on an Ashes tour. And Australia having their mystery spinner at the time, Johnny Gleeson.
In comes Brooks, and Gay has a little fiddle at that one outside the off stump, looking to run it down to third man. Probably lucky not to get a touch. A rare error.
First couple of 3 tests, the England players all had great problems with
picking
him, and I think it was the 4th test when Boycott had a decent stand with Basil D'Oliveira.
And a wide one from Brooks, which Gay can't reach, scoots through to Roderick.
And D'Oliveira came down the pitch and between overs and said, I think I've worked this lad out, Jeff. And Boyk said, "Silvi, don't tell the others."
That's right. I've been picking him since the first test, but don't tell the others.
Don't tell the others.
I've got another one with a Worcestershire connection as well. Brooks again round the wicket. Oh, that's just pushed out on the offside by Gay. A rare defensive shot. Gay 31, McKinney 52, 87 for one. Yes, Tim Curtis tells me one that when he first played against Yorkshire, I think it was a one-day game. Can't remember where it was. Might have been Headingley, might have been Bradford or something like that. And they arrived at the ground and they went out to look at the pitch, as you do.
Yeah.
Brooks bowls. This is cut by Gay into the gully. He might well be listening. I hope I get this right, Tim. But he said he went out to look at the pitch with Phil Neal. And Tim, he'd played half a dozen games, I think, by this stage. He was quite new into the side. And Phil Neal and he went out. And Geoffrey Boycott was actually out there on the middle looking at the pitch. And Phil shook his hand, as you would. He said, "Morning, Geoffrey, how are you?" Brooks bowls, Gay defence, end of the over, 87 for one, 56 needed then for Durham to win this game. 25 overs left in the day, they will surely do it tonight. So Phil said, Geoffrey, this is Tim Curtis, I don't think you'll have met Tim. And Tim held out his hand, and I don't think Geoffrey took it. And he looked at Tim and he said, "Yes, I've seen you play, I wasn't impressed."
Nice little bit of early gamesmanship or sledging going on there, Geoffrey. Yeah, wonderful stories. Start of a new over from Jack Holm, and that's just eased away down to long leg off the pad. I think probably it didn't run away too quickly.
No
shot indeed.
Yeah. Well, do you know what? They weren't going to run because McKinney knew he hadn't played a shot. Just looking at it now, just kind of let it hit him really, and I think they knew they were going to get sent back. And yet, when you look at the replay, you could argue that he was trying to nudge it away.
He just waved his bat at it, didn't he? So.
I thought they weren't going to run because he just wants to stand there and smash boundaries.
Next delivery is eased down to fine third man, and he's got the boundary. So it's beaten the fielder running around from a very wide third man or sort of deep backward point, and
use the pace of the pace of the bowler, didn't he?
Down to the hotel and just eased it. Yeah, just helped it on its way really past the second of the two slips. So as you say, it's all a little bit anticlimactic at the moment. Even a Worcestershire style collapse, I don't think by Durham could save Worcestershire here. Home bowls, and that's out. That's over the batsman's head, and it's signalled as a wide. So I know he's a tall man and didn't really have to duck much for that, but it's a wide ball. And Geoffrey's sort of, what shall we say, his unique style continued into the commentary box. There's Dan Norcross tells the rather sort of daunting experience of commentating with Geoffrey for the first time on Test Match Special. Round the wicket, smashed off the back foot. That's away to the boundary, down by the over towards the cathedral on that side of the ground. Those of you know New Road, and those of you who haven't been here, including my good friend Rupert Rumney, who's watched cricket all around the world, so he's never been to New Road. Shame on you. You put it on your list to do. Might not be here that long, or I certainly hope it is, but they keep talking about moving. They can't.
They won't abandon it though. They'll keep it as well.
Next delivery is outside off stump, and McKinney going for another big hit, but doesn't make contact with that one. No, he said the first 20 minutes he did with Boycott as summarised. Boycott just didn't look at the cricket, he just stared at the side of Norcross's face whilst he was commentating, saying very little. And towards the end of the commentary, it was a sort of muggy morning, one of those muggy mornings, overcast and home bowls. And that's flicked away fine. He's going to get a run or so. And Norcross brought up an old Yorkshire bowler, Tony Nicholson. He said, I reckon Tony Nicholson would have bowled well on a morning like this, wouldn't he, Jeff? And they came off air and Boyk said, you know your cricket, you do. But in a Yorkshire accent, you know.
Yeah, very good. Well, when he came to speak to us, 97 for 1, by the way, Durham are cruising here. Durham listeners might think, why are they not talking about Durham players? Home bowls, driven nicely by Emilio Gay, and fielded quite well by Dan Latigan out on the boundary, tumbling to his left, but they still get 2, another expensive over, and Gay has gone to 33. It's 99 for 1 now. McKinney has 61 and just 44 needed. Durham absolutely cruising after Callum Parkinson's brilliant 5 for this afternoon. Ben McKinney making batting look very, very straightforward out there. When he came, when we were setting up for the evening, and he was immaculately dressed, of course, as he always is, and we were setting up, and I thought I'd better just check, because you never want to get these things wrong. And I said, would you like me, when I'm doing this interview, and Bradders was there as well, I said, would you like us to call you Brooks Bowles? Played back to him by McKinney. I said, would you like us to call you Geoffrey or Sir Geoffrey? And he said, you can call me what you like. I'll have been called worse. So I said, okay, I'll just call you Geoffrey then. Round the wicket, Brooks Bowles, absolutely launched by McKinney. 1 bounce 4. He's a man in a hurry. He's Big Ben, and the 100 is up. Lovely shot. You see what I mean, can't you? But uncomplicated, though.
Yeah.
Just puts bat to ball. Big lad, big reach, and immensely difficult to bowl at in this mood, I would say. I said 6 o'clock, didn't I? I'm not going to be far wrong, I don't think.
Well, I said 8 wickets, so another one's got to fall.
Brooks in, bowls. McKinney looks to flick this one away on the leg side, makes no contact, and Roderick gathers one-handed low to his right. 1 man out then. Alex Lees in the first over, LBW to Tom Taylor for 4. Seems a long time ago now. Seems a long time ago that Worcestershire were 53 without loss. Cannot believe they lost all their wickets for 49 runs. Brooks Bowles, nice drive by McKinney, and a good bit of fielding by Darley at short extra cover. But as we've said many times, you can lose a game in a session, and Worcestershire have done that on this occasion. They have completely lost the game in that one session. Brooks round the wicket, bowls. McKinney goes massive on the leg side again, standing on one leg and smashing this over deep mid wicket for 6. And that, I think they're asking for a new ball. That's gone over the stand, I think. And I'm not sure where they've lost it, under the hotel somewhere. And Brooks being taken apart here. He's bowled really well actually in his first innings. 7.3 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10, but a horrible time to come on now. Brett D'Oliveira just with his hand on his bowler's shoulder, probably saying something along the lines of, don't worry about it, it's a difficult time for you. And this game has gone, and it will not be long now before we're packing our stuff up.
If it was snooker, Frank, they'd be racking them up again, wouldn't they, for the next round?
Yeah. And Durham have earned themselves a day off. Might well not be going home because they're on the way to Beckenham, I think. I doubt they'll be going all the way back up to Durham and then down to Beckenham for Friday. They might be. It's Brooks Bowles, and McKinney just tries to flick that one. 1 day style down to third man, can't reach it. End of the over, 109 for 1. Gay 33, McKinney 71, and Durham absolutely, well, they're not cantering anymore, they're galloping now towards the victory inside 3 days. And I don't think anybody expected it when we arrived here this morning, and Durham were just 6 down in their first innings.
Yeah, I wouldn't say expected it, but it wasn't out. It wasn't off the cards first thing in the morning. I thought it was definitely off the cards just after lunch when Worcestershire were 100 ahead without losing a wicket, roughly 100 ahead. Home round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who drives elegantly up to short extra cover. Doesn't get a run. Very much the junior partner in this.
Yeah.
He's had,
Doesn't need to do anything, does he?
in fact, am I right in thinking he would have actually faced a ball before
Yeah.
McKinney, because he was in the first over?
No,
wasn't he?
McKinney opened. Oh yeah, but you're right. No, absolutely spot. Yeah, good spot. Which, unless it was it? Yeah, he was out to the fourth ball. So you're right. Yeah.
Home bowls and driven nicely through cover, and that's away to the electronic scoreboard on the far side of the ground next to the hotel. That's 4 more runs, and fielder down there is stretching onto the, not getting any spikes onto the cover, which groundsman will appreciate. But as you said, Frank, they're galloping towards it, aren't they?
Absolutely.
30 runs required, possibly only another 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Home around the wicket bowls, and that's a good delivery, left alone by Emilio Gay.
McKinney 71 off 58 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. Fairly.
Hasn't quite got time to get to. Well, he has just got time to get to his 100, hasn't he? But it's unlikely. Unlikely. What can Jack Home do about it? Bowls again, and an edge there didn't quite carry to second slip. In fact, didn't quite carry to first slip. It might have carried to second, but there isn't a second slip. Diving stop.
Yeah, bounced about a yard in front, didn't it? Marty's back. I better let him in so he can.
The knockings.
Yeah, he can.
I'll let you two back on because
Really?
you're the main man. Jack Home bowls, and that's played away now backward of square this time, and that's gone for 4 as well. So runs coming thick and fast, and let's have Marty back on.
Yeah, 117 for 1. Just the 26 needed to win now. Gay getting in on the act. These two left-handers have played beautifully. Worcestershire have not bowled well after the first few overs, and Durham are cruising, absolutely cruising towards a win as Home comes in again and bowls, and that's 4 more, driven straight down the ground by Emilio Gay, who's not had as much of the strike, well, he's had a bit more of the strike, than McKinney, but he hasn't scored as many of the runs until that over. He's taken 3 boundaries in that over. He's moved on to 45, 121 for 1, 22 needed, and I think it's fair to say, as Marty comes back, that Worcestershire have gone. They have. They've lost control completely, and they recognise that the writing's on the wall, and it won't be much longer. I said 6 o'clock. I think it's going to be before 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I was trying to work out. I thought about 6 o'clock, but they're motoring along now, aren't they? What's the run rate at the minute? Let's have a look. 5.6. They only needed about 2.5 to win it today. Brooks then, starting his 3rd over, round the wicket to McKinney. Get after that. That's coming towards us. Listen. That's a 4. Straight past wide mid-off. Absolutely slapped the living daylights out of that one. So McKinney on 71, 22 needed, so he's not going to get to his century. Brooks again. Oh, McKinney's launched this in the air. He could be out here. Oh, just agonisingly beyond weight at mid-off. got a bit of a top edge there and it looped up and away. Gets a single. Just a crazy hour before tea, wasn't it, really, when it all went pear-shaped for the pairs?
Just an hour. Lose the game in an hour.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Bowler comes in, and this is guided down to the third man by Gay for 2. Is he going to run a third? He is going to run a third. McKinney's coming back to the keeper's end, so that takes Gay up to 48. And looking to get the 50 for the 4th game in a row. But he's off strike. McKinney on 76. Durham need 14 to win. Brooks none for 19 in 2.5 overs. Where's he put that? McKinney with a reverse sweep has lofted that way out down towards long leg for 4. Just picked it up on length and sent it on its way. It was a bit casual, wasn't it?
Well, it's actually not long leg, it's third man. The way.
Well, yeah.
Practicing for the T20 stuff that's coming up. He's absolutely enjoyed himself out there, hasn't he, Ben McKinney? He's hardly put a foot wrong. Might have played and missed it a couple early on, but smashed it. Absolutely smashed it.
McKinney looks to drive at that one. Not only has he thrown the kitchen sink at that, it's the utility cupboard, the airing room, the dishwasher, and the hoover, and he missed it. He drives hard at this one. It'll be cut off by weight at long off. 9 now needed to win with a single there.
And he's kept the strike. Oliveira's going to bowl the last over. Spare the troops the damage.
Bowling at the King's End, Oliveira.
This could well be the last over. What a disappointing day for Worcestershire. Began so well. Probably even more disappointing than what happened to them a week ago at Northampton. And for the second game around, they're going to be beaten in 3 days. This after having a first innings lead of 40.
Next over is bowled by Oliveira, who comes into the attack, and McKinney was looking to smash that into the King's School cricket ground there, but he didn't connect with it properly. He nearly fell over as he was hitting it. Gets a single. Durham then in this 41st meeting of the two, looking for their 17th win, and they're appealing for a catch behind, and Hassan Adnan says no. There was a bit of laughter there, as if somebody out on the field thought there was a big breakthrough. Gay on 48. 8 needed. He plays this ball down to the gully, no run there. In comes the bowler again. And that's played back to him. Just bounces in front of Oliveira from Gay. Oliveira once more. Gay back into his crease. Just taps this off to the leg side. Gets a single. Next ball is defended by McKinney, so 7 needed. End of the over. So Durham are looking for their 8th win here. Victories in 2001, 2007, 11, 15, 21, 24 and 25. 24 was at Kidderminster, and 2001 their first away win was at Kidderminster. I covered that. I just got back off honeymoon and came down to Kidderminster to cover that one.
Ethan Brooks, do you want to do it? Yeah, you should do it.
Brooks bowling to Gay, who plays that off to mid-wicket. Gay gets to his 50, the 4th time he's done that this season. 70 balls.
Here goes 50 off 70 balls with 5 fours.
5 fours as well. Next ball, bowled to McKinney. McKinney plays it off towards the point boundary. And he's going to get 2. 4 needed to win. So this is, in all, this is the 22nd time that Durham have played away to Worcestershire in first class cricket. So 8 wins in 22 visits. Brooks bowling to McKinney on 84. McKinney plays that up to long on. He'll get a single. Durham need 3 to win, and they're going to get there before 6 on day 3 here. There's still 20 overs remaining of day 3. Can't believe the afternoon we've seen when Worcestershire were 53 for none, leading by 93, and we were saying how easy it was for them. As Gay drives at this, that goes out towards the cover boundary to Kashif Ali for 1. Talking about Durham could be chasing more than 300 here. Strong position they were in, and suddenly bang bang bang, it all went Pete Tong, literally pear-shaped in no time at all. They lost 10 for 49 in 25 overs. This will cement Durham's place at the top of the table. They had a 6-point lead over Northants going into this round of games. Beckenham next for them, starting on Friday down in South East London. Brooks bowls, and McKinney just plays this sensibly and safely to Darley, and the covers, no run there. Turned by McKinney off the legs, down 2 long legs, so that's the scores level now with a single. So 1 run needed for the victory. That's edged down to the gully, no run there. This partnership's worth 138 at the moment. From 140 balls, 141 balls. There's a bit of dust comes up as McKinney plays this to square leg, and that is the win for Durham. They win by an astonishing 9 wickets at 5:53 on day 3 here, with 18 overs to go. Gay on 51, McKinney on 87. They were behind on the bonus points by 5 points to 4, but they've now taken 20 from the match with the win. Quite an afternoon that none of us saw coming at around about 3 o'clock.
Absolutely comprehensive victory in the end. A really, really fluctuating game of cricket. When you look back, Durham's first innings 268 all out. Worcestershire then Worcester's first innings, let's go back, 308 all out, and that was with a partnership of 57 for the last wicket. Then Durham 268 all out, losing those last 4 wickets this morning for the addition of 51 runs. And then Worcestershire, as Marty was saying, 53 without loss in the 15th over when Libby was out for 28, and they lost all 10 wickets for 49 in 25 overs to be bowled out for 102, with Callum Parkinson taking 5 wickets for just 13 runs. Quite remarkable performance from him. And Durham going out needing 143 to win, losing a wicket in the first over, but Ben McKinney blasting Durham home with an unbeaten 87. Good support from Emilio Gay, 51, and Durham cement their place at the top of the table with a really blistering performance in the last session and a half of this game. Well deserved victory, you can't argue with that. Worcestershire will feel that they did pretty well in the first half of the game, certainly with their inexperienced attack and the 2 young lads getting the runs. There were some positives, but the second collapse in startling fashion in the space of just 7 days, and they are really down and out today at the end of that game, and they travel to Southport to play Lancashire on Friday. I won't be there. Clive Eakin covering that one for BBC Hereford and Worcester. He'll be alongside Scott Reed, and Worcestershire with 2 heavy defeats on the trot and 2 serious collapses involved in those defeats, and a lot of injuries as well, are going to have to do some serious regrouping before they play Lancashire at Southport. Excellent win for Durham by 9 wickets. 20 points to them, 5 to Worcestershire.
And they do it in 24.2 overs with 18 overs left, or 17.4 overs left of day 3. Well, that's it from Worcester. What a turnaround that has been from a Durham point of view. There'll be a reaction on BBC Radio Newcastle in the morning, and I presume the players are staying down here the next few days and then heading to Beckenham in Kent from here. And I will be getting the train down on Thursday, so that match starts on Friday. I'll be bringing you commentary of that one with our colleagues from Radio Kent, and it ends, that one, a run of 3 away games on the bounce, which I can't remember Durham doing before in the county championship. But they win here in convincing style with that partnership there worth 139 in the end from Emilio Gay and Ben McKinney.
Thanks, Marty. That was Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle. I'm Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage over the last 3 days. Thank you very much for being with us, and do keep tuning in to BBC Cricket. Every ball of every county game brought to you on the BBC Sports website and app. The best coverage of county cricket on radio in the country by a mile. And with that advertisement, I will say a very good evening to you from a somewhat stunned New Road.